fairly soon, and all the normal winter pressures. So I think it's going to take a lot of community involvement, which really helps.
It's Wednesday the 2nd of
that may well lead the other vaccine, the
December
vaccine,
2020, 3/13. Shit, we almost finished the whole year on our computer. Should start a new folder in January 2021.
This marks the beginning of the end of the pandemic.
Will we do anything in 2021? What will we do?
Months away. But
what have we done this year?
The answer. It's found us the exit strategy. And if you'd asked me back in April whether we'd have a vaccine by December approved, I would have said pretty unlikely. So it is extraordinary. This is the first so-called RNA vaccine to be approved. It's a very clever vaccine. It's entirely synthetic. It uses a tiny fragment of genetic material from the spike protein to stimulate an immune response and get cells to produce this tiny protein that's found in the virus. And it's 95% effective after 2 doses across all age groups. Now, we don't know how long that protection lasts, and we don't know whether it also stops people passing on the virus. But it's extraordinarily good news. It's a great day for science and humanity.
Hey, what else will go on, bro?
This is Dr. Rahim Ali, who's a clinical epidemiologist and a frontline NHS consultant at Oxford University Hospitals NHS Trust. As you can see, Joy's been out from his car. And first of all, what
humans are like vermin.
Is that when you physically
yeah. You heard that now, yeah. That was my psychotic episode in 2005. I don't know if I agree with it. At the time, we were being, well, at the moment, we are still like vermin now. I mean, it's the way that we live our life with all this rubbish. And
huge logistical tasks to what you're already facing. Now, can you cope?
We're kind of disrespectful to this planetary home Earth.
I mean, I think there's a number of
kind of like that's the whole point about it being vermin. Vermin is something which is bad.
Getting the vaccine,
nice song,
particularly in care homes and the elderly, in the community and in hospital and frontline healthcare workers. It's not going to be easy and it's going to take time, but at least we're making that first step next week.
You mentioned frontline workers. I mean, the first thing is you're going to be jabbing each other.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it is a remarkable kind of change. I was thinking back to March when I first returned back to the front line, the fear that we all had, particularly with so many healthcare workers and doctors dying, and to be in a position just 8 months later is really fantastic. And now, we can be more confident going forward that we can protect ourselves, our colleagues, and most importantly, our patients and all those who are at risk.
I wanted to talk about that because after so many months without any light at the end of the tunnel, how would you assess the state of
this?
Yes, a huge relief today, but the risk of that is everybody just slumps into.
Well, I didn't have equanimity when I was saying the lyrics, did I? So wait, I want to push the button. I want to push the button. Those motherfuckers won't learn. Motherfuckers won't learn. Sorry, having equanimity when I made the song.
The stress, as you say, of dealing with this day in, day out has been.
It's not really.
Will be a big.
Kind of being like barking like a mad dog. It's kind of entertainment, isn't it? Drama. Entertainment is drama. Apparently.
Pretty essential that we all.
We always have to leave some wild people alive just to get a bit of drama, just a bit of entertainment. With all them children.
Elderly relatives and friends to be infected, over that festive period, and that seeing delivery is so close.
Yeah, can I just ask a practical question? When a jab such as this one, and it's just the only one who's been approved so far, when being frozen below 70 degrees, how quick
what was this? You wanted to bomb the Babylon vermin. Did I? Equanimity comes after.
For up to 5 days. 1 pound of it can be used for up to 6 hours.
Yeah, when I made that song, I didn't have equanimity at the time. I don't think I did. I'll be honest.
5-day window allows to deliver it.
I think I was kind of in a bad mind way. If you listen to the lyrics, that's how I freestyle at the time. That is a pretty fucking bad song. The lyrics are pretty bad.
It's not that everybody's going to be vaccinated next week or even next month. So
The same things like that. The president and the prime minister wants to destroy the planet. That's what they're saying.
This is a preventable disease.
But I might forget the important thing that none of them will push the button. Their wishes will be invaluable to them once they are dead.
I don't know if you've already been into the hospital, but what the reaction of staff is to a day like this, after so many months of dreadful news, we at last have something to celebrate.
I mean, today we did have a meeting of all the consultants that work in acute medicine, and yeah, there was, of course, great relief, I guess, with the overriding emotion that we can finally see. And we talked a lot about light in the summer, and today really is the day where we can say that that light is there, and it's within sight. And we can look forward to certainly a summer of much more normality.
No, you did not during the summer. Did not do what?
Yeah.
Didn't do
All
what?
of us, those on the front line, people, relatives, and sadly died. My own father, he was very worried about the virus. Sadly, he died before he had a chance to see it. He would have been delighted, by today's news as well. And I hope people up and down the country and globally can see that it's a very important day for us.
It has been an awful year, hasn't it?
Yes, and as I said, I mean, my father died last month, and he really, as I said, he was very worried about it. And in the end, he died of something else. But
We had a cigar yesterday. It's our first spiff all day. Our first spiff. Everyone's subverted. Are they?
I hope, as I said, we will take
Are they really?
for the coming weeks and months, particularly over the Christmas period.
I doubt it.
With elderly relatives, and do our best to get through through the winter and to spring and summer. And hopefully all of us will be in a much better position than we are now.
I'm most grateful for your time, and thank you, and thank you all your colleagues as well.
Thank you.
To Joyce Penfield, who's director of the board of the National Care Association, who's also a care home owner herself, and joins me now. And that phrase, light at the end of the tunnel. Hello.
Oh yes, it is a great light at the end of the tunnel.
And how's this going to work? How will you prioritise what you do from now on?
Well, of course, it's not immediate, and so we've got to keep on. Although there is light at the end of the tunnel, at least we've now got some hope. We've been working for the last 9 months. Very
You did not have egos in making. Okay. All right, then you not doing the talk. Yeah, right. Yeah. I agree with you. I agree with you fully. I agree with you. Yeah. It's a very bad state of mind, isn't it?
And so
Illmatic.
Process of keeping up with our infection control measures.
Like NAS, illmatic. Yeah.
So that we get our very vulnerable residents through.
That's what you got to be to make the best lyrics. You got to be ill. You got to be sick.
It's going to take a while.
You know what I mean?
Anyway. So at least it is night at the end of the tunnel.
And logistically, this is going to be a very difficult operation. And you raise a question about that decision as to who receives the jab. When you've got an elderly resident, they're going to not take it particularly well if you say, no, it's more important that other people get it.
Well, yes, you might get that, but of course they are the most vulnerable people. They're vulnerable not only in their age and their complex health needs, but they are very vulnerable because they're the people who are at most at risk of the virus. So for them to get it first would be a great help. And if the residents, these other people get it first, and the people who are at most risk of dying, then of course they're not going to spread it to others and their families, such as the staff members. And now we're trying to enable visitors.
Jamie Fisher, good afternoon. Johnny, how are you today? I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Responsibility that care providers do have. And our organisational structures are having to constantly, through the whole of this pandemic, have received guidance from the government, such as like
The new Vermin track made my day. I like it's an old one.
Which also goes with how their environment is.
Very deep lyrics. I think all humans need to hear it. Really?
It would be great to have this vaccine being rolled
It's
out.
from about 2005.
I do understand the first vaccine that has come on the market does have the problem that
It was before I was a master, wasn't it?
kept us actually.
It was old music. Old music.
The health
Someone said that if I released it, they'd buy it, and they still haven't bought it yet. They just lied and just make me look silly. Made me release a song to make me look silly. They said that they were going to buy it, and they haven't bought it yet.
And then hopefully,
So now everyone thinks I'm a terrorist or something because of the lyrics.
can be enabled as soon as possible. And that will help.
That's what he was doing. He was just trying to paint me out to be like a terrorist. That's all.
Enjoy normal life again, and indeed have visitors in on a regular basis, the same as we were.
Buy it now.
Thank you so much for joining us. Good to talk to you.
Thank you.
Well, this afternoon, the Health Secretary Matt Hancock has been answering everyone's questions about the vaccine. One of them, the
Also, try and share it on all your social media platforms as well. Try and make it #1.
and in choosing and backing on behalf of the country.
Well, you don't have to buy much more, Jamie Fisher. You just buy what you like. If you like this one, then this one will be all right. And you have to buy everything. You don't have to get everything.
First country to approve a vaccine because it will help.
Yeah, if you just like get the word around, that's just as important.
I want to ask you, if I may, about
Glory Now. Well, there's an album called Glory Now. There's an album called Glory Now, and there might be something else called Glory of Life or something as well. Might be another album called Glory of Life. I'm not really sure all the names of all the releases. I can't remember. But Glory has been used. Yeah, there is the Glory Now album. The Glory Now album has 38 tracks. It's about 4 hours and 20 minutes. It's 25 quid at the moment. I might bring it down to 20 quid. I'm not sure. And that's like about 50p a track. But
well, my right honourable friend is
I might do it.
gracious and kind in what he says. And I welcome the comments from the World Health Organization this morning, who supported the UK approach and commended rightly the MHRA, who have followed all the same steps that any regulator, any high quality regulator would do and will. But what they've done is done it rapidly and sometimes in parallel instead of one after the other. That's how we got to the position of being the first country in the world to have a vaccine that is clinically authorized. It's because the MHRA did a brilliant job working with Pfizer.
I will get words around as best as I can. Thanks, Jamie.
Are looked at, but they're looked at in a way that essentially made the process as fast and as easily and safely possible. And the WHO has backed that approach, and I think regulators around the world should take a look at the MHRA, and we should congratulate them. He rightly asked about making sure that we vaccinate those with learning disabilities and offer them vaccination at the right point in the prioritisation. This is an important consideration that I've discussed directly with the JCVI, who take into account our priorities of those with disabilities. That's why age is the predominant factor in the prioritisation, but it's not the only factor. And so that has been considered by the JCVI. And I think it's very important that we accept and follow the JCVI advice as much as is practicable in the delivery and deployment of this vaccine.
Well, we'll have a special program covering the Downing Street News Conference led by the Prime
This,
Minister at 4:30 on BBC One.
Tesco are like vermin. Tesco are worse than vermin.
England returned to a three-tier system of coronavirus restrictions after the second national lockdown ended at midnight. The tougher new system came into force hours after being approved by MPs when it was voted. More than 55 million people find themselves in the strictest two tiers. Tier 1, which currently only applies to Cornwall, the Isles of Scilly and the Isle of Wight, up to 6 people can meet indoors or outdoors, and pubs and restaurants can reopen. Tier 2 covers more than 32 million people. They are not allowed to mix with anyone indoors unless in a support bubble.
There shouldn't really be any weeds up in the hot now.
Pubs and restaurants can reopen, but after
No,
only be served with a substantial meal. More than 23 million people living in large parts of the Midlands, North East and North West, as well as Kent, are now in the strictest tier. That's Tier 3. This means no mixing with other households, indoors or outdoors. Hospitality venues will stay closed, except for takeaway. Joining me now to discuss what will this make business in Kent is Joe James, who's Chief Executive of the Kent Invicta Chamber of Commerce. And what has changed today in Kent?
I think being placed in tier 3 along with all.
No, I haven't had my hair cut, my beard trimmed. Not yet. It's still big at the moment.
And they're the ones that all the way through. They've already missed out on Easter trade and
I've had it
they were very reliant on things picking up and making some headway with the Christmas trade. But you know, with
the Vermin track and the Banquet Mania album. I mean, the Banquet Mania album. So that's the I know which one that is. Yeah. All right. Right. Thank you very much, David Fisher. It must be the light in the studio. It must be the light in the studio that does what? That makes the light. Maybe you're right.
And although we do have a few of our districts that have very high levels.
Thank you very much, Jamie Fisher.
The majority of our county actually has very low rates. If you look at somewhere like Tunbridge Wells, very low infection rates, and you have a hotel there or a pub there, that has to go.
Hey, what else? Can you make an Iceland song? I don't really know much about Iceland, really. I can't just say, I want to blow you up, I want to blow you up, I want to blow you up that way through, yeah.
It does feel very unjust for a sector that has.
Iceland is the epitome of capitalism. Iceland is the epitome of capitalism. Iceland is a product of capitalism.
Is what your members are complaining about.
Yes, so that's where
all mums love it. All mums.
Very much a one size fits all. Where it's such a large county, it just doesn't feel right. As a chamber, we've been working with our MPs.
I don't have a lot of money now, but I'll buy something else. Well, you don't have to spend all your money with money on my music, man. You make sure you look out for yourself and you can study and you got what you need to get and stuff. And don't just go spending all your money on my music. I don't know how much my music I've released now, but I wouldn't go getting it all or wasting too much money. If you like something, that's fair enough, I suppose, but it's up to you, really. I mean,
to also act at pace to ensure that we got
winter time. Iceland's like vermin. Iceland's worse than vermin. Can you make otherwise when you go to out each time? Can you make a follow-up song to smash sometime called Winter Time? I can't do Winter Time, but there is a song called Winter Time that I've done already with Carlos Benos and Lawrence Greenman. If you go to Spotify, you can find it. You can find it. There is a song called Winter Time already.
But that's another thing, we're now 29 days away. Businesses, our larger businesses have made some preparations. The small businesses actually.
Carlos Benos is the best classical guitarist in the world. I need to get on with some work now. I'll get you later. Take it easy, mate. Yeah, take it easy, Jamie Fisher. No problem.
Let's sit and wait.
have a deal. But actually, even if we have a deal, there will still be changes in the borders, and businesses really do need to start acting now, but before it's too late.
Of course, I give it a go in the winter time.
Today going on, hundreds of businesses across the county.
Well, we'll be basically earning. I mean, not earning. I mean, playing. I mean, recording music. I mean, playing and recording music on New Year's Eve. That's the time that we plan on doing it. That's if Black Lightning will turn up, right? Yeah. I texted him. He hasn't got back to me yet. He's been very lazy. Is he going to turn up? I don't know. What is he going to think of his Willie or what? I mean, what is he going to think with? I don't know. Is he going to be like a real man and be part of the team?
Residents will be able to see 2 loved ones twice a week. Liz Jakes has waited for this moment since February to hold and hug her father. A rapid COVID test is all she needs.
It's very exciting. It's an enormous step forward.
Go on, give it a go in the winter time. Reefomania. In the winter time, coffee, Johnny comes at home. Well, it's pure weed this time, so it's just different, isn't it? It's different. Always be coughing from now on. Really sort of long. I know that if I hadn't smoked tobacco, I probably wouldn't cough as much, but it's because tobacco has kind of messed the lungs up. It's the tobacco that's done it. That's what you can tell. It's the tobacco has destroyed them. I had a cigar all day today.
So natural and so
spontaneous. I'm not bothered by it. Really not bothered by it. I knew I wasn't bothered by it. No shop sells cigars other than that shop. All the other shops don't sell it.
It feels like a step really back to normality.
What's this? Have you not cigars on the head? Well, I don't know, it's just because he hasn't got any. Might get one later if he got them again. Joy and I deluded thinking he was the son. A man I have a feeling you are. I deluded thinking you are the son. Johnny and I am I deluded?
Prevention as well that we normally have.
I don't know. Johnny and I deluded thinking you were the son of a man. I feel you are. I don't know, man.
Everyone was at a very low point. There was a different routine. Some of them weren't even getting up and getting dressed for the day because what was the point? Whereas now everyone's up, they're excited, they're having their hair done, excited for Christmas. Can't get better than that, can you?
Lovely to see you too. Elsewhere, family contact may well be possible by Christmas, but only if care homes can cope with the extra workload of carrying out the tests, and they aren't 100% reliable. Visits will still be.
If I am a pharaoh, or if I'm a son of man, or whatever you want to call it, yeah, they would know exactly where I am. They follow thoroughbreds around. They follow them around. They know where they all are. They know where all thoroughbreds are. Thoroughbreds are like the top breeders. They know exactly where they are all the time.
BBC News. Let's have a look at the weather. It's down.
There's not just me, there's other breeders as well. There's other people.
That cold rain will be bringing in showers. We've still got some cloud and patchy rain to clear southeastern parts of the UK this evening. Once that goes, the showers come in, and those will turn increasingly wintry in Scotland and Ireland. And here, we're going to have some icy conditions with a frost more likely. Maybe not quite as cold for England and Wales. Later, the cloud will be thickening. We're getting wet weather coming into Wales and the southwest, and gradually that will spill its way to most of England and Wales during Thursday with some snow developing over the hills of Wales. For northern England, for a while, it could be brighter with a few wintry showers.
The only way you can know I'm a pharaoh is not by feeling. The only way you can know is by studying the bloodline, really. My name would appear on the pharaoh bloodline. My name would appear there now when I'm dead or whatever.
For many, it doesn't mean rain. It could be some.
If my name doesn't appear on there, I'm not pharaoh.
The headlines. Pfizer's vaccine has been approved by regulators for use in the UK.
There is a pharaoh bloodline. I've seen it before. So.
He didn't go into the strictest tiers in England.
No, he's now. No.
Oh, darling. When did we last?
At last, a hug for loved ones as care homes prepare to give COVID tests to visitors. And sport, let's go to the BBC Sports Centre and rejoin Sarah.
Thanks very much. Hello, good afternoon. Let's start then with some fans who are getting ready to return to sporting events as the lockdown in England is being replaced by the tier system. A handful of spectators will be welcome to some Football League matches this evening, while 4 race meetings today have also had a limited number of fans during the day. And one of the days where spectators will return is at the Ireland South East London where Charles MK. Boxing fans will be allowed into Wembley Arena. Caused the BBC to take him off this year's Sports Personality of the Year award shortlist. He's been nominated alongside Amy Prickles, Stu Broad, record-breaking Jonathan Doyle, Formula 1 world champion Lewis Hamilton, Liverpool and England footballer Jordan Henderson, and Super Bowl champion Ronnie O'Sullivan. He posted this video on his social media accounts earlier.
Hi, this is Tyson Fury of GTK, and this is the message for the BBC on their Spotty Award. Please take me off your list, as I am the People's Champion and have no need for verification or any awards. I know who I am and what I've done in sports, and the love of the people is worth more to me than all the awards in the world. So to all of my supporters, please don't vote on this. Take me off the list. All my love, Tyson Fury, the GTK.
Wales coach Wayne Pivac has made 9 changes to his side to face Italy in Saturday's Autumn Nations Cup 5th place playoff. The major surprise comes with the return of Wing George North at outside centre, alongside Johnny Williams. Halfbacks Kieran Harvey and Callum Sheedy are handed second starts, and flanker Justin Tipperick is fit after missing the England defeat through concussion. British driver George Russell said he was unbelievably grateful to Williams and Mercedes after being confirmed as Lewis Hamilton's replacement for this weekend's Sakir Grand Prix. Hamilton was ruled out after testing positive for COVID-19. With the Williams team, but Mercedes have guided his career since 2017, and Williams have agreed to release him. He said, "Nobody can replace Lewis, but I'll give my all for the team in his absence from the moment I step in the car." Son of the seven-time world champion Michael Schumacher will make his Formula One debut. He says, "It's a dream I have been chasing since I was 3 years old after being confirmed as a driver."
Good. Are you part of the bloodline? What bloodline? How would I know? How would I know? I've got my mum and got my dad, and that's it. How do I know if I'm any part of any bloodline? I've been able to witness it throughout history. I wouldn't know.
Championship carding and 11 under par opening round of 51.
I never know, would I?
60 for just the second time in European Tour history. He needed to birdie his final 2 holes to do so. That long range has had agonising close at his second to last hole, and he settled for a 2-shot lead over a group of 3 that includes compatriots Matt Wallace and Ross Fisher. Okay, that is all the sport for now. Next up, it is your questions answered.
It's not a question you ask me, it's a question you just ask the elders. People, the elders are the people that know everything.
Who's the lead outbreak expert from University College.
Whoever the elders are, they're older than me.
Many questions.
But you could be younger than older as well.
First one's from Seth Harris. How long
elders know everything.
Once you've been vaccinated?
Well, that's a great question. The answer is we just don't know yet. These vaccines are new, and of course the virus is less than a year old. So all we know from these trials is that there appears to be very good protection after about a month. But only time will tell. Early indications suggest that it may not be very long-lived. It's possible we'll need vaccine boosters every year or every couple of years, but only time will tell.
Okay, that's a question a lot of people have been asking. I mean, just your reaction, first of all, to this announcement, given that 10 months ago, this process happened.
I lived for about 3 months without it.
If you take a step back and think about it, it's absolutely extraordinary. Normally, the time it takes to develop a vaccine, go through testing and trials and approvals is 10 years or more. So the fact that this has been done in a matter of months is an extraordinary scientific achievement. And it's been done really without cutting any important corners. And so I really feel confident about the safety and efficacy data that we've seen so far. So it's really a day to celebrate.
Isn't it good to have some good news? Once, Oksana, this question from Ms. Brown in Oxford. Can this vaccine be used on people with pre-existing autoimmune conditions?
So with this mRNA vaccine, and there is no evidence that the vaccine would make any autoimmune condition worse. So certainly anyone with autoimmune condition should be looking to get the vaccine. Previously, however, other types of vaccines that are live vaccines might be cause for concern, but this mRNA vaccine is not, and there really shouldn't be any issues with it.
Great. Peter, a long question from Jenny Timpson, which I'll read in its entirety because it raises some issues here. Could you ask the experts to explain the vaccine is 95% effective?
Well, you could say that, but it's not always.
Does it mean that 5% of the population?
I don't listen to most of the time, you know, but
we still have a 5% chance.
you could say that, but sometimes they do bring information. They do bring information. He is a propaganda machine as well.
First thing to note is that no vaccine is 100% effective.
The vaccine
every year is usually around 50% effective. The measles vaccine is about 96% effective. So these figures are actually really, really good. What it means is in this trial, they were looking for symptomatic infections. So according to what we've seen, for every 100 infections, 95% of them were in the placebo group, and 5% were in the vaccine group. So it means your chance of getting a symptomatic infection with COVID-19 after the vaccine should be about 20 as it is without a vaccine. So that's very good. It still does mean that there's a small risk. We also don't yet know if this particular vaccine can prevent asymptomatic infection. You might have a low level of virus.
40 milligrams. No, 20 milligrams. 20 milligrams, 2 tablets, 2 10 milligram tablets. Easy propaganda.
No, I think this is an important part to also highlight is the fact that
it might have an agenda. But to call it propaganda is, well, propaganda is a bit like, well, it's what you would use if you was in a war or something, really, but it's hardly like we're in a war at the moment. It's hardly like we really are. So, to me, it's more like information. More like information, but I mean, we are sort of in a war at the moment. Coronavirus is a war.
A lot of people answer this question, and this one from Lynn Waite in Poole. Are you protected after the first dose of the vaccine?
Well, coronavirus is a war because it's biological warfare. That's what it is. They invented it. That's why they're inventing the cure. That's why the cure is biological. The cure is actually biological. Ask them, research it, you'll find out. But it's biological, it's living. The cure, what they're injecting into you is something that's alive. It's alive.
Public health measures that have been suggested by the government, face mask wearing, social distancing, etc., will remain in that interim period.
Okay, Peter, another question that we're getting a lot here at BBC. This is from Maddie. How can we be sure the vaccine is safe with such a short testing period?
Yeah, so the trials have actually been incredibly rigorous, and the regulators have...
It wasn't even the Chinese that started it off, though, was it? It was Hitler and his crew that started it off. And the Americans had the scientists first. So you can't even blame the Chinese. The thing, the Chinese get blamed for everything, but the Americans get off scot-free. Well, that means that Donald Trump didn't really know his history very much, did he? Didn't really know his history or the German history. Didn't really know about that much side of it.
We know that there can occasionally
blame it all on the Chinese who ended up with it in their laboratory for some reason. Probably just flown in the week before or something. I don't know. I mean,
so things did move quickly, but with rigor. All I can
Chinese unleashed it a week in the Western world on themselves. When it came out of Wuhan from a bat, some evil creature, some creature that is wicked in the dark, creeps you out, spooks you out. Has to be a creature like that. Can't be a furry little koala bear now, can it? It can't be a furry little creature, can it? Has to be something dark and fearsome. And
some of those were designed to make them run a little bit quicker. And then, as I said earlier, regulators have been
vermin creature, yeah, exactly.
All the way along to speed up the process. Really, a lot of the discovery was done remarkably quickly. We saw it here in Oxford with my colleagues developing a vaccine within weeks of the genetic code being done. So there
Let's try and get a cigar from this shop, shall we? I wonder if he'll be back yet. I wonder, should we wait another 10 minutes?
Independent of politicians, independent of the government. So I do feel
I can't ring the shop. I don't want to ring him up in case he's driving. If he's driving, he won't be up the phone anyway. I'll ring him up and so I'll see if he's got a cigar there.
Decided that they will not be making it a mandatory by the state. It will be prioritized accordingly to people who wish to take it, but it is not compulsory.
Okay. Peter, what you were saying earlier, actually, David Parker from West Midlands says, what are none of those possible side effects?
Hello?
Yeah, I am on the way. 5 minutes coming up. 5 minutes, okay?
5 minutes, okay.
Yeah,
all right, thank you. Bye.
All of the vaccines that we've seen data for so far from the phase 3, they're different. There's the mRNA
He's not long
vaccine,
yet.
the Oxford vaccine,
5 minutes.
the virus protein that's spliced on.
He's in traffic if he answers that.
That affects chimpanzees. So none of these bring the coronavirus itself into
What's this, Johnny? My little girl has just asked me if she can have a signed autograph picture of you. She absolutely loves summertime. She does not listen to it and dancing to it. Well, I mean, we can always get a photograph of me from somewhere and sign it, I suppose.
So that's all we know about. For people
We can do that. I don't know how we're going to do it. No. It can be arranged. I mean, what can be arranged can be done. You see, in life, there is no problems, really. There is no problems. But I know that there was a guy that wouldn't sign my friend's turntables after using them. He borrowed my friend's turntables, Lindsay Edwards. His turntables have been DJ'd by me. And not only by me, But that's not the most famous DJ. The most famous DJs used those DJ with turntables was Grandmaster Flash. But would he sign them? No, he wouldn't sign them because it would make them worth too much money. That's the reason why.
He asked when the rollout of the vaccine begins next week with the priority one first group. Will those in that group?
Yeah, I'll do it. I will do it. I'm just saying you can't make most things happen, but Grandmaster Flash can't make it happen sometimes.
What I can tell you is this: we know that people who are infected with COVID-19 are covered generally.
You're gonna make it happen that time, Grandmaster Flash.
Some people seem to have high levels of antibodies and a stronger response, others less so. We don't know how long it lasts.
It's all right.
Thinking is that the vaccine
We'll have to arrange something somehow.
robust immune protection would, if anything, give you a bit of a boost.
Maybe
would be that even people
I don't know how it would work. If I WhatsApp you my address, can you send me my in the phone?
I don't know exactly.
Yes, I could. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would imagine. I don't see why not. Because it's a bit of a nuisance, but I'd rather scan it. But
to other medicines. So they stimulate your natural immune response. So in general, the interaction profile.
I'll have to just do it by post, I suppose.
Especially because, as mentioned, this is not a live vaccine where there is sometimes an interaction profile. But generally, this should be a big concern.
Emma in Bristol asks, what is the long-term?
I'll get my hair cut for that as well. So we'll leave that till next year or something. I think we should probably leave that till next year. When I get my beard and my hair cut and all trimmed up, all looks smart. Summertime time. It's just made that.
Side effects to emerge, decades later.
I don't know what sort of camera you're going to print that on now, though. I don't know where to print it out. Same problem. Where would I print it out? Would I take my phone to the shop now? And I can do it from my phone? I wonder.
You're going to be okay.
Most adverse events from vaccines tend to happen quite quickly. Those are immune reactions, for example. So I think that the data we have so far is promising. The only way we'll know for sure is through, obviously, long-term monitoring of the hundreds of thousands of and eventually millions of people who receive this vaccine in the case of a really rare event. So only time will tell.
Oksana, this from a strong gun. Please can you confirm if the individuals who are to be receiving the initial vaccine will have to self-isolate between jabs?
And so again, with the policy, I haven't seen specifications on self-isolation. I imagine that, again, I don't foresee that they will add this additional barrier towards vaccine uptake. However, Peter may also be able to shed some light on this. I think, again, because that first dose does provide a bit of a primer in terms of an immune response, it would be unlikely, but let's see what Peter thinks.
Yeah, Peter, because the worry is there's nothing to suggest at the moment that even taking the vaccine means you don't pass this on.
That's correct. So we don't know whether it may be possible that with this vaccine that you could still get an asymptomatic infection where you feel fine but have a low level of virus that could infect others. We don't have the answer to that yet. The Oxford vaccine provided some indication that it actually reduces that spread. What we need to understand is this: none of these vaccines give you invincibility, right? And even 90%, 95% effectiveness still means there's a small chance of developing symptomatic infection. So certainly in those first few weeks after receiving your first jab, were you to come into contact with someone who's COVID-19 positive, you would want to take all the same precautions, including self-isolation, that anybody else would. The other thing we have to remember is that the things we've all been asked to do, like masking and physical distancing, are not going to go away anytime soon, even in the context of a vaccine. That's only going to change when we have a big percentage of the population that's been vaccinated, enough to give us a population level protection. So just because—
How big is that? What percentage of people would that be?
The estimates vary. Typically, the estimates are around 70% of the population. It's unlikely to be much less than that. We've seen some populations that have been really hard hit by the virus where 50% of people had been infected, and there's still not enough to give a herd immunity. So it's 70%. It possibly could be even a bit higher than that.
Okay, quick one, Oksana, last one. This is from Adrian Packer. Does the vaccine work as a treatment on COVID positive patients, whether with symptoms or without?
So again, we've covered the asymptomatic part of the vaccine, but if you have what we see that the vaccine isn't a treatment per se, but if you have the vaccine, it means it will reduce the severity of the symptoms. But ultimately, a vaccine is prophylactic rather than used as a treatment.
Peter, anything to add to that?
No, I think that's right. I just want to add the message that this is exciting. This is a light at the end of the tunnel for all of us. It's not going to meaningfully change most of our lives until probably the spring. So we really need to double down during these difficult winter months and the holiday period and make smart decisions now because there is a light at the end of the tunnel.
See Oksana nodding. So we end on agreement. Peter Drabak and Oksana Kujik, thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Our planet is broken. That's the warning from the Secretary General of the United Nations. That's what he'll say later when he outlines that tackling global warming is now the central objective of the UN. In a special BBC broadcast, Antonio Guterres also says there is no vaccine for the planet. Here's our chief environment correspondent, Justin Rojas.
2020 has been a year of dramatic weather extremes. Greenhouse gas concentrations are still rising in the atmosphere despite the COVID-19 lockdowns, says the head of the United Nations. In a speech to be broadcast later today, exclusively on BBC News, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres will say there is no vaccine for the planet.
Biodiversity is collapsing, deserts are spreading, oceans are choking with plastic waste, and apocalyptic fires and floods, cyclones and hurricanes are the new norm.
Terrible wildfires raged across Australia, burning vast areas, and there were huge wildfires in California and even Arctic Siberia. The UN Secretary General says the world now faces a moment of truth.
Every country, city, financial institution and company should adopt plans for transitions to net zero emissions by 2050 and take decisive action now to put themselves on the right path.
It is 5 years since the world came together in Paris to agree for the first time that every nation needs to play a part in tackling climate change. Some progress has been made, but not enough, according to the UN Secretary General. Mr. Guterres will say economic pressure should be used to help curb emissions. It is time that those who pollute the atmosphere with greenhouse gases pay a price for that pollution, he will say. He will urge countries to end all subsidies for fossil fuels and will say that taxes should move from income to carbon. It is a bold agenda, putting tackling climate change at the very heart of the United Nations role. But the science is clear, the Secretary General will say, unless the world reduces emissions, we face disaster. Justin Rolat, BBC News.
And you can hear the speech from the UN Secretary General. It's on our special programme, State of the Planet, at 8:30 this evening here on the BBC News channel. Antonio Guterres will also be joined by climate activists from around the world, including Sir David Attenborough. Another legend, Ben Brown, is up with all the headlines in just a moment. But first, let's have a look at the weather. It's down there.
Hello there. The weather is going to look and feel very different over the next couple of days. It's getting colder already, but it's going to feel cold through the rest of this week. It's turning more unsettled. That means wet weather. For many of us, it's going to be rain, there'll be some sleet in there.
No, he'll be back. I think he did say 5 minutes. Let's go see if we can get a cigar now. It's been 10 minutes. Just a bit of milkshake left in there.
We end up with an area of low pressure. That will bring bands of wet weather around some snow. We can get the detail of that right. The colder air is bringing in the showers at the moment. That will continue through this evening. Last of that down clears away from the southeast. And those showers in the northwest across Northern Ireland, and particularly Scotland.
It's cold away now.
That's going to lead to Scotland, with a possible language here. Not quite so cold across England.
Looking to me how he gets to go. I'm back at, let me see if I've got any change for it. Change for it. Yeah, I've got change for it. Right, back in a minute.
Right a little while in northern England, still a few wintry showers here, but the wintry showers in Scotland and Northern Ireland tend to push away, so for many it's going to be a cold, crisp, quite sunny day. Temperatures barely getting above freezing. Highest temperatures along the south coast of England, where we've got some wetter weather developing here. That could arrive into the southeast on Thursday night. At the same time, later in the night, we've got some wet weather coming into Scotland. And this is going to be snow from many levels. It'll be some heavy snow over the hill. Gradually, it will turn to rain across most places today. But we've stuck with some wetter weather across parts of northern England, Wales and East Anglia. Some snow for a while over the hills. Some sleety weather at low levels as well. Drier weather this time towards parts of South Wales and the South of England. But it'll be another cold day, and it'll be windy around coastal areas as well. As we head into the weekend, things gradually calm down a bit. We're still in the cold air, but it will be turning drier. The winds will be dropping throughout this weekend as well. We've still got some patchy wet weather around. It's mostly rain on Saturday. Looks an awful lot drier on Sunday. Still in the cold air, and there's still a risk of a frost at night.
I'm here at this hospital where they're already experiencing the benefits of AI. This is seriously cutting-edge technology.
Wouldn't it be good if firefighters could use technology to see what they're getting themselves into?
This is a very innovative project to protect the environment.
It's called the artificial tree.
You have to give them credit for blazing the trail.
A new tool to reboot democracy and find common ground amongst the most polarised of views. Encrypted messaging app to avoid interception from the police.
One thing that we know you see is the expansion of the internet off the planet.
The Take on Tech. Click Saturday and Sunday at 12:30 on the BBC News Channel.
Hello, good afternoon. This is BBC News with me, Ben Brown. Our headlines. Pfizer's vaccine has been given the green light for use in the UK. It could be rolled out across the country next week. The second national lockdown has come to an end, but England has now moved into tougher tier restrictions. Some welcome news for those wanting to visit loved ones in care homes. Visits will be possible if they test negative for COVID-19. Our planet is broken. That's the warning coming from the Secretary General of the United Nations in a special BBC broadcast. Antonio Guterres will talk about tackling global warming. And after 266 long days, the return of fans to English League football is finally here, but the number of supporters is limited. Hello, help is on its way. Those are the words of the Health Secretary Matt Hancock as the UK becomes the first country in the world to approve a coronavirus vaccine for wide use. The first jab could be given within just days. Those who need the vaccine the most, such as NHS staff and care home workers and residents. The United Kingdom has already ordered 40 million doses. That's enough to vaccinate 20 million people. The first 800,000 will arrive in the next few days. The Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine is the fastest ever to go from concept to reality, taking only 10 months to follow the same steps that normally span a decade. The medicine regulator says no corners have been cut. Well, in the House of Commons this afternoon, the Health Secretary, Matt Hancock,
has been giving an update to MPs about the vaccine rollout and said the health service will contact people about receiving the jab. His Labour Ashworth urged ministers to emphasise how important it is for people to get vaccinated.
I want to join in that
Parliament. Is this free running in Parliament? That's what they're saying. Is this saying Lars open now? I think they're open. My friend got his haircut today.
And it helps, I would stand alongside the Secretary of State, socially distanced of course, on any platform or any TV studio to show that we are united cross-party in promoting vaccination. Now, Mr. Speaker, our constituents will have those questions. And
Right, what's this say? I know some shopping stores like Asda and Tesco a photo booth where you can print your photos off your phone. Oh, I probably can get that from the shop next door. Probably just put USB port or whatever. Can probably do it on a shop next door. If I can get it onto my computer, I can get it onto his computer. I'm sure.
Worked supportively and constructively with the government throughout this pandemic.
I'm sure we can do that. And I'm sure that he can get them sent off and printed.
I stand with him saying,
Or we could even just print it out on a printer and just sign the back of that, maybe. But there's a way. There's a way. It's a bit of an impossible mission. It's a bit of a stressful mission to get finished. I've got to get it done, though.
I'd be happy to do that. I recommend, Mr. Speaker, that we have a professional vaccinating support. I don't think it costs me to do that. He asked for a public information campaign, and he asked about health inequality, which is very important consideration. Of course, the best thing to support tackling health inequalities is the fact we have a vaccine. We absolutely need to try to.
I've got to say that from what I gather, what's going on, I'm not worried what people think, but what I would say is that certain ways we advance in coronavirus, even though it's a new warfare with biological and all that, we've developed certain things like the way that they can do Parliament from home now, and just certain things developed like the Zoom and stuff. And
70 new COVID cases today compared to 30,000.
Well, this you just made her day. All right. Yeah.
Deaths within 48 days. Well, let's talk more about the approval for the Pfizer vaccine now. We can talk to Professor Beata Campman, who's head of the Vaccine Centre at London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, also a working group contributor to the UK.
I didn't get any lighter, did I?
And I suppose actually,
crazy guy. I got some notes. I got some coins on me. I don't know if I've got any more money.
This is to get this vaccine.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Simon. So I think the first message is don't drop the masks yet, because we are, as far as I can see, at the beginning of the final stretch of this marathon. And, I feel like I've been walking around with a big smile on my face today, because this is really terrific news for the country, for vaccinologists and vaccines in general. So I'm very excited, but there are also some serious challenges still ahead.
Yeah, just talk us through those challenges then. I mean, specifically the logistical challenge of actually getting millions of doses of vaccine into people's arms.
Absolutely. So as we all know, the slight constraints with this vaccine is that it has to be kept at extremely cold temperatures. And this is a challenge even for a highly resourced country like the UK. However, we're not going to give out millions of doses in the next 2 weeks. I believe that we have 800,000 doses on order before the end of the year, and that they are going to be distributed in a very tiered way with the most vulnerable people first, because the primary motivation here is to prevent deaths, and that's where the first lot of vaccination must go, now that it has been found to be safe and effective and approved by the MHRA as the first country in the world.
I mean, you talked about who's...
Maybe I'll go to the library and print off a picture of me and write on the back. Maybe that's how I could do it. I just thought of a way that I can do it. So,
vaccine, which does need to be...
right on the bottom.
To getting it to care homes quickly.
Yeah,
Post it,
there are a whole lot of people, including probably the army, worrying about exactly that.
I just do it there.
And there are particular
To the fan.
bags, and the vaccine can be kept for several days once it's out of those cool bags in special conditions, etc. So it is a logistics challenge, which is why I think it's been decided to start off with hospitals first and to get the first sort of facilities that will have these -70 or -80 freezers up and running with the healthcare force that's involved, and then roll out to and also look after them. So, how that looks on Monday, I can't really tell you now, but I'm sure everybody is trying to get all hands on deck, and vaccinators are being recruited from all across the country to roll this out. But, I think we need to be a little bit patient, and we cannot demand that everybody's vaccinating in the first week. We need to make sure that the vaccines are delivered in a safe and reliable way, because otherwise we won't have the...
And as an expert in this field, if I had asked you back in January whether you thought we could have a vaccine like this approved, ready to go into people's arms by the end of the year, would you have thought that was in any way possible?
Well, I think it's a...
He's got loads of cigars this time. Shit, he's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. I might text him, don't tell me no more cigars or you're going to kill me. Why are you trying to kill me? I'm going to text him now. You're trying to kill me.
So quickly just shows that everybody has put their thoughts to it in advance of the processes coming through. And that is, I think, another milestone for the way that we need to move forward with the approval of vaccinations or vaccines in general. And not that we want to have many pandemics, but I think we've learned an awful lot through these processes.
And what would you say to those people, and there are some out there who are worried about having a vaccine, maybe don't think it's safe? And we've seen quite a strong anti-vax campaign on social media. What would you say to them? What's your message to those people?
I guess there is a significant amount of safety data available now. We obviously need to have very, very careful what's called post-market. And there's a system in place in the UK to report adverse events following immunization, which is tried and tested. It is a new technology platform, and which is why I think it's really important that we have to keep this monitoring system very, very, that we really have to pay attention to that. But, the people who are sitting in care homes in their 80s and their carers, I don't think will be the first people who will refuse these vaccines. And I think as we go along, we really need to collect the further safety information, etc., and see how it all works. And I think that information might also see the benefits and give them an opportunity to raise concerns. And the communication campaign that has to be run by all of us who are advocates for vaccines and by the government and has to be really very, very straight with people and take their concerns seriously as well.
Yeah, good to talk to you. Professor Beata Campman there, head of the Vaccine Centre at the London School of Hygiene.
Thank you for calling Harrow Community Mental Health Services at Bentley House.
Told that they will be able to have visitors again to hug them and hold their hands. More than 1 million rapid lateral flow coronavirus tests have been sent out to care homes in England, with the aim that residents will be able to see 2 loved ones twice a week. Amy Gramasty.
Good afternoon, Bentley House.
Hello, are you ready for your vaccine, your COVID vaccine?
Whenever it comes around, I guess.
You're ready for it?
Yeah, why not?
Really? You're not frightened of needles?
Nah, not at all.
Are you not frightened of the side effects? What about the side effects? What about if it makes you infertile?
Whatever happens, happens at the end of the day, I guess.
What about if it extinct? What about if the vaccine extincts the whole human race?
Well, I say it's up to God at the end of the day. Whatever happens, happens for a reason.
God wouldn't want us to have the vaccine.
Well, if God comes down and says it himself, I'll listen to him.
I'm sure God wouldn't want us to have the vaccine. He doesn't believe in NHS.
God doesn't believe in the NHS.
No, he doesn't. He believes that we should just be like just eat food, drink, and when our time's up, when time's to die, is the time to die, and that's that. And what he's done is he made breeding abundant. He made it so breeding was abundant, so that life would always exist.
They will decide
Right.
how many relatives each resident can see.
Well, as I said, I'm ready for it. So whenever it comes through, I'll think about it at the time, I guess.
Okay.
And if it's negative,
You okay otherwise, John?
Well, another thing what I like to do is with Debenhams in Harrow. When Debenhams in Harrow shuts down, I want to turn it into a mental health centre for London.
Oh, you want to turn Debenhams into the mental health centre?
For London. For London.
Well, it'll be a bit tricky because London's very big and not everyone can travel to Harrow.
It's a starting block, though, isn't it? It's a starting point. We could start another one. Like we could have another Debenhams somewhere else.
I guess so.
It's a starting point. It's a starting point that I can get involved with because I've got many ideas. Like there's table tennis, like what we've got in Fernley Ward. We could have table tennis boards. We could have music rehearsal studios, music recording studios, music performance studios with a broadcast room on YouTube, and then we could promoting the music by having an audience coming into that area. You can sell tickets, and there's loads of ways that we can make money while we're doing it at the same time, and also do self-psychotherapy. The most important thing is the self-psychotherapy.
Okay.
Do you know what psychotherapy means? Do you?
Self-psychotherapy.
Yeah, well, that's what I've learned, isn't it?
Okay.
I taught myself self-psychotherapy, and that's why I've got a program called Pathfinder.
2 tiers in tier 1, which currently applies only in Cornwall, the Isles of Scilly, and the Isle of Wight.
Okay. Was there anything specific you wanted to talk to us in regards to? I'm really sorry.
Yeah, Pathfinder. That's what I want to talk to you about. That's what I want to talk to you about.
Was there anything urgent at the moment?
Well, that is urgent because I'm getting old now, and I feel that I haven't got that much longer left, and I feel that if my work isn't, if no one looks at my projects or we don't take them seriously, then we're going to miss the boat. I could be the Messiah, but the trouble is no one listens. No one listens, so I can't be the Messiah. But maybe I could save or help one or two.
Well, I guess you can think about it and then maybe get in contact with some people. I'm not too sure. Maybe voice your ideas to the Harrow Council, perhaps.
Harrow Council.
And the thing is, they deal with Harrow.
Do they? All right, that's 2 people that have said that now.
All right.
All right then, thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
I need to get emails now to get back to as safe as possible.
Everyone ready? Good
Over at Selfridges, they were excited to welcome shoppers back.
It's so important, and whilst online trading has been brilliant, the store's been supporting me that. Nothing beats that experience of having customers in the store to shop for their experience.
Birmingham's in tier 3, and means you can't go to a pub, you can't meet your friends and go for a meal, you can't sit inside. It's click and collect and take away home.
Normally, this street would be packed with hundreds of shoppers because this is where the German Christmas market would be. There's no obvious sign of a mass rush back to the shops today. And that might be because people are still nervous. This is an area where there's been a high infection rate. People don't want to come out and see that rate go up again.
very few people have returned to their city centre offices either. That means it's less effective.
The ruling has been Birmingham Shopping Centre for about
Alright, council. I want to say.
Broadway opened more than half a century ago. It was the place to go. America is safer to shop.
Alright, council.
This family-owned Jewish store has been trading in the city centre for nearly 6 decades.
The top floor is a big problem. If you look at the city, the amount of empty shops just proves the problem is that the rents are too high in any case, and the footfall is getting smaller, not bigger.
And all of that has a knock-on effect. Big cities are being hurt the most, so even if you're booked up for the whole of the next week, people don't come back after that, and that'll be the problem.
We support each other as much as they support us, so if someone comes and drops something off to the top, they'll pop in and get a haircut, or vice versa. So it's that community that I think is going to be key. That's what lockdown has shown. That taking that away shows how quick we need to sort of bring it back together.
Because it's in the highest tier, Birmingham's nighttime economy is still effectively shut down. But at least now the city's beginning to come back to life during the day. Bill Mackey, BBC News, Birmingham. All non-essential shops in England are open today as the national lockdown ends. But with the news of Arcadia and Debenhams falling, what does that mean for the high streets and for retail shopping? Well, according to the British Retail Consortium, prices in shops are tumbling in the run-up to Christmas as the prices in Britain's high streets gets worse. Our business presenter, Seema Katecha, is in Oxford Street for us right now in central London. Seema, what is the scene there? People can go back to their shops. What, is it very busy?
Well, Ben, yes, it is busy. It's busier than what we've seen in recent weeks. But is it as busy as it would usually be at this time before Christmas? I don't think so. We've seen queues outside Debenhams here today, but apart from that, I haven't really seen any other queues elsewhere. We heard in Phil's report there that there were queues outside Primark in Birmingham earlier, but not today here in Oxford Street. Now, this is the busiest high street in Europe. People have come out today to see if they can get any bargains in time for Christmas, but what a week for the high street. I mean, we've heard about Debenhams, we've heard about Arcadia, and now today we're hearing about Bon Marché, the women's clothing store that has gone into administration, putting 1,500 jobs at risk. It's not clear what will happen next. We know that they're going to continue trading, and until then to try and find a buyer. But as that happens, the high street continues to bubble along. Other news we've heard in the business sector today is about Tesco paying their business rate relief back to the government. That's almost £600 million. You may remember at the start of the pandemic, the government was paying people business rates as they were going through some difficult times. Tesco made the decision to pay it back after getting criticism that it was paying dividends to its shareholders while taking government money. And to speak to me about all of this, I'm joined this afternoon by Richard Lim, the CEO of Retail Economics. Thank you so much for coming on. First of all, just tell me what the high street is going through at the moment. We've seen this week has been incredibly challenging for so many companies. What lies ahead?
I know what I go to printers, yeah. Picture printing, printers.
Such a disruptive year with the impact of the pandemic, subsequent lockdowns, the split between non-essential and essential retailers trying to trade through this. And the reality is that many retailers are still in survival mode. They're trying to preserve working capital, they're trying to cut costs, and clinging on to trade through the Christmas period to strengthen. And there's a big polarisation as well between small retailers and large multiple retailers and their ability to be able to leverage the online channel, which is going to become so critical this Christmas.
We're just talking about that online channel. We've seen that during the pandemic, online sales have actually gone up dramatically as people have been sitting at home ordering things online. How important is it for retailers to explore that during this time? And we've seen people like Arcadia and Debenhams fall down because they hadn't invested so much in their online operation.
It's absolutely critical. And so last year, about 20% of total retail sales were online. We estimate that this year that's going to jump to 28%. There'll be a much higher proportion of online sales over the November-December period. So having an online proposition that resonates with your core customer base, and that takes investment as well, years of investment to boost that capacity. But some of the retailers I've been talking to, for example, have said that during lockdown they put all of their investment into the online channel. And what they've managed to do is fast forward their online operation, impact what they wanted to achieve over 3 years in the space of 3 months. So they've really managed to boost that online capacity and really trying to pivot their business model towards that.
And just looking at the footfall figures that we've just seen released by Springboard this afternoon, footfall down almost a quarter compared to last year. Are you surprised that more people aren't out today? Has that got anything to do with consumer confidence, for example?
I think consumers are still wary. They're still anxious about the impact of the virus. They may not necessarily want to get onto public transport. Of course, many of us are still working from home as well. So actually the distribution of retail spending across physical channels has changed as well. Consumers are showing preference to shop out in kind of bigger box retail park environments as opposed to shopping centres. And so there's been that redistribution, rejiggling of physical spend as well.
Thank you, Richard Limner. Thank you for coming out in this very cold weather. As we were saying before, it is busy. There are a lot of people. It seems to be getting busier by the hour. But is it as busy as it usually would be? Probably not.
All right, Seema, many thanks indeed. In Central London. Disabled children's long-term development is being severely affected by the pandemic. That's according to a coalition of 80 charities. Research by the Disabled Children's Partnership has found the crucial education and health support was significantly reduced since the outbreak. Well, it heard from 3,400 families with more than 800 saying that their disabled child is not back in school full time. Our Disability News correspondent Nikki Fox has been talking to one young boy who's desperate to go back to school.
I feel like I'm not normal sometimes. It's like everyone's back at school, and guess who isn't back? Me.
Jacob has a very rare type of congenital muscle dystrophy, an aggressive type. Jacob is losing skills all the time. It's progressive. There is no cure for Jacob. There's no treatment.
Jacob loves school, but since March, he's only been able to attend 4 times.
While school couldn't touch me, they refused to touch me. On this one, my friends, I've forgotten most of their names because I haven't seen them since March.
It seems like almost a complete breakdown in the system somewhere. He does have a school place. He does have funding. It's identified his training needs. Everything's there, but it's like the whole process has just fallen apart somewhere. Like, I don't understand. Jacob's always been in full-time school.
And look,
the family has been told that because of coronavirus, his support needs can't be met. Not only could he not finish primary school in July, his transition to secondary school has now been delayed because a plan is yet to be finalised to make sure he can return safely.
It just seems like I'm always breaking bad news in everything in his life. I mean, to have to say to him, you can't go to school. It's awful. It's just horrible for him.
For families of young disabled people, getting the right specialist support in schools is difficult enough anyway. But the coronavirus is only added an extra layer of complexity.
Before COVID have been made significantly worse, and the education and health support that's really crucial to learning is not yet back to pre-pandemic levels. And this is meaning that disabled children are falling further behind their peers, and there's a risk to their longer-term development.
You obviously like learning, don't you? No, I hate maths. Apart from okay, fair enough. But we've always got a subject. Yeah.
Jacob, along with many others in his position, are desperate to get back to school full time. They don't want to miss out any longer.
It's just heartbreaking for us. You know, time is incredibly precious, and to think that he spent so much time out of school is just wrong.
The Children's Minister has written an open letter to all families with disabled children to reassure them that education is her top priority.
If Jacob was to write a bucket list, Number one would be to go to school. And that, for me, is so wrong. So wrong. You know, he should be dreaming big dreams and wishing for great things, not for something he's actually fundamentally entitled to.
Now, we're going to be joined by viewers on BBC One very shortly for coverage of the latest Downing Street briefing. That will be led at 5 o'clock by the Prime Minister, no doubt talking about the approval of the Pfizer vaccine. So do stay tuned for that. Now, though, it's time to look at the weather forecast with Darren Bett.
Hello there. The weather has been turning colder today in northwestern parts of the UK, and that cold air has been bringing in showers. We've still got some cloud and patchy rain to clear the southeastern parts of the UK this evening. Once that goes, the showers come in, and those will turn increasingly wintry in Scotland and Northern Ireland. And here, we're going to have some icy conditions with a frost likely. Maybe not quite as cold for England and Wales. Later, the cloud will be thickening, getting wet weather coming into Wales and in the southwest. And gradually, that will spill its way to most of England and Wales during Thursday, with some snow bumping over the hills. The northern England for a while could be brighter with a few wintry showers. The wintry showers in Scotland and Northern Ireland tend to get pushed away. Dry and sunny, but it's going to be a cold day with temperatures just above freezing, highest temperatures along the south coast of England. But for all of us through the rest of the week, it will be really colder and the weather's turning settled. For many, there's been rain. There could be some sleet in there. We'd like to have some snow over the hills, especially.
What is going on? I didn't want to be lonely.
Films for all the family. This Christmas on BBC One and iPlayer. Join Nadia Hussein as she explores the vibrancy of American food.
Just definitely so.
And meets the people that love to cook. Cats, whatever we're gonna eat. It's your supermarket. Yeah. That was mind-blowing delicious. Nadia's American Adventure starts next Thursday at 8 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Hello, good afternoon. This is BBC News with me, Ben Brown. We're building up to the latest coronavirus briefing from the government in Downing Street. Look at our latest headlines. Pfizer's coronavirus vaccine has been given the go-ahead for use in the UK. Could be rolled out across the country next week. Tougher tier restrictions are now in place across England as the second national lockdown has come to an end. If you have a negative COVID-19 test, you will now be able to visit loved ones living in their homes. After 266 long days, the return of fans to English League football is finally here. The number of supporters will be limited. Hello, welcome to this BBC News special. We'll be bringing you live coverage from the latest government briefing at Downing Street. It's led by the Prime Minister Boris Johnson this afternoon, alongside the head of the National Health Service in England, Sir Simon Stevens. Well, this is the day that the UK has become the first country in the world to approve the widespread use of a vaccine for coronavirus. It paves the way for a mass immunisation programme to begin next week. The jab is made by Pfizer and BioNTech, and it's been developed at unprecedented speed, taking just 10 months to complete a process that would normally take a decade. Well, the Prime Minister called it fantastic news, saying it is the protection of vaccines that will ultimately allow us to reclaim our lives and to get the economy moving again. The Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, said 2020 has been just awful and 2021 is going to be better, and health is on its way with this vaccine. The chief executive of the medicines regulator said that no corners have been cut in the development of the vaccine, insisting the data has undergone a rigorous analysis to international standards. While the vaccine offers up to 95% protection against coronavirus, around 800,000 doses of the jab are being made available as early as next week. It has to be stored at minus 70 degrees Celsius. 2 doses have to be taken 21 days apart. We'll have full analysis in the next half an hour. We've built up to that latest briefing from number 10. First, here's our health correspondent, Jim Reed.
Another crucial hurdle cleared as the world tries to get back to normal. This time next week, these vaccines made by the drugs companies BioNTech and Pfizer will be available to people in this country. It comes after the medicines regulator gave the green light for the jab to be rolled out nationwide.
The vaccine will begin to be made available across the UK from next week. I would like to pay tribute to and to thank all those who have made this possible. It is the protection of vaccines that will ultimately allow us to reclaim our lives and get our economy moving again.
The UK regulator, the MHRA, says the Pfizer jab, which offers up to 95% protection against the COVID-19 illness, is now safe to begin a full rollout after giving emergency approval.
It's an incredible moment for society, and I really think this is now a turning point in the fight against this pandemic, both here in the UK and across the globe. I couldn't be prouder right now.
It is the fastest ever vaccine to go from concept to reality, taking only 10 months to follow the same scientific steps that normally take a decade.
Separate teams have been working in parallel to deliver the most rigorous review of this vaccine. No corners have been cut. Our expert scientists and clinicians have worked round the clock, carefully, methodically, poring over tables and analyses and graphs on every single piece of data.
Ministers say 800,000 doses of this vaccine will be available next week, with millions more before the end of the year. It will need 2 injections 3 weeks apart. A panel of government advisors has set out who gets it first based on clinical need. This morning, they published their final recommendations. They said around 1 million older care home residents and staff should be first in line, followed by over 80s and other health and social care workers.
This is phase 1 of the program. In phase 1, we hope that 90 to 99% of people who are at risk of dying from COVID-19 will be included.
Most of the Pfizer vaccine available in this country will be manufactured at this huge factory in central Belgium. But this particular jab uses a new type of technology, meaning it has to be stored at minus 70 degrees Celsius, far colder than a standard fridge freezer. It will need to be shipped to the UK in special crates or packed in dry ice before being thawed out at the last stage of its journey. In reality, that means it could be hospital patients, along with NHS and care staff, who receive the vaccine first. The government says the vaccine will be available in 3 main ways: through a chain of special mass vaccination centres set up at sports and community centres, through hospitals, including the Nightingale hospitals, and through community services like GPs and pharmacists. Anyone in a priority group should now wait to be contacted by the NHS for an appointment.
We definitely need a vaccine. I can understand people's concerns about it being rushed through, but that's what the trials are there for.
I mean, there's a collaborative worldwide effort in producing all these vaccines, so somebody has to be first.
The Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine approved today was the first of 3 different jabs that could be given the green light soon. Altogether, the government has ordered 357 million doses from 7 different manufacturers.
I'm just so pleased that 2020 has been this awful, and 2021 is going to be better, and help is on its way.
This is more positive news then, as the shops reopen after the lockdown in England. but it's likely to be many months before any vaccination program can really have an effect on this outbreak. So the message by politicians and scientists is stick to the rules this winter in the hope we can start to get back to normal in the spring. Jim Reid, BBC News.
Well, we've got that briefing from the Prime Minister coming up and down the street at 5 o'clock. Let's talk to our political correspondent, Leila Nathu, who's at Westminster. Leila, haven't been many days of good news during this pandemic for the government, but I guess today is really a day of very good news, and we would expect the Prime Minister to talk quite a lot about the approval of this vaccine at number 10 this afternoon.
Absolutely. I mean, you heard those words there in the report from Matt Hancock, the Health Secretary, saying that next year is going to be a good year. So clearly good news for the government on the horizon. But I think interestingly, hearing from Boris Johnson already today once in the Commons at Prime Minister's questions, he struck an obviously grateful tone, but also urging caution and saying to people it's important not to get hopes up for the moment because there is still a long way to go. So I think we will hear obviously the welcoming of this very good news that we have now authorised this vaccine for rollout starting as early as next week. But I think we will hear more from Boris Johnson again, that tone to say, look, there are still months to go. Downing Street has been clear to not give us a fixed timetable for the rollout of those various levels of the priority list. They don't want to be thinking that just because the vaccinations are starting on Monday, that somehow that means that everybody is suddenly going to get a vaccine very quickly. They're talking about manufacturing speed, and that is going to depend on how quickly we get hold of the required doses, stressing that the bulk of the rollout of the vaccine will be into the new year. So clearly, the tier system that has come into force in England as of midnight
Let's go to the
last
shops,
night,
buy a cigar. Skin prices are.
still very relevant. I think we're going to hear the Prime Minister stressing again that people really need to stick to the rules, even though the end is now in sight.
All right, Leila, we'll talk to you again before that briefing starts. Thank you very much indeed, Leila Nathu there at Westminster. Well, the government's released the latest coronavirus figures in the last hour or so. In the last 24 hours, the UK has reported 16,170 new cases of COVID-19. That is an increase of 2,740 cases from yesterday. And in terms of deaths in the UK, another 648 people died within 28 days of a positive coronavirus test. That takes the total number of deaths in the United Kingdom to 59,699. Well, our health correspondent Nick Triggle's with me, and Nick, those latest figures and the death figures especially just underlining the importance of the approval of this vaccine today. But just talk to us about some of the logistical problems there are going to be in getting the vaccine to the people who are top of the priority list.
Yes, this is the news we have all been waiting for, but there are some significant operational challenges. Now, there's a clear priority list, and care home residents are at the top of that, along with staff who work in care homes. But the reality may be a little different next week when we expect the vaccines to start getting rolled out. Because this particular vaccine has to be kept at ultra cold temperatures, the vaccine, when it's shipped in from Belgium, will initially go to a network of 50 hospitals who have large freezer storage facilities. And from there, it can only be moved once. And when it is moved, it has to be moved in batches of 1,000. So that creates a problem if you're going out to care homes where there may be only a few dozen residents. So I think what we will see next week is these 50 hospitals offering vaccinations to NHS staff, to care home staff, which will offer some protection to residents and also to some older patients as well. And it won't be until later on when we start getting more of this vaccine and maybe a second vaccine, the Oxford University vaccine, which is being looked at by regulators and is a lot easier to distribute. We could get some news on that in the coming weeks. And only then will we really be able to get going with the vaccination programme and get an end to some of the restrictions we've been talking about.
Nick, thank you. Nick Triggle there, our health correspondent. Well, Ben Osborne is the UK country manager for Pfizer, and earlier he spoke to our medical editor, he gave us his reaction to the news today.
It's an incredible moment for society, and I really think this is now a turning point in the fight against this pandemic, both here in the UK and I couldn't be prouder right now.
And in terms of doses, give us an idea of of how many doses you can get to the UK, where they're coming from, and how soon we'll get them?
We are working to provide 800,000 doses this week to the NHS, and we're scaling up from there. Our intention is across the globe that this year we will provide up to 50 million doses, and through 2021 we'll provide 1.3 billion doses around the world.
Now, just give us an idea, because it has to be stored at -70 to 80. So, what sort of logistical problems does that present in getting it to the UK?
Yeah, so this is something actually we're very familiar with. Cold chain transport is something that we've got a deep history of with many vaccines. Yes, it needs to be transported at -70. I think the point we need to really all be clear on is once it reaches the NHS and is ready for deployment, this vaccine can actually be stored in a normal refrigerator between 2 to 80 degrees for 5 days.
Does it come in a special box when it's being delivered with dry ice? Just paint a picture for me. Once it leaves the factory, what sort of container is it in, and what does that involve?
So the best way to think about this, the individual bars are packed into a tray, which essentially looks like a very flash pizza box. A number of these pizza boxes are then put into a thermal shipper, which is packed with dry ice, which maintains very carefully the temperature of the individual vaccine at -70.
And just give me a sense, when it comes into the UK, when it comes to the NHS, it obviously then has to be unpacked off those shippers and then packed in something the NHS has. So each time it's transferred from one cold chain to another, is there a limit for the number of times that can happen?
So we're working under sort of very clear processes and regulations to do that. Our job as Pfizer is to provide it the authorization into the deployment system of the NHS. They then pick it up from there.
In terms of them, because people have said we won't be able to immunize people in care homes because it needs to be stored in dry ice at -70. But can you just explain to us that in fact it's not quite as complex as that?
Yeah, I think this is a really critical point. Once the vaccine actually reaches the site of deployment, the vaccine can be stored under refrigerated conditions, so that's between 2 to 8 degrees for up to 5 days. So that's a really important point, and that will allow many populations across the UK to benefit from this vaccine.
Well, that was Ben Osborne, UK manager for Pfizer. We can talk now to Peter Openshaw, who's Professor of Experimental Medicine at Imperial College London, also, by the way, a member of the UK Vaccine Network. Peter, good to talk to you once again, and you must be delighted with this news today.
Yes, it is very, very exciting for those of us working in this field that it's been possible within such a short time to come up with several plausible vaccines, one which has not actually been licensed, which is amazing. And it's based on this new technology of RNA, which hasn't been used before, but which is such a good way of making a vaccine.
And the only downside of it, if there is a downside, really is the difficulty or the relative difficulty in terms of logistically moving it around, the need to store it at very cold temperatures, -70 and so on. In terms of care homes in particular, do you think that's going to present logistical problems?
Well, I'm not an expert in the logistical problems. So what I understand is that there are a number of there are restrictions on how many times you can move from one cold area to another, which has made it a bit difficult to work out how to box with the vaccines into the care homes. And of course, it's much easier to vaccinate people in the environment in which they are, rather than moving people out into a vaccination centre. We've learned that over the years in school vaccination campaigns or workplace vaccination campaigns. It's much better to take the vaccine to the people rather than the people to the vaccine.
And so
the Oxford vaccine, the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, which is relatively easier in terms of logistical getting it around the country and so on, and cheaper as well. Is that in a way, that's a big hope for this country as well, isn't it? If and when it gets regulatory approval.
Yes, I think we need a range of different vaccines which will be appropriate for different situations. The huge advantage of the Oxford vaccine, if it is approved, is that it's so stable at relatively ordinary vaccine temperatures, and it makes it much more viable to get it out globally. And of course, it's much, much cheaper, partly because of the storage issues, which are much, much simpler. So I think there are big advantages to the Oxford vaccine, but at the moment we've got this approved vaccine, which looks like it will be very suitable for rollout in places like the UK.
And that approval has come, as we've been saying, very quickly. Some people might worry that it's been too quick. And the European Union drug regulator, the EMA, I mean, effectively they've been saying that their procedure is safer. They're saying that it's based on more evidence, more checks than the UK system. Do you have any doubts at all about this decision to give it regulatory approval in the UK?
No, I'm delighted that it's been possible to be so nimble and so effective. I do not believe that the UK has cut any corners here, and the reason that we've been able to do it so fast is that the regulators have been working closely with those who are doing the trials in order to ensure that everything that they're going to need to make their judgment is available to them. And they've been doing that right back to June. And so it's not that any corners have been cut at all. I think in the UK it may be slightly easier because there isn't a necessity to go out to public consultation in quite the same way that there is in some other dominions, particularly, say, in North America, where that's almost enshrined. But I really do not think that any safety corners have been cut here.
And what would be your message to anyone who's listening to you now, thinking, actually, I don't really think I want this jab. I don't want to be vaccinated for all sorts of reasons they may have. And we know that there's a lot of talk now on social media, the anti-vax campaign and so on. What is your message to those sort of people who are skeptical?
Well, I'm glad to say that most people do it in this country actually say that they would like to have this vaccine. And, if people don't want to have it, then that's completely up to them. But I think we have to try and get the information out to them and to make sure that they've got the information available on which to make that judgment and that they're not just hearing too much fake news or rumours. I really do think this is a very safe way to get vaccinated.
Peter Openshaw, good to talk to you as ever, Professor of Experimental Medicine at Imperial College. Many thanks.
Thank you.
And we can get more expert analysis right now with Danny Altman, who's Professor of Immunology at Imperial College London. Thank you very much for being with us too. And a great day for science, really. I mean, it's obviously a great day for the UK in terms of what it means for the pandemic, but just in terms of the science, this is an extraordinary achievement, isn't it? To get this vaccine from concept to regulatory approval within a year.
Yes, I'd endorse what's been said in the last few minutes. It really is, as you said, it's been a very, very hard year, devastating year. And this really is quite a crisis moment. So, immunologists and vaccinologists and virologists have been working on these kinds of questions, these kind of vaccine platforms for many, many years, getting out of bed every morning to do the job on the basis that it would matter one day. And now it really does matter. And so when we talk about this, heroic performance in the last 11 months, yes, it is, but built on the back of hard graft over the previous 10 or 15 years to develop the wherewithal of all these vaccine platforms.
And there aren't many vaccine platforms, and we're going to need them all, aren't we? Because there are billions of people in the world who need vaccinated.
I think that's right. And I think we shouldn't get too bogged down in the first vaccine of the race, or who's won the race, or who's improved it fastest, or anything like that. We all know that the pandemic has been devastating. The fight, to win back the surrounding this will be a long and hard one. And we're going to need many months of many vaccine doses of many types in many countries to get there.
And this particular vaccine, the Pfizer one and the Moderna one, they use a very interesting experimental technique, don't they? I don't know if you can sum it up in layman's terms and how it's different from the Oxford vaccine. But what makes it so special?
I really like both approaches. They are special, so they're really a much more kind of souped up, exciting technology than the old ones that people might remember from taking their kids for their preschool booster or something. Which is also very good. But this is really quite fancy vaccinology. So the RNA ones that we're talking about, the one and the Moderna one, are to do with they're all to do with the same starting point, yes, which is that the way this virus gets into your cells is that it uses this sort of business end protein called the spike, and the spike binds to receptors on your cells and gets in and starts dividing and replicating. And so anything that you can do to induce really potent immunity to spike will get you out of trouble if you've got really high levels of neutralizing antibodies and T cells. So how do you do that? Two of the vaccines we're talking about encode it within RNA so that it's expressed in your cells on injection long enough and high enough to induce really amazingly good immune responses, really high level antibody responses and T cell responses that really do the trick. Many of the other vaccines we're talking about at the moment, including the Oxford Jenner vaccine, do the same trick in a slightly different way. They take that spike and they drop it into a common cold adenovirus and give that to people. And the spike is expressed as if it was part of the adenovirus and also induces very high levels of antibodies and T cells. So they both do exactly the same job in slightly different ways.
A very clear explanation. And I suppose what people, even if they don't understand quite all of the science that you've just given us, what they really want to know is how long is it going to take for the various vaccines to get us out of this pandemic?
I think all through this, there's been a danger of scientists and policymakers over-promising and raising false expectations. We've been through this before. I honestly do think that we're getting there now, and obviously talk of vaccinations starting before the end of the year. As everybody has said, the logistics will be very tough and very long and very arduous on a level that we've never ever had to grapple with before. And all I can say is that the doses are available, the doses are coming. So in 3 months, many people will have been vaccinated. In 6 months, many more. To spring and early summer, I think life in this country will start to feel quite a lot better and quite a lot safer, because perhaps many people wandering around will have high levels of protective antibodies on board, and maybe we'll be able to queue up at the pub for a pint or go to a football match and not feel in danger.
Great to talk to you, Danny Altman, Professor of Immunology at Imperial College. Many thanks. Thank you. Well, care home residents are being told that they will be able to have visitors once again to hug them and to hold their hands. More than 1 million rapid lateral flow coronavirus tests have been sent out to care homes in England, with the aim residents will be able to see 2 loved ones twice a week. Our correspondent David Damascus.
Liz James has waited for this moment since February to hold and hug her father. The rapid COVID test is all she needs.
It's very exciting. It's an enormous step forward. A really positive move. I think it's going to be quite emotional.
Inside the care home, her father waiting. They've seen each other through the pandemic, but only at a distance.
It's going to be heaven, because we've set out in the garden with pouring rain, or we've set out with lovely sunshine, but today, we see, they can come and see me in my room, which is like old times.
This is a pilot scheme in Winchester, now to be rolled out nationally.
Darling. Hello, darling. When did we last come? It's just so natural and so spontaneous to be able to hug as we always have done.
Oh, it's just amazing. It's so good. Makes a real difference, that human contact. It feels like a step really back towards normality.
Whatever tier of COVID restrictions you've been living under, it means visits with physical contact will now be possible. 1 million test kits are being sent to the largest care homes. They will decide how many relatives each resident can see and how often.
Well, it will be a designated person, a relative, who will be able to get that test done at the care home, and if it's negative, then they can, with all the full PPE and all the prevention as well that we normally have, they can then go into the care home and see their relative, which is a huge benefit.
In Winchester, they're already noticing what difference the renewal of family visits is making.
Everyone was at a very low point. I said they had no routine. Some of them weren't even getting up and getting dressed for the day, because what was the point? Whereas now everyone's up, they're excited, they're having their hair done, excited for Christmas. Can't get better than that, can you?
All right, patience. Yes, Johnny. All right, sorry, I missed this. Yeah, Johnny. All right, real guy as well. I'm gone. All right, okay.
Tests, and they aren't 100% reliable. Visits will still be risks. Let's go to BBC.
Okay.
Well, we're going to be in Downing Street very shortly for the latest coronavirus briefing. It's next day by the Prime Minister. Let's go to our political correspondent just before that, later.
Yes, real guy. All right.
And assume, and no prizes for guessing, that they're really going to be talking about the vaccine, and the fact that the Pfizer vaccine has got regulatory approval in the UK. It's the first country in the world to give regulatory approval to coronavirus vaccine.
Yeah, definitely.
How are you, Johnny? You well? Yeah, I'm good, thanks. I'm good.
The UK is the first to get
How are you?
vaccine on the stream. But I think we've also heard from the Prime Minister earlier today that he doesn't want people to get too excited about this just yet, because it's the very early stages, although people will start to be vaccinated next week. Downing Street are very keen to stress the bulk of the rollout will happen.
I'm good, thanks. Oh, that's good.
Limited doses coming in before the end of the year, and the government will be working its way down that priority list that has been set out for who should get the vaccine first. So yes, I think we're certainly going to hear a sort of hopeful tone from the government about what is coming down the tracks, and certainly it does mean that there is now an end in sight, and the restrictions that we've all been living under for so many months do seem to now have an end date. Now, when that will be is something I think the Prime Minister will not want to get into yet. She doesn't want to talk about a timetable, even for rolling out the vaccines among the priority groups that have already been listed, and that is only phase one of the whole vaccine programme. Remember, government will also be relying on getting different vaccines on stream. The different vaccines are still needing approval from the regulator. That will enable the vaccine to be rolled out far more widely. So I think, yes, we will hear from Boris Johnson, we'll hear from Jonathan Van Tam, Deputy Chief Medical Officer for England, and Simon Stevens from the NHS too in the press conference. And I think certainly part of their message today will be to reassure people about the safety of the vaccine, because that is going to be the government's main challenge next. It's not only ensure the successful delivery of the vaccine, the rollout, the distribution, sourcing all the vaccines, getting that storage element right, but also to encourage people to actually take it up. We know Boris Johnson doesn't want to go down the route of compulsory vaccinations. There is going to be a huge persuasion part now on behalf of the government.
Yeah, no problem, patience. No worries.
It's safe. Yes, it's been.
Catch you later, bro. Yeah, no problem. No worries.
No problems have been cut. We've been hearing that message all day. But really, to get that public health messaging out there, this vaccine is safe and effective, and that everyone who is eligible to have it in the first instance should do.
And no doubt later there'll be questions at the briefing about the vaccine,
Yes,
maybe
no
members
worries.
of the public, but also questions perhaps about the new tier restrictions in England that have come into force for the end of the national lockdown. And those new tiers, so, you know, there was a big Tory rebellion in the vote in the Commons last night, wasn't there, against the new tier restrictions, which many Tory MPs are very, very hostile to.
Yeah, that can happen in the course of the day, can't it? I mean, what we were talking about yesterday was this huge debate that's been going on in Parliament about the tier system. It came into force only at midnight last night. A vote in the Commons yesterday on the tier system produced a Tory rebellion of more than 50 MPs in the event the regulations did come into force, because Labour abstained on the vote, but 50 MPs plus on the Conservative backbenches expressing their opposition to that tiering system. And that debate is not going to have gone away, despite this very good news today about the vaccine. And I think that's the message that Boris Johnson will be keen to stress again, that look, we have to stick with the tiered system for now. And remember, people are going to be living under these restrictions for many months. They talked about a timescale of March, Easter, the spring being a time when perhaps we could start to envisage a country without restrictions. So the tier system debate is still a very live one. And remember, there are going to be subsequent reviews. So we know the 16th of December is going to be the next review point to see whether any areas can change their tiers, many hoping obviously to come down a tier rather than to go up. And then in January, the new year, we're expecting another Commons vote ahead of this expiry of the restrictions that is now planned for the 2nd of February. So yes, these things will be happening in parallel. The tiered system will be constantly reassessed. That is something that Boris Johnson has promised his backbenchers in order to try and keep them on side in this debate. He promised various concessions as he saw it, the impact assessments of the impact of those restrictions. That was something the government promised, something the rebels weren't very happy with. Certainly this periodic review is something that many of his own MPs, some of whom who have tough restrictions in their areas that they think have been dished out unfairly, that is something that they would want to see, the tiered system being regularly reviewed, and the impact of those restrictions in this festive period, especially for hospitality too. So yes, I think the government will be pleased that this very good news about the vaccine has sort of deflected attention now away from this debate about a very sizable rebellion in the Conservative Party, although it didn't actually produce the consequences. But that's not going to go away. We're going to hear much more about that in parallel to the vaccine rollout. And remember, there will be various political challenges for the government on the vaccine too, how it will effectively get that out. That is going to be a huge test whether the government can actually get that out, and expect there to be lots more debate in Westminster about the government strategy there too.
Lena, many thanks. Lena Natty there, our political correspondent at Westminster. Now, Nick Triggle, our health correspondent, is with me here once again. By the way, the Downing Street press conference, we're told, is going to be starting at about 7:05. Just a couple of minutes, Nick, to just put things into context, I suppose. We've got this very good news about the vaccine getting regulatory approval, but we know how desperately it's needed, and just underlining that, the latest figures on COVID cases and deaths in the UK.
Yes, there is still a lot of virus around. We're very much in this second wave, but there is some positive news in the latest figures that have come out. So there was 16,170 new cases confirmed. Now, back towards the start of lockdown, we're averaging around 25,000 cases a day. So that's a 40% drop in infection levels, and we're beginning to see hospital admissions falling. There were 1,191 admissions to hospital a few weeks back. We were close to seeing 2,000 a day. Deaths, sadly, 648 deaths. They are beginning to slow, even level off, but people who are dying a few weeks back. So we know from the falling levels of infections that we're now seeing that hopefully in the coming weeks the numbers dying will start to drop.
Nick, thank you very much for your timing, because here's the Downing Street briefing, led by Prime Minister Boris Johnson. So let's listen in.
This is happening on Twitter. Good afternoon and welcome to the latest from the 10 press conference. I'm very pleased to be joined by Jonathan Van Tan, Deputy Chief Medical Officer, and Simon Stevens, Chief Executive of NHS England. It is almost a year since humanity has been tormented by COVID. Across the world, economic output has plummeted, and 1.5 million people have died. All the time, we've been waiting and hoping for the day when the searchlights of science will pick out our invisible enemy and give us the power to stop that enemy from making us ill. And now the scientists have done it, and they've used the virus itself to perform a kind of biological jiu-jitsu to turn the virus on itself in the form of a vaccine, in an idea that I think was pioneered in this country by Edward Jenner in 1796. And today we can announce that the government has accepted the recommendation from the independent Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, to approve the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine for distribution across the United Kingdom. After months of clinical trials involving thousands of people to ensure that the vaccine meets the strictest internationally recognized standards of safety, quality, and effectiveness. Thanks to the fantastic work of Kate Bingham and the Vaccines Task Force, we purchased more than 350 million doses of 7 different vaccine candidates, and the UK was the first country in the world to pre-order supplies of this Pfizer vaccine, securing 40 million doses. Through our winter plan, the NHS has been preparing for the biggest programme of mass vaccination in the history of the UK, and that's going to begin next week. And in line with the advice of the Independent Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation, the first phase will include care home residents, health and care staff, the elderly, and those who are clinically extremely vulnerable. But there are immense logistical challenges. The virus has got to be stored at minus 70 degrees. Each person needs 2 injections 3 weeks apart. So it will inevitably take some months before all the most vulnerable are protected. Long COVID months. So it's all the more vital that as we celebrate this scientific achievement, we're not carried away with over-optimism or fall into the naive belief that the struggle is over. It's not. We've got to stick to our winter plan, a comprehensive programme to suppress the virus, protect the NHS and the vulnerable, keep education and the economy going, and use treatments, testing and vaccines to enable us to return to much closer to normal by the spring. Today, in England, we've ended national restrictions, opening up significant parts of the economy in doing so, but also replacing them with tough tiers to keep this virus down. And I know that those tiers will mean continued hardship for many, and it's going to continue to be tough for some sectors. But until the vaccine is deployed, our plan does rely on all of us continuing to make sacrifices to protect those we love. So please, please continue to follow the rules where you live. Remember, hands face space, and if you live in a tier 3 area where community testing will be made available, please take part in that community testing. Together, these steps are, for now, the surest way to protect yourselves and those you love. And by reducing the transmission of virus, de-escalate your area to a lower level of restrictions as vaccines and testing, as I say, take an ever larger share of the burden. As we do all this, we're no longer resting on the mere hope that we can return to normal next year in the spring, but rather the sure and certain knowledge that we will succeed and together reclaim our lives and all the things about our lives that we love. So I want to thank the scientists and all those around the world who've taken part in the trials and got us to this stage. And I'll hand over now to Simon Stevens at the end.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Obviously, as the Prime Minister says, today is a news bringing great optimism. We have a vaccine that has been independently shown to be both safe and effective, but I suspect that what people want are practical answers to 3 questions. Who will be first in line? When will the vaccines be available? How will we get it to you from the NHS? So taking those 3 questions in turn, first of all, in terms of who will be first in line, as the Prime Minister says, the independent medical experts, the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation, have clearly recommended that the NHS should make sure that the first people to be offered a vaccine are those at highest risk, together with the people who look after them. In practice, what that means is starting with the over 80s, who are at much higher risk of severe outcomes from coronavirus, as well as people in care homes, together with some of the frontline health and social care staff who are looking after them. And then as more vaccine becomes available,
we will be in the new year extending that to many more people across the country in line with the JCVI recommendations. So that in turn helps answer the question when, in that although we are the first health service in the world to be able to get vaccinating, supplies from the manufacturer are phased. So the initial tranche in December is going to enable us to get started, but the bulk of this vaccination program, either through this vaccine or hopefully others as well that will join it, will take place in the period January through to at-risk population. The majority of the early vaccinations will, as I say, be for the over 80s and for care home residents. And since you need an initial injection and a booster, typically around 21 days apart, that means that we've got to reserve the second dose for the people who are getting the first dose in December to make sure that the second dose is available for them. And it also means that the people who are getting the first dose in December will not have the full protection from the vaccine until they get the second dose in January, which emphasises the point that we need to continue to be extremely careful during December and into January, and then as the vaccination expands to the wider population. So that's who and that's when. In terms of how, the vaccine that has been approved for the today, the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, is being independently shown to be medically safe, but it is logistically complicated. We have to move it around the country in a carefully controlled way, initially at minus 70 degrees centigrade or thereabouts. Then there are a limited number of further movements that we are allowed by the regulator to make. It also comes in packs of 975 people's doses, so we can't, at this point, just distribute it to every individual GP surgery or pharmacy as we normally do. So the phasing of delivery, the way we will do it, is that next week, around 50 hospital hubs across England will start offering the vaccine to the over 80s and to care home staff and others identified by the JCVI. Typically, there may be people who were already down to come into hospital next week for an outpatient appointment. So if you're going to be one of those people next week or in the weeks that follow, the hospital will get in touch with you. You don't need to do anything about it yourself. That will then be followed in the subsequent weeks with GP practices coming together in each area to operate local vaccination centres. And that will grow to over 1,000 places right across England where GPs will be in touch with their at-risk patients, inviting people to come forward for vaccination. We have an excellent response from GPs across the NHS wanting to participate in the programme. And as the extra vaccine becomes available, we will GP clinics. And then if the MHRA, the independent regulator, as we expect they will, give approval for a safe way of splitting these packs of 975 doses, then the good news is that we will be able to start distributing those to care homes. And then as even more vaccine becomes available, finally, we will be able to switch on large vaccination centres across the country and indeed invite local community pharmacists, probably at the beginning of January, to begin to offer vaccination as well. So, in a nutshell, this is going to be a phased programme. We, the NHS, the GP, or your hospital, the NHS will contact you if you are ready to be offered the vaccination. And today, of course, is a day of great optimism. For all the reasons I've said, I think it needs to be tempered with realism around phasing. The NHS has got a fantastic track record around vaccine delivery, but this is the first time in the world that these particularly complicated logistics are being put into practice. Finally, I should conclude, I think a big thank you to not only the scientists and the researchers who have managed to produce this vaccine, but to all of my fellow staff across the health service, the nurses and doctors and therapists and paramedics,
we're all going to now mobilise for what is the biggest vaccination campaign. Thanks very much,
Thanks, Prime Minister. Yes, I'd like quite a few science reflections, if I may, and begin with the fact to tell you quite openly, and I don't mind telling you, I'm not saying it for effect, the office will tell you it's true, that I was quite emotional this morning when I heard June Rain, Sir Munir bin Mohammed and Wei Shen Lin lay out how they got very meticulously to their conclusions about the Pfizer vaccine. And what a momentous journey and international effort it has been. Discovery by two scientists who originally lived in Turkey, development by a German biotech company, involvement of a massive US pharmaceutical giant, and then involvement of our own UK MHRA to bring home the goods in terms of the UK. What a fantastic journey. And I gave you the train analogy many weeks ago now. The train has now slowed down safely. It has now stopped in the station and the doors have opened. That was the authorisation by the MHRA. What we need now is for people to get on that train and travel safely to their destinations. Those destinations are all over the UK. This train is going to stop several times on the way. It's going to have to reach all parts of the UK. There will be trains that come behind it, and that is all going to take time. So everyone needs to be delighted with the news today, but equally patient and realistic about how this rolls out over the next few months. And now some serious science points. Number one, we have one authorised vaccine, but we need more. We're very hopeful that it's more, but it is still possible that some of the ones in development will fall by the wayside. You have to be prepared for that. We then need assured supply, and that is a big and difficult ask for manufacturers, and it won't all come at once. And it may stop and start a bit at times. We just have to manage that as best we can as it happens. Number three, we need people to take it. This vaccine isn't going to help you if you don't take it. And you will need 2 doses of this vaccine and most of the others to have full protection. Watching others take it and hoping that this will then protect you isn't going to work necessarily. We don't know if this vaccine will prevent transmission or any of them. We have to wait for the science to tell us if it will prevent transmission, though we are very hopeful. We also have to be patient to see the real live effects on transmission and hospitalisations and deaths. And until we see that as scientists, we can't guess what the likely impact is going to be on bringing this pandemic to an early end. And rollout won't be instant. Already on the JCVI phase 1 list, we have round about 30 million people who are going to be targeted at some point. And even if you gave me 60 million vaccines here in this corner now, in a field, of course, but if you gave me the 60 million, I couldn't, no system in the world could distribute those really, really quickly in a matter of a few days. So we have to be realistic about how long this is going to take. And for now, the other measures, the tier measures, the social distancing, have to stay in place. If we relax too soon, if we just kind of go, the vaccine's here, let's abandon caution, all you're going to do is create a tidal wave of infections, and this vaccine's then got to work in a headwind to get back ahead of the game, and that will make it harder. And then the final point is that, look, everyone wants social distancing to come to an end. We're fed up with it. Nobody wants lockdowns and to see the damage they do. But if you want that dream to come true as quickly as it can, then you have to take the vaccine when it's offered to you. low uptake will almost certainly make restrictions less long term. And finally, please stick to the guidance. Until we say it's safe to stop. Thank you.
Thanks very much, John. Let's go to questions from the public. First, Dylan from
Thousands of university students, like myself, across the country have been held in suspense over the last few months over our A-levels. When does the government intend to provide certainty as to what is being planned this summer?
Right, Dylan, thank you very much. And first of all, I want to thank everybody who's been in school and the efforts that schools, teachers, pupils have gone to keep our schools going. That's been one of the prime objectives of the way we fought the pandemic here in this country to make sure kids are in school. Dylan, we're going to be setting out some more tomorrow about exams. But let me just say that we want exams to go ahead. They're very important, but we'll also be setting out some ways which we're going to help pupils to do them next summer, given the exceptional circumstances that the country finds itself in, and given that so many pupils have had their education disrupted by the pandemic. So we'll be setting out tomorrow. Let's go to Catherine from Cranbrook. Catherine asks, which hospitality tier restrictions remain in place over the Christmas relaxation? Will families be able to socialise in pubs and restaurants or just in their houses? And I'm sorry to say, Catherine, that we've got to stick with the guidance that we've set out, the tiering system throughout the Christmas period. As Simon was just saying, and Jonathan as well, it would be a really fatal mistake now to respond to this good news by letting the virus, run riot again, letting it get out of control by too much transmission over Christmas. And so that's why we've got to stick very tightly to the tiering that we've set out. Let's go to questions from the media. First one, BBC.
Prime Minister, now we have a vaccine, how important is this moment?
Well, Fergus, this is a huge moment, and as JVT, as Jonathan Van Tam was just saying, it's also a very moving thing, and I'm really got an admiration for science and the ability of science to solve human problems in the way that they can. And this is not easy. Bear in mind, we've got a vaccine now for COVID that really works. No question that it works. But we haven't got a vaccine for SARS, MERS, for HIV. There's a huge fantastic effort from bodies. And when you consider the damage that, as I was saying earlier, the damage that this virus has done to human life across the economic and social damage,
Obito San, 530, 525. Oh, right.
The worst thing now would be to think that this is the moment when we can relax our guard and think that it's game over in the fight against COVID. This is not the end. We have to fight on. We have to continue with the tough measures that we've announced today. Thanks very much, Fergus. Let's go to Emily Warren of ITV.
Hello, thank you. A question to you, Prime Minister. Your scientists have said that care-home residents should be the first people to get this vaccine. Are you confirming then that they won't be? And if not, aren't you aiming to protect the most vulnerable? And if I may, a question to you, Simon Stevens. What are you doing right now to address the logistical challenge to get the vaccine to care homes to the
Well, I think I'll ask Simon to correct me if I've got this wrong, but you're quite right. But the issue is, of course, we want to get it into care home to protect the most vulnerable as fast as we possibly can. The joint figure vaccination and immunisation, as rightly said, that care home residents must be a priority. The difficulty is in distributing the cases to care homes, and each case has 975 vaccines in it. And obviously, you want to avoid wastage. And the difficulty is that the MHRA has not yet authorised the people who would be transporting the vaccine to the care homes to be able to effect the division themselves. I know it sounds complicated, Emily. That's because this vaccine, this vaccine is it needs to be kept deep frozen, as you know, minus 75. There is a risk that if it is allowed to degenerate by being improperly handled, it simply won't work. So the rules around the transport of this vaccine are extremely important. To get to your point about speeding this up and making sure we get it into care homes as soon as possible, I expect to hear more from the MHRA about how that can happen. But I think we dare say that we certainly want to be pushing it into the groups that Simon talked about, care home workers, care workers, NHS, and above all, those who are 80 who are the most vulnerable. Our objective must be to use the vaccine stocks that we have to protect those who are most likely not just to fall ill, but to succumb to the disease. That's what the DPI is. John,
If I may come in, Prime Minister, so I think your remarks about failure were extremely unfair when one considers that a new virus emerged less than 12 months ago, and we already have our first vaccine. And Professor Stevens has been very clear that as soon as it is and technically possible to get the vaccine into care homes, we will do so. But you know, this is a complex product with a very fragile cold chain. It's not a yogurt that can be taken out of the fridge and put back in multiple times. It's really tricky to handle. And so I think, you know, we'll get there as fast as we can as the answer, and we are trying extremely hard.
Well, no, I mean, you've said it absolutely accurately. We're raring to go in the NHS. We want to be able to vaccinate people in care homes for COVID, just as we vaccinate care home residents for many other things, including winter flu. Just as soon as we have the regulatory sign-off that we can do that, we can get the jabs to the care homes so that the GPs and nurses can then arrive and give those care home residents vaccination. We will do that. And at this point, the Fairwind fully expect during the thanks very much. Thanks, Emily.
Thank you, Prime Minister. We've got two big events today, celebrations about the vaccine, but also unhappiness about the tier system. You've told MPs that current restrictions will expire on February the 3rd. You also said in your winter plan that January and February are traditionally the hardest months of the NHS, with deaths in winter, where our hospital wards are
First of all, just on the tiering, and yes, of course, you know, I totally accept that that they're tough. These tiers, a huge amount of the economy is opened up, but the restrictions do remain tough, particularly in tier 3 on mortality, and I'm deeply regret that, doing everything we can to help. But you know, the way forward is not just the steady rollout of the vaccine and several vaccines. we've been describing over the next few weeks and months, but also using observation of the tiering plus community testing as they have in Liverpool, great success. Already people in Liverpool took part in mass testing. And so local leaders, MPs, everyone can get together, do those community tests and drive isolate the positives and help the negatives to do things differently. And that way drive the incidents down and get the virus, keep the virus under control, and come down the tiers. We hope before Easter as well. So that's the tool that we see working in addition to the vaccine.
So thanks for the questions. Reduces transmission. That is always the final big win if you can get a vaccine across that. Because we can't be sure of that yet, and we'll have to wait and see if that is the case with this vaccine and others to follow. I'm quite optimistic, but far from certain. And because we can't say to what extent the percentage of transmission that is taken out by the vaccine, because it's not binary, it's not kind of it either does or it doesn't, it's a percentage that it will take out. Until we know that and scientists can model it, we won't be able to say the kind of total population vaccine uptake, the magic number you're after. Understand what you're after. We can't give it to you yet. But I don't want to take away from the fact that the not immediate, but quite in the foreground, almost as a big win, is stopping people going into hospital with COVID-19. And removing that fear that they're going to have to run that risk. And if we can do that, that's much closer in terms of time to the future when we know those kind of answers. And we already know from the preliminary data from AstraZeneca, as in their press releases, that they had no hospital admissions at all in the group that received the vaccine. So those kind of things are very encouraging. And if we can get the hospital, then at that point, and when we're confident it's under control, we can start to think about what the other options are around the edges of getting this country back to normal, which we all want so much. So just kind of stay with us.
Thanks.
Let's jump in quickly. Promise, just to be clear, do you expect to roll out the tier system federally?
Well, we will judge the situation as I told the House yesterday and today on the basis of the data. But I think for the time being, if you've got to take it tiering, it is going to be a very, very important part of our campaign against coronavirus. I think it's absolutely vital that we continue to stick with guidance. Mesa, of the Express.
Thank you, Prime Minister. If I could ask the medical experts, first of all, as the vaccine is rolled out and we progress through the priority list, at what stage would you feel it would be right to lift the majority of the restrictions? Is it a matter of inoculating people in the 70s and 80s, most at risk, or would you want to see a much greater proportion of the population vaccinated? And Prime Minister, this vaccine has been approved in the UK faster than in EU countries. Is that because we've left the EU? Should we see this as our first Brexit bonus?
Right.
Coronavirus becomes a seasonal problem. I don't want to draw too many parallels with flu. Possibly that is the kind of way we can learn to live with it. And the third point is, do I think there will come a big movement where we kind of, have a massive party and throw on masks and hand sanitizer and say that's it, it's behind us like the end of the war? No, I don't. I think those kind of habits that we learn from that clearly stop the spread of other respiratory viruses, such as flu, will perhaps persist for many years, and that may be a good thing if they do.
Yeah, maybe, and we may to get back to like first of all, anyway, I have high hopes that eventually the vaccine will make a very, very significant difference. Maybe we live our lives. But Harry, on your point about why we're lucky enough to be in a position on vaccines again, I'm going to exercise my favourite diplomacy and just say I think this is something that has been working in a chest of the vaccine task force. Many people have been very hard work, and pay tribute to all of them. And as for what might happen in future decisions of the House of Commons on where we should go in the tiers, I totally understand people's frustrations with the tiering system. I understand people who feel frustrated because they feel they're in the wrong tier. They've been attracted into a too high a tier by proximity to some neighbourhood that has higher incidence of infection. I know that people feel about it. It's incredibly frustrating. What we are going to do, I said this many times, achievement and local incidence of the disease. Don't forget the thing I keep saying is there is this opportunity with mass community testing for people to acquire agency in this and to get a test, squeeze the disease, kick COVID out even before the vaccine comes.
So Harry, I'd like to come back because I do like to be challenged when perhaps made myself clear. The Prime Minister picked me up on this occasion. It's quite all right. No, but it's quite all right because it gives me a chance to clarify what I mean here. I do not think the government will continue to have to recommend social distancing, masks, and hand sanitizer forever and a day. I hope we will get back to a much more normal world. But the point I was trying to make was, do I think possibly some of those personal habits for some people will persist longer and perhaps become enduring for some people, yes, I think that's possible.
As in the past. Thank you very much, everybody. That concludes the session. Thanks, Harry.
Well, there's the end of that Downing Street briefing. Boris Johnson there, just walking away. And let's just run you through the key points from that press briefing. Mr. Johnson praised the work of the scientists as the UK becomes the first country in the world to prove the use of a coronavirus vaccine. But he did urge caution. He said the scientists have done it, and he said the searchlights of science have picked out the invisible enemy of COVID-19. But he said it will take some months until all the most vulnerable are protected. So it is vital, he said, that we're not carried away with over-optimism. We believe that the struggle is over. On the rollout of the vaccine, the head of the National Health Service said that over 80s, care home residents and frontline health staff will be the first people to be offered a vaccine. The bulk of the vaccine programme to protect the vulnerable will take place between January through to March or April. And the vaccines will be delivered by hospital hubs, GP practices and vaccination centres. The National Health Service will contact you. And the Deputy Chief Medical Officer, Jonathan Van Tan, he encouraged people to take the vaccine. He said, we're fed up with social distancing. Nobody wants lockdowns, but if you want them to end, you have to take the vaccination. Low uptake, he said, will make the restrictions last. Get some analysis from my health correspondent, Nick Triggle. So it is a day of celebration, but also, as we were hearing there, words of caution about how long it's going to take to vaccinate millions of people in this country, and also about the logistical details of how it's actually going to be given to them.
Yes, there are some big hurdles to overcome. I think there are three key ones. First is supply. We're getting 800,000 in the coming days. There's 15 million people over the age of 65 and those working in the health and care sectors, and each need 2 doses. We should get more vaccine, several million of this Pfizer vaccine by the end of the year. It has to be shipped in from Belgium. We need the supply to be smooth to ensure people are vaccinated on the rollout. This vaccine has to be kept in ultra-cold storage and at the moment kept together in batches of 975 doses. That means next week we can only distribute it from hospitals. We can't use the network of more than 1,000 GP centres and conference centres and stadiums that have been set up. And finally, uptake. The officials have been at pains to stress we need people to come forward. This has been done in record time, but they say all the checks and balances have been done. Any problem with any of these slows the end of the pandemic and the lifting of restrictions.
Nick, thank you very much. Nick Triggle there. And we can get some reaction now from Dr. Margaret Harris, who's from the World Health Organization. Thank you very much for being with us. Well, this is a historic day, isn't it, for global science. UK becoming the first country where the regulators have said that a vaccine for COVID is safe.
Good evening. We have been writing history all year this year, but today is big history. And you know, while of course we need to keep on at it, the sense that we are now beginning to, we've got the opportunity to take more control is a very powerful and important moment.
An important moment. I mean, some people out there will be saying, you know, this is very fast. From concept to delivery, it's going to be about a year, and that is very, very fast in the history of vaccines. The European Union's drug regulator saying that you need more evidence and more checks than the UK. In other words, saying, you know, that their approval process for COVID vaccines is safer. What would you say about that?
Well, you're right that this is unprecedented, the speed, but some of the speed's down to the fact that there's been so much collaboration. Remember, we brought the scientists together in early February when we knew we had an emergency on our hands, and from the get-go, even before that, when the genome of this virus was published in early January, the vaccine groups were already looking at what was in the kitty. And there was a lot in the kitty because there'd been a lot of work on on SARS-1 and on MERS. But as for the regulation itself, every group needs to look at it very thoroughly. And we've asked, for instance, the British regulators, the MHRA, to share with us some of the data. We're all looking at the data very carefully, and of course, every group, all of us who are looking at listing are looking primarily at safety.
This is, of course, a global problem, a global pandemic, and billions of people will need a vaccine. Obviously, this Pfizer vaccine that's been approved in the UK today is just one of many, and the world is going to need all the vaccines that are coming through. Are you confident that all of the world will ultimately get vaccines? Because people are saying, actually, what about the poorer countries, the developing countries? The bigger, richer countries like the States and the UK have bought up millions of doses. What about the poorer countries?
So again, this is another one of the unprecedented things that's going on. I keep using that word, but it's actually correct. Right early on again, countries got together, they realized this could be a huge problem. It's been a problem in previous outbreaks. The rich get it and the poor have no chance. So we put together the ACT Accelerator, and part of that is the COVAX facility, where rich countries pay for their vaccines, but they support poor countries to get it. And we've worked very hard to ensure that there will be procurement and there are plans to get it out to every country. Because there's no point in vaccinating just one country. If only one country is protected, they're still at risk, and we still have a huge outbreak. We need to all do this in a very well organized way in every country.
Dr. Margaret Harris from the World Health Organization, many thanks as ever for being with us. Thank you. Now, just some breaking news in the last few minutes. New government advice has been published. It says universities should stagger the return of students over 5 weeks after the Christmas break in order to reduce the transmission of COVID-19. There is guidance from the Department of Education which says that all students should be offered coronavirus tests when they return to university to help identify and isolate those who are asymptomatic. That's just it. Well, let's go back to our political correspondent, Leila Nathu, who's at Westminster. Leila, just sum up what we learned.
I think it was interesting to think about the tone of what we heard there. So clearly the huge moment, Boris Johnson very keen to stress what a big moment is. Boris Johnson Van Tan, the Deputy Chief Medical Officer for England, also talking about how he got quite emotional when he heard the regulators talking about this organisation this morning. But clearly also some key points they wanted to get across. One was a note of caution to say, look, we need to be honest about the logistical challenges of getting this vaccine out there, talking cautiously about the timetable, the fact that the bulk of the rollout will not happen until the first few months of next year. The problem with the very cold storage, meaning it can't go straight into care homes where some of the most vulnerable people and those most in need of the vaccine are, so that cannot happen initially. Also the idea of having 2 doses, that is something that's going to slow down the effectiveness of the vaccine. And I think also the real message we're hearing is that look, the tier system has many months to go yet, even though there is going to be an actual end in sight now. The tier system and the debate about the restrictions and their effects on the economy is not going to go away.
Leila, many thanks. Leila Nathu there at Westminster. Okay, the BBC News at 6 coming up very shortly with George Narragaha. Now, though, time for a look at the weather forecast comes with Darren Bennett.
Hello there. Over the next few days, the weather's going to take on more of a wintry flavour. Now, today we've had a band of cloud producing a little light rain or drizzle that's been moving through the Midland and should be clearing away from southeastern parts of England this evening. Following on from that, though, we've had some showers as the air's got colder. A lot of showers actually across western parts. Over the next couple of days or so. Winter weather arriving. Most of it's going to be rain with some sleet in there. Snow is more likely over the hills, particularly in the north. And that colder air has been sweeping its way down across the country. We develop an area of low pressure that's responsible for the wetter weather and the threat of some snow as well. And that colder, snowy weather is starting to arrive actually in the showers across Northern Ireland, but particularly in Scotland to quite low levels. And it's going to be icy as well for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Here, we're more likely to have a frost. Not quite as cold for England and Wales. Cloud will be increasing later on in the night. We'll see some wetter weather coming into Wales and the southwest. A wet day here on Thursday. That cloud and outbreaks of rain push through the Midlands towards East Anglia and the south east. Northern England, something a bit brighter. Winter wintry showers in Scotland and Northern Ireland should get pushed away. It's turning drier through the day with sunshine, but it's going to be cold here. Temperatures only just a few degrees above freezing. The highest temperatures will be towards the south coast of England, where we've got rain developing, of course. And we could see some heavy rain tomorrow night in the southeast of England. This weather system around the low pressure, though, could be more significant in Scotland and bring some travel disruption. Snow falling early in the morning, quite widely in Scotland, some heavier falls over the hills, tending to turn back to rain through the day. And near the centre of the land, we've got this wetter weather stuck in northern England, the Midlands, and East Anglia. That's going to bring a bit of snow to the high ground, bring some sleet to lower levels as well. Now, the details still could change, but at the moment it looks drier across South Wales and the southwest of England. Still a cold day everywhere and windy around coastal areas as well. Now, as we head into the weekend, things start to calm down a bit. We're still in the cold air, mind you, but it is gradually turning drier. Still some patchy, what is mostly rain, I think, on Saturday. It's generally dry, though, on Sunday. The winds are falling lighter as well. Still chilly by day, the risk of frost.
I'm going to put some heat, some money on the electric soon. Expensive.
First dose will be here next week. The UK is the first country to approve the Pfizer vaccine. The Prime Minister praises the scientists, but he's got a warning too.
As we celebrate this scientific achievement, we're not carried away with over-optimism or fall into the naive belief that trouble is over. It's not.
Jabs at race courses and conference centres. They can all be used in one of the biggest logistical operations the country has seen.
This will take a while before everything changes, but we're hopeful that this is the beginning of the end of this very difficult year that we've had.
We're reporting on who's in line to get the vaccine and when. Also tonight, England is out of lockdown and into tears. Non-essential shops open again, but can keep their losses. A final check before the moment she's been waiting. Care homes in England are open to visitors again.
And coming up in sport on BBC News, football clubs in England prepare for the return of fans tonight for the first time in 9 months since the coronavirus shutdown.
Good evening and welcome to the BBC's News at 6. In less than a week, the UK will become the first country in the world to start rolling out the coronavirus vaccine developed by the pharmaceutical company Pfizer and its partner BioNTech. It comes after the UK drugs regulator approved the vaccine in record time. Millions of doses are on order and the first batch will be here in days. So who's in line for the jab? The plan is for the over 80s and NHS and care home staff to go first. After that, it will be allocated according to age groups and vulnerability. Our medical editor, Fergus Watts, has this report.
This is an historic moment. At last, there is a clear path out of this pandemic, thanks to vaccination. The UK is the first country in the world to approve the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, seen here on the production line in Belgium. The Prime Minister made clear the vaccine won't change life for now, but hope is on the horizon. Prime Minister, now we have a vaccine, how important is this moment?
When you consider the damage that, as I was saying earlier, the damage that this virus has done to human life across the planet, the economic damage, the social damage, to say nothing of the cost in life and suffering, it is a fantastic.
More than 20,000 volunteers got 2 doses of the vaccine as part of the trials. It proved 95% effective at preventing COVID, even among those in their 70s and 80s. Side effects were mostly mild. A small minority suffered headaches and fatigue. The independent regulator, the MHRA, began reviewing more than 1,000 pages of data in June, and today gave
teams have been working in parallel to deliver the most rigorous review of this vaccine. No corners have been cut. Our expert scientists and clinicians have worked round the clock, carefully, methodically, poring over tables and analyses and graphs on every single piece of data,
creating a completely new vaccine in just 10 years, from design and development through trials to regulatory review and production. This has been compressed to less than a year. Many stages were done in parallel, and Pfizer began vaccine production at their own risk, even before they knew it worked. 800,000 doses of the vaccine should arrive in the UK within days. 14 million doses have been ordered in total, enough to immunise 20 million adults. The only hurdle is the vials have to be transported from Belgium in special containers at an ultra-low temperature.
Like pig tomates, they then get put into a thermal shipper packed with dry ice. It then maintains the temperature at -70 if unopened for 10 days.
The committee, which advises the government on immunisation, says the elderly and frontline health and care workers should be first in line.
We are suggesting that vaccines are offered in order to protect people who are most at risk of dying from COVID-19, as well as to protect health and social care services, because by doing so, we also protect lives. Age is by far the single most important factor in terms of risk from COVID-19.
More COVID vaccines could be approved within weeks. The goal there is to the UK, but the world. Fergus Walsh, BBC News.
Today, the Prime Minister said rolling out the vaccine will be the biggest programme of mass vaccination in the history of the UK. And it will be complex. For example, this vaccine has to be stored and transported at about -70 degrees Celsius. Here's our health editor, Hugh Pinn, on the challenges that lie ahead.
The NHS is ready, though it's a huge task starting next week, vaccinating its own staff and other priority groups. And those likely to receive the jab soon are already looking ahead to a major milestone in this pandemic.
That's working as an ICU nurse, especially in the first surge. A lot of the nurses were living away from home and they were concerned about bringing it home to their families.
If we don't have the vaccine, it means you
NHS staff, care workers and the over 80s are set to be the first.
Our members are ready to go.
Health leaders say because the vaccine has to be stored at very low temperatures and is not easily the obvious
Our members are ready to go. They've mobilised, they've prepared very well.
In Northern Ireland, officials have set aside a new hospital emergency department as one of 7 designated vaccination sites. The Scottish Government also plans to prioritise health and care staff.
The first vaccines against COVID will be administered in Scotland on Tuesday, the 8th of December. So you can perhaps understand why I probably smiled more in the last few minutes than you've seen me do in several months.
But care homes are now wondering what all this means for their residents and why they don't now appear to be top of the list.
It's really disappointing, and obviously there's potential implications for our residents as well. Should we get another outbreak of COVID, then they're more likely to suffer some serious consequences of that.
There's now an accelerating drive to set up vaccination hubs for the wider population, including one at Epsom Racecourse and another at a sports hall on the Etihad campus in Manchester. Even a village hall in Surrey is being prepared as a site for vaccinations in the local community. But it's not going to happen overnight. There is a long journey ahead. UPIM, BBC News.
Now, lots of you will have thoughts and questions about the vaccine. Our health correspondent Catherine Burns has been speaking to mother and daughter, Stephanie and Ingrid, and put their questions to the former chair of the Royal College of GPs.
How can we be confident that this is safe for everyone?
With respect to this vaccine, it has been through exactly the same rigor, the same scrutiny, the same regulation as any other medicine we might be using. We certainly know there has been no thought about testing safety.
So, Stephanie, you've got a big birthday coming up soon. You're going to be 18 in January, if you don't mind me saying. So, when do you hope you'll be getting this vaccine?
I don't know where I am in the queue. I shouldn't be that high up because it's not to be more vulnerable.
Well, Stephanie, first, congratulations to you. You will be way ahead. And the reason is that you're more likely to get the virus to be very unwell. I would say you're more likely to die than your daughter. So, therefore, it's much more important that we give people the more vulnerable.
I'll tell you what I really feel. I really feel a bit guilty.
Well, I don't know how we can judge the side effects in such a short space of time.
So the side effects that we know, just bear in mind about 20,000 people have this vaccine already, is slight redness around the injection site. And some people might feel just a little bit unwell, but not very unwell, a couple of days afterwards, just like the flu vaccine. So the short-term side effects of this are very, very limited.
What interests me is how we're going to get all these doddery old people lined up and get out of their homes.
The logistics are very important. I mean, this is the biggest immunisation ever done, I think, in the history of mankind. We're going to have to do it twice. We're going to have to do it a few weeks apart, not just in GPs, doing down to nurses, pharmacists. We may even find that many people will be taught how to give the vaccine. So this is going to be an enormous operational task, but rest assured it will be done.
So hearing all of Claire's answers to the questions, how did this make you feel today?
We can see that the end is in sight now.
2021 is come soon.
And Stephanie, ending up with our health correspondent Catherine. Well, let's talk to our medical editor, Fergus Watts, who's here in the studio. Fergus, the government has clearly got its priorities, but the reality sounds as if care homes might not actually be the first to get the vaccine.
Yeah, it's a concern because this particular COVID vaccine has to be transported at -70, comes in boxes of nearly 1,000 doses. Obviously, the NHS doesn't want to waste any of those. Now, Pfizer is very clear. They've said that it can be kept for up to 5 days in a normal fridge and for up to 6 hours in a portable fridge box, which would allow vaccinators to go into care homes. But the regulator in the UK hasn't signed off on that yet. On a broader level, George, this is an extraordinary achievement to have a safe and effective vaccine so quickly. I think people really should have confidence in this vaccine because it's gone through a series of rigorous independent checks. It won't protect anyone if it stays inside those little glass vials. So it's vital that people come forward when they're invited to. The government hopes that by Easter, most of those over 65 and at very high risk will have been immunised. We might need booster doses in the years to come. We don't know how long protection will last because the virus is not going anywhere.
Thank you very much. Now, the latest government figures show there were 16,170 new coronavirus infections recorded in the latest 24-hour period. That means the average number of new cases reported per day in the last week is now 14,790. There were 1,410 people admitted to hospital on average each day over the week to last Sunday. And 648 deaths were reported. That's people who died within 28 days of a positive COVID-19 test. That means on average in the past week, 453 deaths were announced every day. It takes the total number of deaths so far across the UK to 59,699. Well, England has moved out of lockdown and into a three-tier system. More than 55 million people are in this two tiers, which means all shops are now open, but there are still strict rules on who you can meet indoors. Our political editor Laura tonight. Laura, so the vaccine is here, but most of us, that the reality is that's months away. Right now, what we've got to contend with is the tier system.
That's right, George. Whether it's the new toughened up tier system with 3 different categories in England, 5 tiers in Scotland, or rules in Wales and Northern Ireland, the scientific triumph is not going to change the reality for most of us in daily life anytime soon. And despite something of a parliamentary kicking from some of his own MPs last night, that means for Boris Johnson, this new regime of toughened up tiers came into force at midnight last night.
Any drinks, baby?
Back in business. The lucky ones, maybe. Wilmslow, like the rest of Cheshire, woke up in tier 2 this morning. So Halil, who lost 40% of his business to the virus, shedding staff, was able to get going again.
I'm very glad. I'm very happy to see the customers come back to India.
Rob's a local church leader and is relieved to be out.
You escape what has become at home a delightful little prison.
But only 20 miles down the road in Manchester, life feels very different. And so was the mood on a radio phone in today.
Sound of Manchester.
Like more than 20 million others, they're living under the tightest rules still. Pubs and restaurants shut, travel restricted too.
The only thing I want to say to Boris Johnson is it's unjust and it's unfair.
Why hasn't he come out in a higher tier than London? If he thinks that London's economy is more important than the North, then just come out and say it.
We're having a furlough system in place, which is great, job retention, but there'll be no job retention.
That is one of the reasons why Boris Johnson was told in no uncertain terms by dozens of his own MPs last night that the tier system is not universally popular. But limits are here to stay till Easter, putting jobs in particular under pressure.
Now, the arrival of the vaccine is obviously wonderful news, but it will come too late to many who lost their jobs already. And I want to turn to the collapse of the Arcadia Group and Debenhams in the last 48 hours. That's put 25,000 jobs at risk. What is he going to do now to protect the jobs and the pensions of all those affected by these closures?
Of course, supporting every job that we possibly can, and we're supporting every life and every livelihood with a £200 billion programme. And I take him more seriously, frankly, if he actually could be bothered to vote for a programme, a moderate programme, to keep the virus down and open up the economy.
News of the vaccine has lifted people's eyes towards the end of this pandemic. But in truth, whether in Westminster, in Edinburgh, in Cardiff, politicians are still going to be grappling with managing this virus and its effects for months to come. And for all of us, that means limits on our lives that ebb and flow in different corners of the country that don't always seem fair. But the disease doesn't care about fairness, and how everyone responds to the rules in place across the country will affect how the virus shapes the future for us all. Laura Kunsberg, BBC News, Westminster.
Now, as we've heard, non-essential shops have reopened in England for the first time in a month. Some shoppers queued from the early hours of the morning, and the Debenhams website crashed because of the interest in its closing down sale. As our consumer affairs correspondent Sarah Corker reports, some businesses are extending their trading hours to try to recoup their losses during the lockdown.
The decorations are up, the festive discounts are on, and lockdown is lifted. County Durham is in the highest Tier 3 level of restrictions, but for retailers here in Bishop Auckland, it's a relief to be trading again.
November, it was so difficult closing, it's one of the busiest months
retail for trade, so we really need to get December. People out spending money to see us through. We have taken such a massive hit this year, and unlike some of the bigger chains, we don't have the financial support that they get. So we will lose a lot of our little independent businesses if people don't start to come back. And there is clearly pent-up demand. In Birmingham, they queued before dawn for Primark. In London's Oxford Street, trade was brisk. But it's been a difficult week for retail. The collapse of Debenhams and Arcadia, the owner of brands like Topshop and Dorothy Perkins, has put 25,000 jobs at risk. And the demise of these retail giants will leave a big hole here in Newcastle city centre and on high streets across Britain. And today, Bon Marché went into administration with 1,500 staff affected. But shopping centres are trying to sparkle. Tier 3 rules mean shops at the Metro Centre in Gateshead can open. Cafes, though, can only do takeaways.
We went to have a sandwich, but then we got to have outside, so that was really difficult.
The shop was so quiet. There's
a lot more in the shops, I think, than you can get online.
Managers hope longer opening hours will boost sales. Stores can trade 24 hours a day.
These 3 and a bit weeks up to Christmas would account for between 50 and 60% of some of our retailer sales. So the month of December obviously is absolutely key.
The retail sector has lost billions of pounds of sales in lockdown, and businesses are banking on a late Christmas rush. Sarah Walker, BBC News in Gateshead.
Well, the time is 19 minutes past 6. Our top story this evening. The UK becomes the first country in the world to approve the Pfizer coronavirus vaccine. The first doses will be here next week. And still to come, in tears and on the terraces, the end of England's lockdown sees fans return to live sports.
Coming up on Sports Day on BBC News, the man filling in for the F1 champion this weekend in Bahrain. George Russell gets the call up after Lewis Hamilton's positive COVID test.
For months now, we've been reporting on the heartbreaking stories of families being separated from their loved ones in care homes. Well, the Health Secretary for England, Matt Hancock, told MPs that from today, visitors who test negative for the virus will be allowed to visit care homes again. John Kay reports on a day so many have been wasted.
9 long months without a couple. But for Audrey, today's the day. If all goes well, the 95-year-old will finally be able to see her daughter.
Every grand to have her. It'll be good. It will be good.
Can't wait. That's very exciting for you.
Outside, her daughter Christine is having a rapid COVID test with results in half an hour.
One nostril and then the other, all right?
After months of having to chat on screens and through plastic, they'll be able to have physical contact again if this test comes back clear. How are you feeling?
Well, it's really exciting. I can't wait. I really can't wait. I can't say more than that. I hope I don't cry. Oh, yeah, I want to see her.
While she waits for the result, there's PPE to put on. Staff here say the pilot scheme has gone well, but they do worry about getting enough tests and the added costs, especially for smaller homes.
I think it will be expensive because we'll have to upskill our staff. We'll probably have to put more staff on the floor. It's quite hard to recruit care staff at the moment, and I think things like PPE and just finding those added areas for us to do it. I think it is going to be an expensive time.
The test has come back negative, so it's finally time for that hike. How exciting is this?
Yes, very, very exciting.
It's not quite normal, but it's a start. And it's much, much better than nothing.
Oh, this is amazing. This is amazing. Just like the old days now, isn't it? This is just
It's brand new.
It would be even nicer when you can touch things, but this is pretty good, isn't it? Yeah.
John Kay, BBC News, Devon.
This year is said to be one of the 3 hottest ever recorded. That's according to the World Meteorological Organization. The announcement comes as the UN Secretary General makes his strongest call yet for global action on climate change. Here's our Chief Environment Correspondent, Justin Rowland.
As if suffering a pandemic wasn't enough, now we learn that 2020 is on track to be one of the 3 hottest years ever recorded. And that is not all.
Last decade, obviously, is the longest on record, and the last 6 years are the warmest years on the records.
The bad news is even the COVID-19 lockdowns haven't made a difference. The coronavirus restrictions imposed around the world may have shut down our cities and led to a small reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. But the World Meteorological Organization says it hasn't been enough to stop the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere from continuing to increase. The UN chief, Antonio Guterres, told the BBC today global action is needed now.
Let's face facts. The state of our planet is broken. Humanity is waging war on nature. This is suicide. Science is clear. For example, unless the world cuts fossil fuel production by 6% every year between now and 2030, things will get worse, much worse.
I've been talking about this for a long, long time.
Sir David Attenborough joined him to warn time is running out.
Young people are very impatient, and quite rightly so. But nothing to come out except words. It's very dispiriting. We need action.
The UN chief says the world now faces a moment of truth. He says the choice is very simple. Start cutting carbon emissions now or face disaster. Justin Rowland, BBC News.
Tesco's announced that it's repaying £585 million of government financial support that it received during the pandemic. Tesco said its business had proven resilient and now decided to return the business rate relief in full. In October, the company had defended paying out hundreds of millions of pounds in dividends to shareholders. Disabled children's long-term development is being severely affected by the pandemic. That's the warning from a coalition of 80 charities. Research by the Disabled Children's Partnership has found that crucial education and health support has been significantly reduced since the outbreak, with hundreds not back in school full time. Our Disability News correspondent, Nikki Fox, has been speaking to one young boy who is desperate to return to school.
I feel like I'm not normal sometimes. It's like everyone's back at school. And guess who isn't back?
Check this out, everybody.
Me.
Check this
Jacob
out.
has a very rare type of congenital muscle dystrophy, an aggressive type. Jacob is losing skills all the time. It's progressive. There is no cure for Jacob. There's no treatment.
Jacob loves school, but since March, he's only been able to attend 4 times.
While school couldn't touch me, they refused to touch me because of corona and everything. I miss all my friends. I've forgotten most of their names because I haven't seen them since March.
It seems like almost a complete breakdown in the system somewhere. He does have some place. He does have funding. He's identified his training needs. Everything's there, but it's like the whole process has just fallen apart somewhere. Like, I don't understand. Jacob's always been a full-time school.
I know.
The family has been told that because of coronavirus, his support needs can't be met. Not only could he not finish primary school in July, his transition to secondary school has now been delayed because a plan is yet to be finalised to make sure he can return safely.
It just seems like always breaking bad news in everything in his life. I mean, to have to say to him, you can't go to school. It's awful. It's just horrible for him.
For families of young disabled people, getting the right specialist support in the schools is difficult enough anyway, but the coronavirus has only added an extra layer of complexity.
We're concerned that the cracks in the system before COVID have been made significantly worse, and that education and health support that's really crucial to learning is not yet back to pre-pandemic levels. And this is meaning that disabled children are falling further behind their peers, and there's a risk to their longer-term development.
You obviously like learning, don't you?
No, I hate maths.
Apart from okay. Jacob, along with many others in his position, are desperate to get back to school full time. They don't want to miss out any longer.
It's just heartbreaking for us. You know, time is incredibly precious, and to think that he spent so much time out of school is it's just wrong.
The Children's Minister has written an open letter to all families with disabled children to reassure them that education is a top priority.
If Jacob was to write a bucket list, number one would be to go to school, and that for me is so wrong, so wrong. You know, he should be dreaming big dreams and wishing for great things, not for something he's actually fundamentally entitled to.
Disability news correspondent Weekly News. Now, for the first time since March, spectators will be allowed to watch live football matches in Tier 1 and 2 areas of England tonight. 2,000 fans will be allowed in to watch Shrewsbury Town's League One game against Accrington Stanley. It's not just football, though. Across England, community sports are back. Here's our sports editor, Dan Rowe.
3, 2, 1. The earliest has started this morning for these fitness fanatics. A midnight theatre has Purdyswell Leisure Centre in Worcester reopened at the first opportunity, with pools, gyms and community sports returning to action. Professional sport in England continued during the recent lockdown, but tonight, almost 9 months after it was forced behind closed doors, fans will return at some clubs like here at Shrewsbury Town.
It's a big night for the club. We've waited a long time to get on back in the ground. Gates on the turnstiles. The seating plan is totally different from the sort of reduced capacity. Catering is all outside. As we're in Tier 2, something is insulated face mask mandatory. This great safe.
Coming from another challenge! When Fulham Meadows' capacity is 10,000, tonight, because it's in Tier 2, there'll be just 2,000. For those lucky enough to be here, it's a precious step back towards some normality. Shrewsbury fan Guy Fitzgerald and his mother Holly this evening has special significance.
Guy has learning difficulties, and being involved with Shrewsbury Town is absolutely key to his mental health. Supporting the club is a lifeline. It's been tough, but it's we'll really appreciate it tonight, win or lose.
The return of fans has not been without debate. BBC polls suggesting they're divided over whether they should be allowed to come back before a vaccine is rolled out. But it's happening. First off this afternoon was horse racing, Lingfield, one of 4 meetings in England with paying spectators. I hope that today proves a safe start, the move in the right direction. It's worth noting, of course, that across the professional leagues of England, half the clubs are still in Tier 3 and are therefore unable yet to welcome fans back. Also, with just 2,000, it's a little financial benefit. In fact, tonight here at Shrewsbury, they reckon it will cost the club thousands of fans. That's the cost of extra stewarding. Nonetheless, this is about more than money. After almost 9 months without paying spectators, sport massively missed the atmosphere and the passion they bring. And finally, tonight, they're reunited.
Dan, thank you very much. Time for a look at the weather now with Darren. Hello, Darren.
Hello there, George. It's turning colder once again, but it's also turning wetter in the next few days. For many, it's going to be rain, but there's going to be some sleet in there too, and we're likely to find some snow in the hills as well. Now, we're seeing colder air pushing down from the northwest today. The blustery winds bringing all the shower clouds. Got some thicker cloud coming in from the Atlantic, and a band of cloud to clear away from the southeast of England, bringing some rain. Once that goes, we're all in the colder air. Those showers in Northern Ireland, and particularly Scotland, turning increasingly wintry. And we're more likely to have a frost in Scotland and Northern Ireland, some icy conditions too. Maybe not quite so cold for England and Wales, because the cloud will be increasing again. Wetter weather coming in from the Atlantic. So a wet day for Wales and the southwest tomorrow. Some snow developing in the hills of Wales. Some of that rain pushing into the Midlands, across the East Anglia and the southeast. Northern England brighter with some showers. Those wintry showers in Scotland get pushed away, so it's turning drier through the day. Increasing amounts of sunshine. It's fairly above freezing. Highest temperatures tomorrow along the south coast with that rain coming in. And some wet weather in the southeast tomorrow evening. Low pressure in charge, bands of wet weather swirling around it. The one in the north could be more significant. Travel disruption likely on Friday morning with snow falling across much of Scotland. Heavy in the hills, gradually that snow tending to turn to rain, but we're stuck with wetter weather across northern England, the Midlands and East Anglia on Friday. Some snow in the hills here, maybe some sleet at lower levels too. Now the details could change, but at the moment it looks drier in the southwest and the southwest of England. It's going to be cold on Friday, and it'll be windy, especially around coastline. Gradually over the weekend, things calm down.
Ain't like the original time. Yeah, we're going back to the original time. You know, school, everything. I said everything work more back now. No, I probably will. Thank you.
Well, we're talking about some extreme heat building across parts of the UK. It's been an extraordinary year of British weather. It's an absolute beast.
From heat waves to flash floods, Panorama investigates the impact wild weather is having on the UK. Is Britain built for what is coming? Or do we need urgent change to cope with the changing climate? Panorama.
Monday at 7. Yeah, it's naturally. What's that? Alright, we'll come back tomorrow. Don't worry. Come here, go out then. I'm gonna have no more money from. So I will give you £5, I'll give you the next £2 to tomorrow. You know me, Johnny, we're not stay so bad, man. Okay, anything, Johnny, anything, Johnny. No matter what, Johnny. No matter what. Because some of guys, then you never want to do my wife like a sweet though. Some of you just explain. If you couldn't do it's alright, same way. But you know, I just say, you know, tomorrow I come see you same way and me and you same way, you know, start out things same way, my brother.
All eyes on the F1 hot shots. Russell fills in the jacket.
I'm glad I'm not dead.
And Nick Schumacher.
Yes, of myself, man. Love it.
And Elfyn Evans has his eyes on the prize, but he's soon in.
I'm send one picture for you too. You know my picture, them already. You want to see one? Yes, John. So is everything, John? All cool?
Yeah.
Put them in the yard, you know?
Alright.
You know, make them all a little. We'll fry you before we go down there. That's sometimes we go down there, we can't even do that thing. Because busy, you know?
Hello there, and welcome to Sports Day. Thanks for being with us this evening. It's been a long wait. The fans of some professional clubs in England will finally be allowed in to watch their teams tonight under the government's new tier-based system. Up to 2,000 spectators will be at games involving Charlton, Shrewsbury, Cambridge United and Carlisle, 1,000 at Wigan and Luton Town. As Dan Rowan is at Montgomery Waters, of course, ahead of Shrewsbury's League One game with Accrington Stanley. Dan, great to see you. So big night ahead then for supporters and for the EFL as well.
Absolutely, yes. This is one of 6 matches this evening in the EFL where fans will be back. It's a hugely significant, symbolic moment, isn't it? Almost 9 months to the day since action sports behind closed doors in professional sport in England. We've been speaking to some of the fans here in Shrewsbury today, and it means a great deal to them. I mean, not now to come here. There was a pilot event in September where 1,000 season ticket holders were allowed inside to enjoy a match against Southampton Town. But this is the first time since March there has been a national effort and a matchday programme where fans have been welcomed back inside. There are a few new protocols which fans will have to get used to. They're not using the turnstiles here because they're regarded as too tight.
Especially 6:30.
There'll be no catering inside.
Oh, I might go to the shop.
Face mask.
Let's turn this off. I could leave it on for you while I go to the shop. Leave it on for you while I go to the shop. Turn sports news.
For many clubs, half the clubs across professional leagues in Tier 3, they can't welcome fans back, yet their wait goes on. And I think financially, this is a limited benefit at this stage. That'll have to come when more fans, if they are allowed in the future. In fact, here at Shrewsbury, they say that tonight, with the extra stewarding this will involve, and because they only can have a fifth of their capacity at tonight, it'll actually cost them £7,000 in losses to stage tonight. Nonetheless, they're delighted to be able to welcome fans back. They need it. The players, I think, feel the need for it as well, and certainly the supporters can't wait to actually be back. And we have, haven't we, over the last few months, really felt
the loss of the atmosphere and the passion which supporters and spectators across professional sport bring. It has felt very
BBC, Babylon, BC.
For the first time in months, it seems. There's a start to ending.
Sport commentary. How can sport commentary be wicked? Right, I'll be back in a minute.
Well, while many fans will be understandably excited about attending games in the stadium again, getting crowds to return in the long run will be a tough task. But there is optimism.
I think we will unfortunately lose some of those supporters who've now seen the ease at which streaming can be available, and it may suit them. I know lots of fans. Carlisle's very much an outpost. We've got, like most clubs, we've got fans dotted throughout the country. It wouldn't be feasible for them to get tonight, even if they could.
Tonight, as a pilot event, is a really encouraging sign. I believe that for the next home game, which is Coventry, I think the attendance will rise from 1,000 to 2,000. And then assuming that goes well, we get ourselves into the new year, see how the vaccine rolls out, and I just hope that everybody could be back to watching football properly and enjoying not just the game, but everything for the socialising and everything else, and just get back to some level of normality.
So a lot of hope then for football to get back to where it was before the pandemic. And while fans attending tonight will be glad to be there is still some trepidation. A BBC poll suggests there is some division still among supporters attending matches. Joe Linsky is here in the studio for us. And Joe, you've been looking at some of the data involved in this, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly, Gavin. The BBC's been collecting data with the polling company Comres around how football supporters feel right now as they're allowed back into stadiums. The key takeaway from today's Fans on Football poll is that opinion is more split than you might think, because of 2,100 match-going football fans, only 52% said now's the right time to go back into grounds. 45% said fans shouldn't go before a vaccine is widely available. Of course, we've had the breakthrough news today about the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, but it may well be weeks or months before the whole population receives the jab. And 12% of fans said they'd never go to a match before that happens. Now, that to these may not be what the government expected, because 200,000 people signed a petition asking fans to be let back in. And Boris Johnson reportedly said he'd make the issue a personal priority as we came out of lockdown in England. That's what's led to tonight's historic return of supporters. But one group who may feel most reluctant to go back are those in the most high-risk health category. I've been speaking to one chair of a disabled supporters club in a Tier 2 area.
I think they're excited, but just a little bit apprehensive that it's the unknown. We don't know what plans Southampton Football Club have got. Although I'm sure it will be good and safe. There's thing for getting into the stadium, getting away from the stadium. Once we're in the stadium, what happens if the supporters sort of start to move around and start shouting? Is there more risk? I've got friends that they would go to see Southampton play in any situation, but they're still not sure at the first few games anyway, but they want to go back and risk it.
For some people, it's the only opportunity they ever get to actually leave their house and get out and get into the community. So it's a really important thing for the mental health for a lot of our disabled supporters. So mixed views, but the one thing I will say, football clubs have been very progressive in terms of making contact with their disabled fans. But in saying that, you cannot replace being sat in a stadium and cheering your own team on.
There's also unease among some older age groups. Only 14%, that's 1 in 7 people over the age of 55, say they regularly go to games before the vaccine arrives. Interestingly, only just over a third of younger adults also say they regularly go to matches now. More than half of that older age group also say they're not going to any matches before the jab. Now, this poll's also looked into other issues in football during the pandemic. It's asked fans who most of all should help clubs stay afloat. Opinions pretty split here. The most popular answer was that the leagues, the Premier League and the EFL themselves, should come up with the money. 22% of people polled said the government should provide funds, even though they say elite football is rich enough to fund itself.
Finally, Comrades have also asked fans how they feel about their clubs now. Pretty much all football matches have become a television product rather than a live experience since March, and yet still 28% of fans say they care more about their club now than before the pandemic, and only 10% of those polled say they care less about their club. Well, you can see more of those numbers on the BBC Sport website, and Gavin, I wonder if we'll see as much love for VAR when fans' opinions on that are released on the BBC Sport website on Friday.
Yeah, I can imagine that being incredibly a hot subject to debate on Friday too. Joe, thank you very much indeed. That much appreciated. A quick roundup then of the day's other sports stories now, and 1,000 boxing fans will be allowed into Wembley Arena for Anthony Joshua's heavyweight title defence against Kubrat Pulev this month. Local authorities have given the go-ahead, London falling into Tier 2 of the latest COVID-19 restrictions. Tyson Fury will remain on this year's BBC Sports Personality of the Year Awards shortlist. Earlier today, the World Heavyweight Boxing Champion said he wanted to be taken off the list. The BBC spokesperson said the shortlist is decided by an independent expert panel who will choose contenders based on their sporting achievements. On this basis, he will remain. Ludlow, Linfield and Haybrook racecourses all welcomed back spectators today and set out a crowd this evening following the lifting of the national lockdown. All 4 tracks are in Tier 2 areas, allowing crowds of 2,000 people and 50% capacity on Shepherd's London.
Man Space is still there. Babylon BC. Babylon BC.
Break 60 for the second time in European Tour history. He needed to birdie his final 2 holes. This long-range attempt here, agonising close on his penalty. And the 3-time UK Snooker Championship winner Tom Higgins is out of this year's tournament. Higgins was beaten 6-2 by China's Zhou Yulong in the last 16 in the 15th. Now set to be a huge weekend for George Russell, the 22-year-old Englishman stepping in for F1 champion Lewis Hamilton at Mercedes, who's missing the second Grand Prix in Bahrain due to a positive COVID test. And a Schumacher will be back in the spotlight next season in Formula 1. Craig Templeton has more.
This is being called the hottest seat in Formula 1. Why? Because when the news broke that Lewis Hamilton had contracted coronavirus, the talk soon turned to who would replace him at this weekend's Sakhir Grand Prix. We now know it will be 22-year-old George Russell, a young man with a golden opportunity to drive for the Silver Arrows. Russell was a junior and reserve driver with Mercedes and has been handed the keys to the championship-winning car after his team Williams agreed to a temporary loan. He posted on social media saying, "Nobody can replace this guy, but I'll give my all for the team in his absence from the moment I step in the car." So what are Russell's chances this weekend?
The Mercedes is a very dominant car in 2020. There is no
Hungry fart, how are you, man? I'm very good, thank you. I'm very good. How are you? It's an interesting name, Hungry Fart.
Maybe, just maybe, we could see George Russell, whose first race in Mercedes.
I'm just enjoying a coffee, which is my life's little things to enjoy.
Jack Aiken, he'll be given his Formula 1 debut. Racing.
You're my idol, really?
Also a huge announcement from
Well, I don't know if idol's the right word, but maybe role models are right. You can have several role models, or you can, I suppose you can have several idols as well, but idol seems a bit kind of, I don't know, I mean,
he won Formula 3 in 2018.
role model maybe, but
Formula 2 with 1 round remaining. Here's what he had to say.
I don't really know what idol means, that's the problem. That's why I don't understand what. But if it means role model, then fair enough.
Emotionally exploding, really. One man has dominated the recent past of Formula 1.
My favourite video of yours is joining. Oh, really? I don't say much in that. What do I? Do I say much in that?
Returns to a sport so familiar with it then. A big moment for Mick, but how will he settle in? We can get some more on this now with German Formula 1 broadcaster Inga Stracker, who's in Oberstdorf for us. Inga, great to see you. What is the news like in terms of how Mick entering Formula 1 in Germany is being received? What's the reaction to that?
Hi, Gavin, it's huge excitement. I haven't seen so many Formula 1 news in one day.
Turn that down a bit. Video of yours is joining. Right. very hot. So I can use extra boiling hot water to make it. Really hot coffee. I prefer cooler coffee than this. Very hot. London, northwest London, South Harrow. Research it. Northwest London, South Harrow. Harrow is a borough and it's the south side. There's different parts. There's like Pinner, North Harrow, West Harrow, Harrow Wealdstone, Central Harrow itself called Harrow, Kenton. So I live in the part that's called South Harrow, and there's a part in South Harrow called Rayners Lane. Like, even though it's the south side, there's a part called Rayners Lane as well. That's like a big council estate. So just up the road from here, about 5-10 minute walk, you can get to the council estate, Rayners Lane. There's probably a stabbing or shooting there every week, when we're without fail. Certainly used to be. There used to be stuff like that going on outside here as well. It used to be, but they've got a camera up now. I don't know what they've done about Rayners Lane. Someone suggested they should have a camera at each end of Rayners Lane. They should have cameras at each end, and then they can book the numbers of the cars as they're going in. Then at least they know what numbers have been in there before any stabbings or any shootings go on. So they should do something. What's my channel about? Well, my channel, it started off as me promoting music, really. That's how it started. And the idea was that I promoted my music on YouTube. People get to hear it, and then they can go to my website. You can check this website out. I don't know if I should mention the free stuff first. I should mention the free stuff first, I suppose. Well, from here, I've got a book that I've written, which you can email me at eastlifetelevision@gmail.com. eastlifetelevision@gmail.com. Put the word Pathfinder. It's all lowercase. And you can get a free book. But also, I also sell music, which you can hear it for free there. You can demo it there. You can demo music there. That's one track that I released yesterday. But you can access the rest of my releases from there. If you're interested in that sort of thing. Or you can just come to the room and just chat. You don't have to buy the stuff. You can just come to the YouTube room. Just use the YouTube room. We're just chatting here, really. Try to share wisdom if we can. If we can help each other out. Or if you have any scientific discoveries or any coronavirus discoveries, or I mean, if you want to know about your tier system or whatever, I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying I'm a source of knowledge, but maybe someone on here can tell you. At a certain time, I did follow what was going on, but now I've kind of lost it. I think I'm in tier 2, but I just go with what's open. I mean, I don't know. I mean, should the cap be open? Really, I don't know.
treated for a while. And despite being promised for money by the mid-academic, he's had to earn his opportunity. On the leadership of the team eventually
So what I've done now is I sort of watch television as well as listen to my music. I haven't had my music on for over a week now. Over a week. I've had it off. But I wanted to have a break from it. Just wanted to have a break. Clear my head. Rework something out or come up with a new idea. Do you get high? I don't really get high much, really. I smoke weed, but I don't get high. Really, it's just that natural feeling for me. It's just I smoke it pure as well. I've taken other drugs as well. I have got high before. I've taken MDMA, ecstasy, ketamine, LSD, crack cocaine, heroin. I've tried all these things out. Magic mushrooms. Well, there are things that I haven't tried, like DMT. I never tried that. Never tried spice. I don't know. Must be nice, yeah. I've got a freaked out brain. You want to try out digestives? What do you mean? Do you mean like the biscuits? They fuck you up. What? Digestives, the biscuits. You don't mean the biscuits, do you? I don't know what you mean by digestives. I've never heard of that. Are you talking about the biscuits?
There are all kinds of conspiracy theories about the coronavirus vaccine that have been spreading online for months. But whenever there's big news about a vaccine like today, we see those same narratives resurface quite virulently. So, for instance, today we've seen a number of Bill Gates memes go viral again, making allegations that he wants to microchip everybody, or that this is part of some depopulation plan that Bill Gates, because he invests a lot of money in vaccination programs, is looking to deliberately harm and control people. These are false allegations and there's absolutely no evidence to substantiate them. And now all it seems to take is a scary picture of Bill Gates to spread this disinformation. These narratives are so evident that people recognise them instantaneously. And these aren't limited to...
Be right back. Yeah, no problem. I'm hungry for what?
Memes like this one or in a local Facebook group. And also a number of parent chats, and making these claims about microchips and the suggestion that this is part of some kind of surveillance. And we notice that these often originate either in anti-vax circles online or are spread by pseudoscience influencers who've been promoting a number of conspiracy theories about the pandemic. For instance, those allegations that it was caused by 5G or that it's not real at all, which are both false as well.
Yeah, and interesting, at the Downing Street briefing, we heard Jonathan Van Zandt, Deputy Chief Medical Officer, saying, if you want lockdown...
Gonna get a munch. Yeah, that's a good idea.
To take the vaccine. But what do the
I had a munch earlier today.
How do they counter that?
In the caf. Lovely.
As you say, it's out there on social media.
It's something that both Keir Starmer and Boris Johnson addressed today. They spoke about the needs to tackle disinformation on social media about the vaccine. But how to do that is another question. There have been various commitments made by the government and social media sites to tackling this stuff. Labour has called for legislation to outright ban a lot of anti-vax content. We'll have to see how that all plays out, with lots of critics arguing that, again, action is coming too late. One thing we can do is ourselves talk to people who might be believing this kind of stuff on social media. An argument generally doesn't help, and it's better to not be dismissive or say that sounds really weird and crazy. Instead, you need to try and get to the bottom of the legitimate concern, because these conspiracy theories are worlds away from legitimate worries people might have about the vaccine, and check that they haven't turned to these conspiracies to quell those fears and to interrogate what they're saying. Often I find it helpful to ask, well, okay, say I believe everything you said. Does that make sense? How would that work? How would we microchip everyone? And that can be the best way of undoing these narratives.
Very good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. That's pretty much it from me. Much more coming up at the top of the hour. But first of all, let's get a look at the latest weather forecast with Darren Beck.
Hello there. Today it's been turning colder from the northwest with quite a few blustery showers blowing in as well. And overnight, those showers in Northern Ireland and especially Scotland are going to be turning more and more wintry. It's going to lead to some icy conditions here as well. We're more likely to have a frost in Scotland than Northern Ireland. Cold for England and Wales. But cloud will be increasing again. Wetter weather pushing into Wales and the southwest. It'll be a wet day here on Thursday. That cloud and rain will head through the Midlands towards East Anglia and the southeast. Further north, maybe some brightness for a while, a few wintry showers. The wintry showers in Scotland and Northern Ireland should get pushed away, increasing amounts of sunshine as it tends to dry off here. But it's going to be a cold, crisp sort of day. Temperatures fairly above freezing here. The highest temperatures will be along the south coast of England, but that rain is going to be developing. And for all of us over the next few days, it is going to be feeling cold. Wetter weather too. Most of it will be rain. Some sleet around as well. Some snow.
40 years ago, the former Beatles, John Lennon, filmed he returned here to the apartment building on New York's Upper West Side. There, BBC News, Lennon still remains one of the greatest music icons of all time.
Lennon remembers the 47 Saturday night at 9:30 BBC News Channel.
Natural disasters, failing food security, extreme weather patterns. Join me, Lucy Hopkins, as climate activists from the world's most vulnerable communities, with their questions live to the UN Secretary General.
State of the planet, tonight at 8:30 on the BBC News Channel.
What makes World Service so unique is its genuine world perspective, not just in news, but actual cultural landscape.
When I grew up with the World Service as the soundtrack to my life, you were never really cut off so long as you had to the music.
That's where we'll heard the real news, a window to what's going on in the outside world. I can read in the garden making names to mindless labor, and yet feels I'm being put in touch with the world.
Bringing the world closer, the BBC World Service.
I'm back. You're back already. Already. What did you munch? Digestives. Did you get digestives? And downstairs. Are you living with your mum and dad or something? They gave you food. Yeah, you got plenty, right? Yeah, I'm 74. Oh, yeah, you're 74. All right.
The UK has become the first country in the West to approve a vaccine for coronavirus.
Waiting and hoping for the day when the searchlights of science.
Oh, so you're in a care home, maybe? I'm not sure.
Scientists.
I'm not sure. 74.
The UK will start massive.
You went downstairs. You got plenty. Yeah, I'm 74.
The Secretary General of the UN has told BBC the world faces a moment of truth on climate change.
Humanity is waging war on nature. This is suicide. Nature always strikes back, and is doing so with gathering force.
Critics are urging the Hong Kong authorities to stop stifling opposition after it imposes prison sentences on 3 democracy activists.
How do you find someone? How do you find someone that sells drugs? Always wondered that. Well, what sort of drugs are you after? Because I found that when I was at school, that's how I got introduced to it, and I've always been around it ever since. But
well, let's begin with a huge
yeah, school was the first time I tried a spliff when I was 15 years old. So I was introduced to it while I was at school.
UK regulators said jab from Pfizer BioNTech.
So I know that some old people do smoke because I remember when there was a boy that used to be in this area, he would sell to anyone. It was bizarre. You would be so shocked who it was that he was selling to, but the whole of South Harrow smoke. I mean, I don't know where they buy their stuff now, but it was just weird. Because I worked with him for, I shouldn't say that, I did anyway, I worked with him for a bit. So I got to see all these customers. I got to see them all. And I was shocked at some of them. It's just like, what, you smoke, you smoke, you smoke.
The train has now slowed down safely. It has now stopped in the station, and the doors have opened. That was the authorisation of the MHRA. What we need now is for people to get on the train and travel safely to their destinations.
You just ask around a bit, really. Do you believe in communism or capitalism? Well, I don't know about believe, but because believe is, well, they both exist, I think, if I can be right. So it's not really about believing, because they both exist. So I think you'll find that country that Che Guevara was running was communism, and Fidel Castro. But we're in capitalism where we are. I've looked at both systems, and what I did try and do as a project for Rastafari was to try and come up with an alternative, brand new system. A brand new system that was better than communism and better than capitalism. But to do that, I had to do a lot of research on communism and a lot of research on capitalism. And I watched a few movies and stuff and saw how communist countries came to rise and stuff, and documentaries they were. I saw the rise of Che Guevara, and basically I worked out that capitalism was better. That's what I worked out. I thought it was a fairer system after seeing how communist countries, the way that the guy raises the power. I thought that the capitalist system was a fairer. But it's not really even communism versus capitalism, is it? Really, it's more communism versus democracy. Is more what you mean, isn't it? Communism versus democracy. Capitalism is kind of, well, it kind of exists in communism as well if there's money. I mean, capitalism is just what you do with your money, isn't it? It's just money. That's all it means, really. Is capital. I mean, I need so much money to run my business, so I have a working capital. A shop has a working capital. What most businesses do. My music business has no working capital, really. So when you say communism or capitalism, well, I think you mean communism or democracy. Is that what you mean? Because capitalism kind of is something different. It has to do with how the money works. Says King Boy D, don't look any further. Yeah, basically. Yeah, basically. So saying communism versus democracy. Yeah, right. Yeah, democracy is a system that I preferred. I couldn't think of a better system than democracy myself, which is why I support it. That's why I support it. That's why I even support the Prime Minister at the moment. I think, well, he won the election. I mean, what about socialism? Well, socialism can be done in democracy, can't it? So, is socialism part of democracy? I think it can be. I think socialism. So I mean, it's up to the parties to propose in their. I support Carlton. It's up to the parties to support in their manifestos what they want to do, and then up to the public to decide, isn't it? And if people want to go socialist, I mean, I believe that we should be helping ourselves. And the only way that I don't believe that socialism really works, because what socialism is doing is putting a plaster on everything. But you can't put a plaster on mental health. So mental health can only be dealt with by directly reading and studying and stuff. So that's why socialism, in a way, I find doesn't quite work for me. It might work in a way. I mean, I'm not knocking it completely. But what I'm saying is that the way that I believe is that we help ourselves. We actually, because no one can emancipate you. No one can free you but yourself. Do you not boots, fam? I don't know what you mean by do I not boots. I don't know what you mean. But yes, so what I would say is that socialism has good values and stuff, but sex. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do have sex. Sometimes, not often, but sometimes. Yeah, so I don't know if I explained that to Hungry Farm. What were we talking about? Yeah, socialism is a good idea, but I just think that it's about, no one can free you except for yourself, really. And what the socialists might do is say, raise the minimum wage, raise the minimum wage, raise the minimum wage. But all the guy's doing is just going to the pub with it or whatever. And I don't know, I mean, is it really right to just keep raising the minimum wage when there's no more work being done? And I mean, I don't know, I mean, why would you raise the minimum wage? I mean, I can't raise prices on what I'm doing because no one would buy it. I mean, why can they just keep putting prices up? I mean, why does the CAFs do it as well? And it's crazy. You go raw, yeah, of course. Politics, Azrad. I remember Azrad, yeah. Do you like Azrad? Yeah, I like Azrad. I used to have an album of theirs. I can't remember what it was called. It had their big hit on it. I can't remember what their hit was now though. But they had a hit record in the 80s. Is your coffee cold now? It's kind of coolish. Yeah, it's coolish. That's right. Don't turn around. That's right. Yeah. Well, I'll finish that coffee now. What's that behind you? Nothing. He gets the white mother that's dancing. That's it. Do you like MILFs or the younger thing, over the age of 18? I don't know what you mean by MILF. I never knew what that meant. I really knew what that means. But the age group that I'm looking for roughly is about 25. I think that's a sensible age to look for. But I think 21's too young. I went out and we got 21 and she was too materialistic. I think at 25 they might have settled down with their materialism a bit. I hope so anyway. So I don't know if a MILF is 25. I don't think they are, though. MILF is a mother. Oh, MILF is a mother, right. Well, I mean, she could be a mother at 25. I'm not worried. She's got a kid already. It's not a problem. That's a good sign. That means at least she can get pregnant. And she doesn't mind having maybe another child to keep another child happy. That's all right. There's nothing behind me. Well, there is things behind me, yeah. I'm behind you. I'm going to kiss you. Sucky, sucky $1. What's this sucky, sucky $1? King Boy D, what are you waiting about? That the tiger. Tiger gives sucky for $1. Alright. Hungry for Mike who cheese airy. Mike who cheese airy. I don't know what you're going on about there. I thought it was supposed to sound like something, but I can't work out what it's supposed to sound like. I can't work out what you're trying to make me say, but I don't know. You both seem to have gone a bit mad, you know. I don't know what's happening. You both taking drugs or something. Both taking the same drugs or something. I don't know. But you both seem to have gone a bit crazy recently. You both started off quite normal, like quite serious, and now it's turned into some kind of. I thought it was quite serious at the start. You're having a laugh. Yeah, I know. I suppose you are. That's the great thing about the British citizen, isn't it? The British citizen's like the Irish, really. The Irish and the British have got a lot in common. The Irish call it crack. I don't know what the British call it. The British call it comedy, I suppose. The Irish call it crack. And the British love a comedy. And that's why I had to put my phone on Do Not Disturb, because of all the prank calls. I mean, did you last have sex in 1996? No. $1996 two-pack. All right. Two-pack, how do you want it? All right. What's your opinion on fascism? I can't remember what fascism means, but if it means, I should probably study it really, but I can't remember what fascism means really. Is it like nationalism or something? Or I can't remember. I can't remember, sorry. We did study it in history, but I can't remember what it means. It's a term that's not used much in my. So it's just National Socialism. National Socialism, right? So National Socialism. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what my opinion is on that. I don't really know much about it, you see. So, what the Nazis believing? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, National Socialism, right? Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was like nationalism sort of thing. Yeah. Who do you use sex with? Well, I'm not going to mention any names on here. I'm not mentioning no names on here. I know everyone gossips as well. You say one thing on YouTube and it gets round to the whole world. The whole world finds out. Whose Punani did you beat? I've never beaten a Punani. I've never beaten it. I've never beat a woman. I don't see that you need to beat them in submission or anything. I don't see that. And I don't see that you need to do that. I find that if you then you never had sex, are you sure? Or I never beat a woman up. Maybe you're right, King Boy D. Follow Paradigm covers. Follow Paradigm covers. Is that on YouTube? Is it? I'm not sure if I remember that. And Gucci.hustler on Instagram. All right. Who's that then? Is that you? Follow Pornhub. Paradigm covers is mate. All right. Yeah, it's YouTube. Yeah. All right. Maybe you should send me the link, because if you don't send me the link, I'll forget. You can send me the link if you want. And I can email you back my book at the same time. That'd be the best thing. And in that way, I'll definitely do it as well. And then I can follow him as well. Is it called following? I think it's called following on YouTube. Subscribe, isn't it? Yeah, subscribe. He does guitar, right? Perhaps I was addicted to the dark side. He does guitar. Hello, my name is Aman Afsal. Oh, hiya. That's all right. Yeah. You didn't have to reveal your real name. I thought the whole point of having this name is that you can hide who you are, but that's all right. How are you? I'll just call you by your name that's here, Shinesis. How are you, Shinesis? How are you? Hungry for me too. Oh, I don't know what you mean by me too. Sorry. Are you British? Yes, I am British. Very British. I was born in Norfolk Park Hospital, just up the road from here, about half an hour walk, I suppose. I know, sir, but I love telling the world my name is Amen and I'm good. All right. It's all right. It's just for me, it's easier to say the name that's there, because it just seems easier for me, because otherwise you got to write your name every time. And I won't remember your name or remember it. I'm sorry, but you done your GCSEs? Yeah, I've done mine. Done mine years ago. Have you ever been to Bangladesh? No, never. Jamie Fisher, you all right, Johnny? Yeah, I'm all right. How are you, Jamie Fisher? Oh, that's where I'm from. Oh, you're from Bangladesh. Is that where you are now? That's incredible that we're talking to someone in Bangladesh right now. It's incredible. I had a neighbour that was from Bangladesh. No, sir, I live in Ireland. Oh, right. King Boy D. Johnny, right. I'm good, thanks. I've been doing my artwork whilst listening to your music. My music, really? Oh, you bought some, didn't you? All right, thank you. It's a very racist place. Was that Ireland? Is it? Is that what you say? Is it really? It's Scotland. I think Scotland's less racist. I think the Scottish want to join Europe and allow all the foreigners in their country or something. And the difference is the British. I think you'll find the Scottish want to do that. But I don't know about the Irish, but I do remember that I had an Irish friend who was a bit racist. I do remember that. But I just thought it was his age group. I didn't know if it was. I mean, I don't really know if I know any Irish people anymore. I don't really know if I know any. Johnny, your new song sounds like Streets. Oh, right. Well, my Skinner stole your style. You're religious, Johnny, or an atheist? Well, I'm not religious or an atheist, really. I'm not either of those because, for one, I believe in the male deity. I believe in the male deity, which was Haile Selassie. He was the Emperor, King of Kings, Crown King of Kings. So I believe in him being King of Kings. And King of Kings, when you look into it, is what is the male deity. It's God. So I believe in that, and I also believe in the God in the sky as well. I believe in the God in the sky as well. I do believe that in there being some force or something behind it all, or something that created it all, or something that plotted it out. Because we've got 2 eyes, 2 ears, 1 mouth, 1 nose with 2 nostrils. So something worked. Somehow this was worked out or something, because computers are designed. Computers are kind of designed, and like, if you don't have a brain or you don't have a heart, how can you live? So in evolutionary terms, it'd be hard to explain exactly how all these things came into existence. Like, why would there be eyes? I mean, why would there be? Why would there be? These are things that you have to explain. Right. I get bullied for being a dark colour than pale white in iron. Oh, right. Pat McCann. Yeah, I know. I used to know Pat McCann. I used to know him. Yeah, I used to know Pat McCann. He was champion boxer in the UK. Champion in his weight. Could you give us some of your wisdom, sir? Well, you have to ask questions, really, to get the wisdom. So if you've got some kind of problem or something at the moment, you can ask me a question with regards to a problem in your life or something that you want to know about. If you ask me a question, and I can reveal it. He is Rastafari, right? I believe in Mark Zuckerberg. Mr. Jonathan, do you think that the world will end soon, sir? No, I don't think it will. Johnny, you are a great teacher. All right, thank you. I know you've been searching for someone. Not really. So make it happen and get the job done. I'm not searching for anyone, really. Johnny, you ever been in love? Well, that thing that you call love is actually an addiction and a clingy and attachment. And yes, I have been like that before because I have been blind. But it won't happen again. I won't get them feelings again, because I won't get attached to something that's external to my body again. I won't. I can still love. I can still be committed, but I'm not going to get them feelings. I just won't do it. So, because nothing's permanent, and even if she's there today, she might not be there tomorrow or whatever. So that's why you've always got to be not attached. Love isn't real. Exactly. Love isn't real because you can't see it or touch it. You can't see it or touch it. You can't see it or touch it. So it's not really real. You're right. And that whole love feeling kind of creates the pain and kind of creates the drama. That's kind of what it does. What's this? Give him the finger. You can't touch pussy and finger. Johnny had his heart broken. I'm here for you, Johnny. I had my heart broken years ago, yeah, when I was young. Yeah. That's why I started smoking weed and got addicted to it. That's what got me addicted to smoking weed. The heartbreak. That's what did it. Oh, I was never a weed addict before that. It was the continuation of smoking weed after breaking up with this girl Got me addicted to it. I'm 44 years old now. Fuck yeah, man. I got you back, Johnny. All right. Beat and delete them things, Brian. Johnny, can we have a house tour? There is one on Instagram on Johnny Ranking with a G on the end. Johnny Ranking. It's on his Insta. Yeah, it's on my Insta. Yeah. Well, that's nearly as old as my dad. His name is Ganesh. And he's 43. Right. I'm 44. I'm older than your dad. I'm older than your dad by 1 year. In February, I'll be 45. So I don't know when your dad's birthday is, but if his birthday's before the end of the year, he'll be 44 in the same year as me. Otherwise, he's a year younger than me, I suppose. Where Brooklyn? Oh yeah, sorry, sir. Yes, he is younger. Yeah. Where Brooklyn at? Brooklyn? What's Brooklyn got to do with it? I don't know nothing about Brooklyn or America or nothing, or Queens and all this stuff. I don't know nothing about all that. Do you think aliens exist, sir? Well, I'm really not a sir. You don't have to call me sir. You can call me Ras if you want instead, but I'm not really sir. But do I think aliens exist? Well, I think that there is life on other planets, but maybe not the way that we are. But there's bacteria on our planet. Without bacteria, we wouldn't exist. So bacteria is a life form. There's unicellular life forms. There's one cell life forms. So there's bound to be one cell life form somewhere else in the universe. I would think, at least. So that's life, isn't it? And they said that they found organic matter on Mars. What does organic matter mean? It means they found life. It means they found life on Mars. They found it already. Oh, what's this? King Boy D. My slow flow's remarkable. My willy hurts. All right. I'm dropping shit like a pigeon. All right. Johnny, do you listen to Still Balding Nitty remix? No. Still Balding? What's that? What's your favourite food, Johnny? Curry and rice. Curry and rice. Vegetarian. Vegetarian curry and rice. You need some chicken. No, I don't. I do sometimes anyway. I do sometimes. Not often though. I don't eat chicken much. But Mo used to bring me chicken sometimes, but I haven't eaten it for a while. I sacked Mo, didn't I? Because he was so useless. Lentils and rice is good, yeah. I was out with lentils and rice, right? Yeah, very good, yeah. There's plenty of different types of vegetarian curries that you can make though. There's like spinach as well, and you can even do spinach and lentils together. That's really nice. You can do quite a lot of things. There's a lot of pulses and beans and all sorts of things that you can make curries out of, really. I don't know how to do it, but I wish I did. I wish I was an expert at cooking. I'm not. I might write to the government again and say that we should just teach them how to cook, really. Behaviour and teach them how to cook. Beans on toast, right? Yeah. Mind you, I was cooking until the government mashed me up with the hospital admission. So maybe, I don't know, what have you had to eat today? I had omelette and chips. Cheese omelette and chips. From the cafe. £5. Not bad. Not bad. If it was still open now, I might go and get something else to eat from there. But it's not open now, so there's nowhere to go and get food now. I'm not getting food from somewhere at this time of night. I'll only get food from that cafe, really. So only decent food, but it shuts at 4. So I can't get any food there now. I need to wake up earlier and start eating in there earlier and get a meal later on. That's what I need to do. I must set my alarm for tomorrow. Set it for early. If I get up early, I'll smoke more as well. That's the only problem. Ah, cool. Goes to the chippy. I don't really fancy eating chips. I've already had chips today with my omelette. I'm all right. You know, I've eaten enough today. What omelette, cheese omelette and chips is enough. I've still got a tenner anyway. I can still get pizza if I wanted to. Probably. I don't know. I mean, I couldn't eat pizza anyway. I've eaten cheese omelette and chips today. Chicken burger? No, I don't need a chicken burger. I don't need that. I could afford it. I can afford it, but I don't want it. Maybe I should get some coffee for tomorrow morning. I'll run out of coffee for tomorrow morning. I'm alright with one meal a day. Cheese omelette and chips, alright. Do you get money mainly from music? Not really, no. Hardly any money from music, really. I get most of my money from benefits, really, to be honest with you. I'm on the mental health system, innit? I'm signed off work by the mental health department. They think I'm a paranoid schizophrenic, even though I don't have any paranoia. It's crazy, isn't it? They never even asked me, do you feel paranoid? They never even asked me, do you feel paranoid? Yes or no? They have never even asked me. They've never even asked me. Paranoid schizophrenic. How much peas do you get? It's enough. I don't know exactly what it is, but what I can tell you is that for a day, I don't know what the total is, but for a day I have £25 a day for food and drink. So that's why I've got a tenner left at the moment. I might buy some cigars and a drink. So you can just chill at home and do nothing. Yeah, exactly. But I'm a little bit short of money for smoking the amount of weed that I really would like to smoke. That's why I try and release music I want to try and free myself up so that I can hopefully afford to smoke weed when I want to and not give up the cigars, smoke less cigars. Cigars are cheaper than smoking a spliff, you see, that's why I do it. That man, I want to be just like, I thought you were 74, I thought that's what you said. That's what you can be just like me. You can. Can't you? Isn't that you that said that you were 74? John, do you ever want to be clean? Clean of what? Drugs, you mean? Is that what you mean? What do you mean from clean from weed? Is that what you mean? Drugs, right. Well, I don't value weed as a drug. I think it's a herb. And, you're not actually 74, right? Well, I'm not worried. I can be stoned or not stoned. It doesn't doesn't make a lot of difference. It doesn't make a lot of difference. If I'm not stoned, I can still move quite well and still be all right and feel good. And if I am stoned, I feel good. It's just two different ways of being. You can only have a job. Well, I don't have an official job. I'm trying to create one. How much money do you get? I'm not really sure exactly how much money I get. He doesn't have a job. I don't have an official job. I don't have an official job, no. But I have projects for the community that I try and do, which I think the government should be paying me for doing what I'm doing anyway. I think they should be. I think they should be paying me. What city do you live in? I live in London. London, yeah. You ever been to prison, Johnny? No, never, never. Never, ever. No criminal record, neither. Squeaky clean. Squeaky clean criminal record. Do you support Conservatives? Well, I don't vote in elections, but when it comes to principles, that's what someone was asking me earlier about socialism. And what I was saying was that socialism's good in idea, but the thing is that the Conservatives are the only ones that have got the ability to sort of like say that, well, you're supposed to help yourself. So it's sort of like more Rastafarian in a way to be a conservative in a way, because what a conservative says is that, well, you got to help yourself, and it's more important to help yourself than to try and help everyone else and then be a failure yourself. So it's not really about what I vote for, but principle wise, I do think that we do need to help ourselves. I mean, or know ourselves and help ourselves. Then maybe we can help others. But first of all, we have to make sure that we can. I mean, it's more important that you that you can look after yourself. Then you remove yourself from the problem. I'm not saying I've done that. I'm on benefits, but you know, I mean, I'm just saying what's ideal. That's all. Well, in an ideal situation, that's what I'm talking about. I can't remember the last time I had sex now. Do you think you'd be deterred from me if it was legal and dangerous kind of all out? And as such, would you vote Lib Dems to hurry it to make some dating? No, I wouldn't vote Lib Dems. I wouldn't vote any of them bastards, not at all. I wouldn't vote Lib Dem or Conservative or Tory or Green. None of them get a vote from me. And I'm not deterred from weed. If it was legal, I'd still smoke it. We couldn't afford to, because my setup means at the moment that, well, I can afford to smoke it, but as soon as they legalise it, I wouldn't be able to smoke it. I wouldn't be able to afford to. Or what, are they going to give me the benefits to be able to smoke weed, are they? I doubt it. They've been trying to cut my benefits for years, haven't they? Does tax equal theft? Well, tax doesn't always equal theft, but sometimes it does, because when it's in a percentage that's not really fair, then I don't know if it's a theft, but I would say there's something wrong with the tax system. I think the whole tax system should be just 10% and that's it. But we pay 10% for national insurance alone, and then we pay about another third of our wages as tax or something. So, I mean, we're paying a lot of money in tax there. Then there's VAT, council tax. So you're being taxed all the time. But under a king, you would have just got taxed 10%. But in this life, we're being taxed. Everything you do, there's a tax somewhere. There's a tax. If you had the chance, would you start your life over again with the knowledge you have now? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't start it over again because I'm happy with the way it's worked out now. I have no regrets or any wish that it was different or anything. I'm completely happy and content and satisfied with the way my life is, which is why I make a joke at Mick Jagger and I always go, I can't get no satisfaction. You know, Mick Jagger and him, like, I'm not Mick Jagger. I can get satisfaction. I can get satisfaction without even having to have sex, without having to touch anyone, without having to hug anyone, without having to kiss anyone. I can get satisfaction just sitting here on my own. I can get great satisfaction. So Mick Jagger makes me laugh, the Rolling Stones. What was your biggest mistake in life? You know what? I haven't really made many mistakes. I couldn't really tell you what a mistake was. I couldn't really tell you. I'll tell you one of my biggest achievements, but I can't tell you a mistake because if I have made a mistake, I've forgotten about it. Or, I don't know. I mean, can't really think of a mistake. I don't see any of it as a mistake, neither. I mean, some people might do. I mean, some people might say ending up in mental health hospital was a mistake, but I don't value it. I don't view it as a mistake. Or someone might say you took too many drugs, that was a mistake. But I don't see it that way. What was your greatest achievement then? My greatest achievement, I believe, well, there's two of them. One was changing the education system from syllabus to behaviour, making behaviour more of a priority. And the other thing I did was to stop the British and the Americans from arming rebels. So now no Babylonian country, no United Nations or NATO country arms rebels anymore. I'm waiting a predicament to hear the shots blow and I show no evidence. And so they're my two achievements basically. And that's probably all I'm going to achieve. But I'm trying to do more with mental health. I'm trying to do more with mental health at the moment. Oh boy. Yeah. I'm trying to do more with mental health. I wish I could, but they're not listening to me. They keep saying call the council, but I don't know what calling the council is going to do. I should call the council. Have you ever wanted kids? Yeah, I have always wanted kids, always. Yeah, I have. But I never wanted to be the father at the time when I was younger because I didn't think I'd be a very good father. That's why. You would need a bigger yard if you have kids. Yeah, I know that. But I would get one, wouldn't I? Because I'd go homeless then, wouldn't I? I would go homeless. Or they would give me a bigger place. Yeah, that's what they would do, yeah. If I had kids, that's what I would do. Three-bedroom house, maybe, yeah. Have you ever considered moving out of London? Not really, no. No. Yes, I have. Yes, I did. When I went through my eco-friendly phase, I wondered if there was anywhere in the UK where I could live outdoors. I wanted to live outdoors. Apparently in the New Forest, I think in the New Forest there's a bunch of eco warriors living there. And apparently I could have gone and lived with them maybe, but I never did it. I didn't even go and visit. Can you make gun sounds? I don't know about that. Probably not. What's that light behind you? The light in the room. It's a disco light. That light down there, the little bright one, is a heater. So it's what are them lights called now? I can't think of the name of them now. Not ultraviolet. It's a different type of light. It's what's it called? It heats up the place. Can you disco dance? I can a bit, but not now because I've got a bad leg at the moment. Yeah, I injured it. Halogen, they're halogen lamps. Yeah, they're halogen lamps on the heater. I think I might go and buy a cigar. I might go and buy coffee as well. Coffee and a cigar. I don't know any other languages. I'm sorry. I'm not. No, they haven't run out of cigars. I've had 2 today already. They haven't run out. They got more in today. I don't know any other languages. No, sorry. No other languages. Only English. Yeah, they stocked up already. Yeah. Yeah, I can go and get a cigar if I want. I might get a cigar and a coffee with my £10 note. And that'll take me through to that's the 8 o'clock hour. Then there's only the 9 o'clock hour. So, have you ever tried Cuban cigars? I don't know, maybe I have. The fancy kind. Backwards. This guy's only got a Hamlet, but I can't be smoking weed all night because I think I weighed out. Did I weigh out 2 grams today? I'm not sure. I think I only weighed out 1 gram actually. I'm not sure what I weighed out today so far. That's 2 grams, isn't it? I don't want to smoke too much. So do you own a wheelbarrow? New York to South Arrow. Wheelbarrow. Do you own? I don't own a wheelbarrow. No, I don't. Never have. Never. Have you ever had? No, as I said, never had a wheelbarrow. Never had one. Can I see your toaster? Well, if you look in my flat tour, it might have a view of the toaster in it. I'm not sure, but I don't know why you want to see my toaster anyway. It's a cheap one. It's dodgy. I'm going to upgrade it. Well, I don't like upgrading. What are you streaming from, Johnny? A Lenovo laptop. A £2,000 toaster. £2,000 toaster. I see your nose up close. I don't know if that's close enough, but Nice names, aren't they? You ever been out of London, Johnny? Yeah, I have. I've been to the countryside before. I've been to Somerset. I've been to Wales. You must get all the girls. You reckon? I've been out of London. Wales is great, man. I love Wales. I actually loved it. I loved the people there as well. Loved it. I went to Black Mountains. I've been to Madroiling, is what is it? Madroiling, Lampeter, Cardinaveni, Cardinaveni. I don't know what it's called. Cardinaveni, man. Have you ever been to Birmingham? Yeah, I've been to Birmingham. Done a gig in Birmingham. That's the only time I went there. Just went there to do a gig. That's it. Then there was an after party there. I met Ben Shepherd at the after party. Ben Shepherd was at the gig. I didn't realise. No, I've never been to Scotland. Never been to Scotland. So I'm more famous than Ben Shepherd now. At the time, Ben Shepherd was more famous than me. But now Ben Shepherd's a minor celebrity. Yeah. Who is Ben Shepherd? Exactly. All right. Good morning, Britain. All right. What's the worst drug you've done? Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't like to say that any drug was bad, really. I wouldn't like to say that at all, really. I don't think any of them were bad, really. Ketamine is the most unnatural. Ketamine is the most unnatural. It's the most unnatural. At a high dose, it's weird. It can make you go in a K-hole. That's kind of strange, but it can be weird, ketamine. You don't know what you're doing. Do you like cheese? Cheese is all right, yeah. Cheese is all right. Do you mean the weed? Or I like the weed, and I like the dairy product as well. I am a vegetarian, so I do eat cheese. I had cheese in my omelette today. I do eat dairy produce. You ever done cocaine, Johnny? Yes, I have. Yes, I have, yes. Yeah, cocaine, yeah. Cocaine is like what you feel like when you're enlightened. When you're enlightened naturally, that's what it feels like. What's the loke? How did you afford it? Like, what's that like? Oh, what's that like? How did you afford it? Well, I don't know. Back then, we all had loads more money. I mean, I don't know how old you are really, but today we've got less money in our pockets. It's because of the budgets. Every year they do the budget, and we end up with less and less money in our pockets. I mean, when Tony Blair was in government, on benefits you could afford to get a gram of cocaine, like maybe 2 grams a night. Or I mean, it was just we had more money. We had more money. I mean, at the moment we've just got less money in our pocket, and everyone's got less money in their pocket. I feel it myself with my business. I feel that people come to me with £5 notes and stuff, and it's like, oh, come on, man, £5? Really? So I think everyone's just a bit skint at the moment. I don't know anyone with money anyway, or anyone who prioritises their money the right way, or anyone who's earning enough money. I don't know them, and if I did, then I could earn more money myself. I could actually earn something, maybe, if I was just sort of like, Johnny, please answer my question. Yeah, sure. Money is a social construct. Well, it's a concept. Concept. I don't know what you mean by social construct, but it's a concept. Concept means it's perceived by the mind. It was made up by the mind. So I don't know what you mean by social construct. Let's burn money and go naked. Did you read that somewhere? Did I write? I wrote that recently somewhere. I did write that down somewhere recently. I don't know. Where did I write that down? I can't remember. So recently I said that was the solution to something. Do you want to go on a safari? I'm not. No, I don't. Too bloody hot. I'm not going on a safari. Can you not see my question, Mr. Johnny? What's your question? No, I can't see your question. I can't see your question. Yeah, I see it on your. Yeah, I saw it on your Twitter. Oh, you saw it on my Twitter. I agree with it. What was it? I can't remember what the subject was about now. Though what I was saying about. I can't remember what the subject was about. What the topic was about. Johnny, you ever got sucky? We go on about sucky. We go on about. Johnny, you have the most British accent I've ever heard. Really? I do try and pronounce it correctly because I've studied English language, I've studied the dictionary, and because I've studied the dictionary, I try and pronounce each word absolutely correctly. I try and pronounce each T, each S, each A and R and garage, and that's why when the boys came on and they corrupt FM boys, they say, you can't go to garage, you sound posh, and that's what they say. But what's this? Right up there with Warren Atkinson. Yes, Johnny, what about emancipation? You should be a voice actor. Really? A voice actor? I'd have to remember the lines then, wouldn't I? That'd be a nightmare. It took me about a year to learn the lines. You have to learn the lines. You can't read them. If you read them, it doesn't sound good. You have to read. You have to be like Michael Rosen. Read stories. You have to know all the words, otherwise it doesn't sound good. Now I can't read poems and stories. I can't do that. Put a funny face, and that's free publicity. Holy fuck! Can you sing a song for us? I can't sing a song at the moment, I'm afraid. And the music's not going on yet because I'm still trying to empty my mind. Trying to empty my mind of everything. Trying to find that inner peace. Sustain it. Please rap Fact by Eminem. I don't know what that is, rapping, but all generally. I could never do that. It's not hard, just Google the lyrics. I can't do that. I believe in you. Right. Let me go to the shops then, and I'll be back in a minute. Will you wait for me? I'll put them in chat. I don't know what you mean, but I was going to go to the shop and get a drink. Don't rap that song, bro. It's bare gay. No, I'm back in a minute. I will come back. I will come back. I'll only be 1 minute. I'm only going downstairs. It's literally downstairs. I live above the shop. Right, you're all still there. Shit. You're all still there. You believe me that I'll be back in a minute. You believe me. Right. I've got 2 cigars. Right. Congratulations, Johnny. Do you like small acts? Yeah, I do like small acts very much. So that's why Tough Gong emailed it to me. I think they did. I think I do like that very much. Yeah. Or was it Kaya that emailed me? I'm not sure. Do I have to pay for rent? I don't pay for rent. I don't pay for it. The rent gets paid for by the council, I suppose, because it's. I don't know who pays the council tax benefit. Who pays council tax benefit? I suppose it comes out of national insurance money. I don't know where it comes from, but I don't pay rent. I don't pay council tax. I've got a very free life. Very free. Very free. I'm very lucky. Very lucky, but I suppose what they believe in mental health is that I didn't have a good start out in life. If the truth be known, if you end up in mental health, it's because your early years weren't quite the way they should have been. It's by no fault of anyone in particular. It's just that I suppose when I was a little child, I was probably being shown off all the time. Here's little Johnny, let's play with little Johnny. I was really being shown off all the time, and I probably wasn't really being taught very much or something. I don't know. But it's to do with your early years. That's what they say. If you end up in mental health, it's to do with your first 4 years. It's fundamental or something. What's this? Sinead says, hi Johnny. Are you big on reggae music? Do you chill with your mum and dad? I've got no problem with my mum and dad, but I know they're not like me. Like if I had children, I would be getting them on because I know how powerful an abacus is. I know how powerful my dictionary is. So I would be encouraging them to use these things, and I know what they need to know. But my mum and dad are clueless. They're like working class, typical working class. The only reason that I read these books is because I'm lucky. I met certain people that said, look, I asked one man once, I asked this Rastafarian, I said, what's the best book to have in England? I wanted to know what the best book to have in England was. And he said, the Universal Dictionary of the English Language. So I went and bought it. Because that's what I do. I ask questions and I get the answer and I go and do it. I'm not just one that's just going to talk like this time next year I'll be a millionaire and all this shit. If I talk something, I'll do it. You know, I mean, what's this? No, I have to go now. Johnny, mum is going to beat me if I don't go pray grace and have dinner right now. Bye. All right, no problem. I don't know what Jane Fisher's saying good point for, but do you have the Whalers burning album vinyl? I don't know. Are you big on reggae music? Yeah, I love reggae music. Absolutely love it. I used to love going to the Rasta man's house. But I kind of outgrew it in the end. I kind of loved it when I first heard it, but then I outgrew it eventually. I think my music's better now. I think my music is a bit like reggae music, but a bit faster. It's a bit like faster reggae music. That's a bit like what it is. Sort of like that's what jungle music. Jungle music is a bit like reggae music and a bit like dub anyway. And that's why I call it hyper dub funk, because it's a bit like reggae. It's hyper dub funk better than reggae. Yeah, that's what I think. But I mean, I know that some of the reggae is played by great musicians, but what I mean is the actual style, the actual idea of it. I prefer hyperdub funk. I prefer it. My Instagram is Johnny Ranking. Ranking as in, do you know how to spell my ranking with the G on the end? Reggae is king, bro. Roots reggae. Well, you say that, but the bass lines that I play are kind of like new reggae bass lines in a way. One day, reggae people will be playing my bass lines. One day. That's what you'll find. You'll find that I'm writing new bass lines. All those bass lines that they play in reggae music it's kind of like yeah, I'm making new ones. That's what I'm doing. That's the journey of dub. They can play my bass lines in reggae music. They could do that. They can do that. They can make reggae versions. They can do these sort of things. I don't mind if they want to do a reggae version of my music. I don't mind. I don't mind at all. Roots reggae, yeah. In the dance hall, yeah. And the truth be known, Emancipation, I think there's a few classic bass lines that have been done in drum and bass that I've got a fishy feeling that they might have been copied or imitated off of what I was doing. There are a few. Like one of them was, I'll tell you which one it was, a Super Sharp Shooter. once I, the week that came out, just before that, I played that bass line on a keyboard. I played a bass line very similar, and that tune came out about a week later. Yeah. It was just weird stuff like that. It was just sometimes you would do a bass line and then you would hear it. You would hear it. I don't even know if I ever recorded that bass line. I don't know if we just came up with the same idea at the same time, but I remember going dun, I remember doing that on my keyboard. So it might have just been a way that we all go. We might have all been doing it. Just followed your Insta, Johnny. Oh, right, brilliant. But the tune would have been made way before, a week before release. Not necessarily Emancipation. Not necessarily. Well, I said a week. I don't know what it was really, Emancipation. I mean, we were talking such a long time ago. I'm saying it was like a week, but it could have been a month or. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it just seems odd that that bass line came out just the same way that I played mine. And another one that I think is quite similar to mine is to my style. I made this tune called Formula Remedy in the Pocket, and it had some sort of sounds going on in it. And the sounds that are going on in it remind me so much of Doc Scott Shadowboxing. And there was another tune that I'd done years ago that I'm sure that the guys have. Sometimes they copy my music. I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. I'm not certain, but there's an old tune that I made that might have got copied. I'm Gucci Hustler. Go head out now. See you, Johnny. See if hungry fart. But the tune would have made maybe a week already. Well, these tunes were chucked together quite quick, really, I think. I do think they were. All the best tunes are chucked together, aren't they? All the best tunes, all the best producers don't take long. They don't take long. I mean, what me and Skibbity going to do in 4 hours? Are we going to finish the track or what? You know, what are we going to do? Bun Harry Shot. Why bun Harry Shot? Why is that? Why don't you like Harry Shot? Why is that? Harry Shot's album is so fucking bad, is it? What do you mean bad? His bars are shite, mate. Really? He's too big for his boots. Do you think so? I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I think he's quite humble. I think he's quite humble. I think he's quite humble with it. Even though he's only 5'3", I like to support all artists. I don't like to say bun this one, bun that one, and be. I like it when an artist succeeds, even if it's not in a genre that I like. If someone can like it, and I mean, once there was a woman that DJ'd to me, and she made me throw up in her living room. She played a song that made me so sick. It was so. God, I don't know how to describe it. It was so dark. Dark it was. And she loved this record and she played it to me and it made me throw up, you know, and I said, I'm really sorry. And her music was just so fucking weird. I mean, she could kill you with a record, I'm telling you. She could. She could. She had some weird music, man. She's DJ for me. She's DJ for me. She's one of the DJs that Desire brought over to me and said, give her a chance. And I thought, yeah, she's good. She's very good. I'm not going to say what her name is now because I don't know what name she goes under now. And I don't know if that was her real name or not. It might have been her real name. I don't know what she does now. I don't know if she still DJs or what she does. No, she won't. I hope she's very well. If anyone knows who I'm talking about, or if the message gets through, I hope she's well. I know she had a little son, and he's very a big man now. He must be a big man by now. This was years ago, wasn't it? They would know from that description because there's only one girl that DJ'd for me. There was only one woman that DJ'd for me. Female disc jockey, yeah. And she got me a job DJing. She got a job working behind the bar in the pub in South Harrow called The Star. And she got me a DJ job in there, and I DJ'd in there for a while. Turn that disc jockey into a dick jockey. Yeah, I mean, we never had any problems. We never fell out or anything. We just didn't see each other after a while. I mean, she moved on. I'm still here, but she's probably moved somewhere else now. A lot of people do move around and stuff. I haven't got her phone number anymore. I lost it years ago. I don't know. Someone's messaged me. They say if it's £1 billion. What's this? I got we could get all these sample back. Do you want it? Nah, it's alright. Don't worry. I'd rather make my own. I'd rather make my own. Yeah. It's a brand new day. It's a brand new day. Yeah, it is. Play a jungle anthems. I support your junglism. All right. Can I join? Yeah, of course you can. Anyone can be a member. Everyone can be. Everyone's a member anyway. Everyone's a member, whether they like it or not. We'll spread it by the sword, like the Crusades. So I have a spliff, I wonder. That's making a bit too much weed, but never mind. Was this bro? Look out for the Ragga Jungle Anthems vinyl or CD. I won't see it. I'll never see it. I've probably heard them all before anyway, and I'm not worried about it. I mean, it's not something that I'm going to worry about. I'm looking for something new now. Good looking girl, you make me look so versatile. Bad boy lick a shot. What's this? There's drugs for beginners. There's drugs for beginners. What's this? Right. Oh, do you have any Congo Natty 12s? Only the ones he emailed me. Best drugs for beginners. Best drugs for beginners. Coffee. Yeah. It's not a bad one. I'd say start with herbs, with marijuana. That's what I would say. Start with Jamaican, with seeds, seeded weed. Start with that. It's most natural. Won't make you throw up. Won't make you white out. You'll feel natural and nice. So you need to know Jamaican, really. That's what I would say. Oh, right, some stuff here. Right, is it? Cheers, Gov. All right, no problem. No problem. No problem. You can ask me any questions you want. I was just having a little look at Twitter, but.
For billions isolation grant. And I have to say, whether it's a self-isolation grant, PIP, Universal credit, doesn't it tell us everything we need to know? That the poorest people, the disabled, the vulnerable, have had to jump through humiliating, dehumanising hoops created by Tory ministers for years now to get the meagre levels of support that they're entitled to, whilst corporate cronies and Tory donors get to jump the queue, get put in fast lanes for COVID contracts for billions, literally billions of pounds of public money, without transparency, without competition, without any accountability. And I have to say, whether
we get this copyright strike over that.
We don't know. We have not heard one thing from them since they closed down, since we shut down. Not one reach out, not one email, nothing to say we will welcome you back. So we don't know. We really don't know. None of them.
Well, you ought to talk to your union. I think your union probably does know that they're likely.
I am part of the union. Our company will not reach back out to us.
Well, okay.
Let's go. There goes.
Well, I think it's going to be hard for them to not hire back the existing workforce if they're able to hire people back. But that's a different. I'll look into that. But I have other questions later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen. We're going to Milwaukee next. Dan Jacobs, you're a small business owner. You own restaurants, and this is
What's this? This Radio Jungle Anthem CD Slaps Brothers. Alright. But I want to move forward. I want to do something different. That's why I do hyped up funk, innit?
Facebook Live, what up? We lit it 210 at this black ass funeral. You already know. Say Big Kenny from the hood. They said Big Kenny the big homie. Y'all already know where I'm from, B. This ugly nigga, B. What of my mother I won't smack this nigga right here. Say I won't smack this nigga. Nigga. Hey, on Facebook Live, what up?
I don't know what the fuck that was. He sending that to me. Strange. Right, let's have a cigar. And we'll have a spliff. We'll take our medication, I think. We'll take it soon. Maybe before I smoke my cigar, I'll just do something quickly. I'll just got to do something for what on my lighter? Here it is. BYD jungle, yeah, jungle, yeah. Jungleism. I tried to make some modern jungle last year. You've heard it, you've all heard it before, but I tried to make some modern jungle last year, which I Rastafari samples in it and stuff. I was trying to revive jungle music. I was trying to do it. I was trying to do it in the style of jungle music with break beats and stuff. I was trying hard. Even Ray Keith used the tune of breakbeat in it recently. I mean, it does seem like that the big boys still use breakbeats. Right? I mean, you're reviving jungle, are you? I don't think jungle ever disappeared, really. I don't know if you're reviving it. Fabio and Groove Rider are still there. Mind you, they haven't earned as much money this year, have they? I wonder if they're registered with their tax and stuff. I wonder if they got their 2,500 a month. No, it didn't. No, it never did. It just needs amplifying, does it? I think you'll find that the top dub plates are still played in the clubs and stuff. Whereas somehow. I'm gonna set up a big sound system in Trafalgar Square. I doubt you'll get away with that. You need some serious permission from the Mayor of London or something to do that. You'd have to contact the Mayor of London. You couldn't do that without that. You can't just set up a sound system wherever you want, whenever you want. You can't do that. You have to get permission. UK Apache can speak to his Muslim brother Sadiq for me. Shinesis, hi Johnny, I'm back. Oh, hi Shinesis, how are you? How are you? I remember you called something else, but don't worry about it. Don't worry, it's all right. You're good. Oh, that's good. You can always get a copy of my book if you want to get even better, or if you want to have superpowers. Is that weed you're smoking or a cigar? Cigar. I'll smoke weed next. Yeah. I'll take my nighttime medication in a minute. Probably should take it. I don't want to, but I probably should. I feel like for a while I felt like I've had too much of it, but I can't afford to stay up all night, and I can't afford to smoke all night. So I just probably take my nighttime medication, get some sleep, wake up tomorrow. Or should I try not smoking? You're drinking too? I've got a bottle of water here. I've got a bottle of water. Oh, what's this? Do you like beer? Not really, no. My dad, Ganesh Afzal, was a Muslim, but he tried beer once and couldn't stop. Yeah, I know loads of Muslims that drink, but I'm a Rastafari, and Rastafari don't drink neither. And that's why occasionally I do drink a little bit, but not often. Very occasionally I'll have a little tipple. When I walk into a dance, bouncers don't frisk me. They salute me. Aren't you 16, emancipation? I shouldn't have said that one here, should I? All right. It's time to take nighttime medication, smoke a spliff, get to sleep. I've got to go to the GP soon to get some more medication. Oh. Right, I've got my repeat prescription out. I'm not going, I'm just getting my medication. I'm taking my nighttime medication, and I'm going to skin up. Yeah, you're back. Yeah, I'm back. Right. That was the nighttime medication. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to tick the boxes on my repeat prescription form. Tick the boxes and deliver that tomorrow. Are they sleeping drafts? Drafts? Tablets, you mean? Well, they are like sleeping tablets, yeah. Antipsychotics and sleeping tablets. They both make me sleep. So now what I should do is, so are you going to bed now, Johnny? So well, when I feel tired, Johnny, well, you got all my giblets at Christmas. Huh? Well, the giblets is the bit in the chicken. My grandmother used to love that bit. Is that what you're going on about, the giblets? My grandmother used to get them bits out of the chicken or something. Is that the bit that you pull out and you don't cook it, or you do cook it or something? Or I can't remember. Johnny, what's the secret to a good life? Secret to a good life is to I mean, I would say get a copy of Pathfinder and read it. That's what I would say, because I can't quite think up exactly right now exactly how to. I mean, that's a tough one, but if you get a copy of Pathfinder, in Pathfinder it's all explained in there. You can email me at eastsifetelevision@gmail.com. Put the word Pathfinder. That's the secret to a good life. Christian perspective. Me, I do not. Oh no, I have to go again, Johnny. No problems. That's all right. No problems. Thanks for your wisdom. No problem. No problem. Hi, Christian perspective. How are you? Eastside love to grow. Appreciate everything except nothing. Appreciate everything except nothing. Appreciate everything except nothing. Can't you appreciate nothing as well? I mean, there is never nothing anyway. There is always something going on, but appreciate everything except nothing. If you have an empty cup, can you appreciate it? But there is a cup, so it's not nothing. So I don't know, maybe you're right. How can you have nothing? There's nothing to appreciate. There's nothing to appreciate. Well, what about good quality herbs? I mean, don't you appreciate good quality herbs? I mean, I'm back, Johnny. Oh, hungry fart. All right. Well, I've taken my nighttime medication, so I'll be drifting off soon. You're going to bed. Well, when I feel tired, I've taken my nighttime medication. I took it a bit early tonight. I took it at 9 o'clock. I didn't feel like I was going to get much more people coming up to my door today. Seems a bit quiet now. So I thought I'd get to sleep a bit early tonight. Get up early tomorrow morning and try and make more business. I think I might set my alarm clock for 8 o'clock. I think I might do that. Try and wake up at 8 o'clock. Try my best. I usually wake up about 10. But it's usually about 12 hours sleep for me. I've still got these bags under my eyes. It's crazy. What's this, Johnny? Why did you make your Johnny video an ad? I didn't know what I was doing at the time. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know that was going to be the ad. I didn't know. If I'd known that was going to be the ad, I would have made a special film which would have featured me properly as an advert. But I didn't know what I was doing, so yeah, man, I paid £10 for the Donald Trump track. It's sick. All right, thank you. Thank you, bro. Did you just do that just now, did you? Let's have a look. I can't see it now, but did you pay for it before or something? I don't know. How much money was the ad? The ad is up to £3 a day. I did it a while ago. Oh, you did it a while ago, right? Oh, hi, Tough Kong Television. How are you? That's not the real Tough Kong Television, is it? I thought Tough Kong Television. Exactly. You should be a mod. You should be. So you can't be the real one, or I don't know how to work this out. I can't make you a mod. They remove it. They can't have. They can't have. I'm not sure about this. We'll have to maybe try logging off and logging back on again or something. All right. It is you, is it? I find that strange. I don't get that. How can I become a mod, Johnny? Well, you have to get to know me pretty well. You have to get to know me pretty well. Yeah, man, been busy recently, so I haven't been able to come and watch one of your streams, but it's good music. Keep doing what you do. Oh, thank you, Elliot. Don't block. Wait, I'm not gonna block you. Don't worry. All right, safe. That's all right. All right. Wonder if I should get some biscuits or something just for nighttime munch. Digestives. Yeah, I was thinking of getting the Christmas ones. There's some Christmas digestives. They're really nice. They're really nice. I've tried them already. Yeah. That's what I'll be eating this Christmas. Christmas digestives if he hasn't sold out. Wonder what food's available on Christmas Day, or would it just be the Asian tea shop? Is that it? I'm not buying a turkey. What? Just for me? Just for, buy a turkey just for me? There's no point, man. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I don't even like turkey. KFC doing a Christmas deal on Christmas Day. It's mad. On Christmas Day. I doubt KFC will be open on Christmas Day. In Asia, a lot of Asians go to KFC for Christmas. Not really. Countries like China and Japan, really. They go KFC for Christmas. God. It's like a treat over there, really. Here's the Tough Kong Television. I thought so as well. That's interesting. You're all right, Johnny Dad? Yeah, I'm all right. Who Bomberclot impersonated my channel? I don't know. I don't know who it was. I think they were Jamaican because they seemed to sound all right when they were talking, but I don't know. It's them Soundboy. Them Bomberclot Rascal Whitneys. Well, I was going to turn my heating off now. Right. So I just got to quit a day to get it. What's this? KFC? What's it? I watch you eat that. What's that? Is it Christmas steel bucket? Is with gravy, wing, fries, and chicken fillets, right? So I got to quit a day to get it. I don't need to say that. I can afford it. I don't want to eat KFC. Someone put me off KFC years ago. I don't know why, but I just didn't think it was chicken anymore. And did you publish the lyrics to Vermin online, Johnny? No, I didn't. I don't know what they are. KFC's lovely. Are you sure? I don't like Mackey's neither. Mackey's isn't right. Right, Johnny, how are you? Long time. I've been busy. Sorry. No problems. It's good to be busy. It's all right. A lot of my friends don't even come on here. A lot of my friends very rarely come on here. I mean, they're always too busy. I mean, I know one of them just busy with his girlfriend, but he could be on here. But I don't hold it against him because I know that. I suppose if positions were reversed and he was doing YouTube and I had my girlfriend, I'd probably be doing things with my girlfriend as well. I don't know. I mean, if he was doing a channel, I mean, reversed, I don't know if I'd watch him all day. Been planning some big Marley things, bro. Oh, right. What's this coyote? I had KFC like 4 times in my life. It's all right, but there's none near me. Oh, you're lucky. That's why you like it then, maybe. Buy a couple grams. Couple grams of what, though? Buy a couple of grams of chicken. Wake up and live. Weed in it. I don't need to buy that. I've got that already. At Christmas time, it'll be. I talk. Yeah, you do, don't you? Smoke it on Christmas Day. Yeah, I will be smoking weed on Christmas Day. I will be. I'll probably be smoking cigars as well, because my shopkeeper will have all that in. And I might even drink a Jack Daniels and honey. I might do. I don't know. I mean, we'll see how it goes. I might have a bit of extra money on Christmas Day. You know what's in my stocking? Weed is not. Weed's something I have every day. I mean, Christmas Day will be no problem. I'll easily have 2 grams on Christmas Day, easy. My shopkeeper doesn't sell weed, but he sells digestives, Christmas ones. He sells cigars, Jack Daniels and honey, He sells things like that. He doesn't sell weed. But we did used to have, I mean, let's have it real. This isn't grassing anyone up because everyone knows in the whole fucking area. But there used to be a guy in South Harrow Market. I'm not going to tell you what his name is. No fucking way I'm not going to grass him up. But he had a market stall selling weed products, and he was selling weed, crack, cocaine, LSD, MDMA. He was selling all that out of the market. He was selling all that stuff out of the market. I think he had spice as well. I saw this green thing. I didn't know what it was. I presumed it was spice. I don't know. There was a shopkeeper. I could just go into the market and buy MDMA if I wanted to. I did it for my friends enough times. They couldn't do it. They couldn't do it because they didn't know him. You had to know the guy to be able to get the stuff. If they went in there, he'd go, "Nah, I ain't got it." You had to know him to get it. How did he get away with that? Well, he didn't, did he? I mean, well, he did. But a member of staff got nicked for it, but he got away with it. I'm sure he got away with it. That's what I heard. And then I'm not going to tell you where he set it up, his next shop, but he moved to another town and set up another shop exactly the same. He knew how to avoid the law himself. Well, the shop that he opened up is probably been shut down by now, I would imagine. I mean, it was going to be in another town, and this other town, by now, he would have been shut down again. He just moves on to different areas all the time. That's what he does. So I don't know where he is now. I've got no idea. I've got no idea where he is now. The shop used to be in South Harrow Market. When I knew where he was. Now I heard he was moving on to another town. I doubt he's there anymore. I would doubt it very much. This was years ago. What's your favourite food then, Johnny? Probably curry and rice. Vegetarian curry and rice. Eat that on Christmas then. No, I could do, but where am I going to get it from? Right, Johnny, I love that new tune you released. All right, thank you very much, Tough Gong Television. Yeah, because one of my friends said that if I released it, he'd buy it. He still hasn't bought it yet. He still hasn't bought it. I don't think he has anyway, because I think I know who's bought it so far. So I don't think he's bought it yet. And he said, if you release that track, I'll buy it. That's what happens half the time. People say things like that. Release that track and I'll buy it. It's happened about 3 times already, and then the person doesn't buy it. It's crazy. Post the link. Oh, you want to see the link for the song? Here it is. On Christmas Day, what I'm going to do, I'm going to give away a song on Christmas Day. And what it is, it's like because it's Christmas, you either accept the gift of the song, or what you can do is donate money to me. So it works both ways. It's either a present from me or it's a present from you, one or the other. No problem, Tough Gong Television. No problem, Tough Gong. Kyo, respect Johnny. All right. Yeah, so what was I saying? Yeah, on Christmas Day, there'll be a song that I released that it works both ways. Like, you can either have the song for free or you can donate some money. It's up to you. That's where I'll be on Christmas Day. I'll do that. Hopefully we'll get some new people coming that might check it out. I don't know what song to pick though. Maybe I need to use the bathroom as well. Shit, weird. I've become a twice a day man recently. I used to be a once a day man for this. What's this? Not very my favourite, really, is it? Is it really? Interesting. My favourite music is the Glory Now album, to be honest. I might reduce the price, actually. I might do it now, actually. I wonder if I should reduce the price of the Glory Now album for December and see if anyone buys it. See if anyone. We could try it. Because people can always donate as much as they want. So, what sort of BPM do you put your music to, Johnny? All different BPMs, all different. All different. I work at 90, 100, 110, 130, 120, 138, 160, 177. I might just do something quickly for you. I might just for the where is it now? Oh, here it is. Glory Now. Right. How do we edit it? I can't remember. There's a way of editing it. There's a way of editing it. Here it is, maybe. No. There's a way of editing it. How do we do that? No, that's not it. Oh, this is it. No. How do I change the price? And do I press community? Community. No. Music. Glory Now. Right. I think I'm sorting it out now. Right, here we go. Is this yeah, I fixed it. Edit. Right. Sorry, I've been missing what you've been typing. I've been on another page. I reduced the price of my Glory Now album to 20 quid. It was £30 when I first put it out. Then I reduced it to 25 quid. Still no one's bought it. I've reduced it to 20 quid now. I'm hoping that someone will buy it at £20. I'm hoping. Maybe I should make it £1. Maybe I should. Maybe I should make them all £1. Because that's my business, isn't it? My business is a pound business. So maybe I should make it £1 and it might sell loads. Maybe, I don't know. I should stick to my principles really and make it a £1 business. CD, what sort of genre do you consider your music? Well, the latest music I made is, I called it dub funk, hyper dub funk. You play any instruments, Ras? Yeah, I can play any instruments. Yeah, I can. Pretty much, if I mess about with them for a bit. I've never had a go on a violin, but I'm sure I could master it. I'm sure I could. Ras Johnny, right? Are you all right? Yeah, I'm very good. What are you doing? I was just reducing the price of one of my albums. I reduced it to 20 quid. I don't know if I should reduce all my music to £1. I don't know. Even if it's an album, I don't know if I should reduce them all to £1 because my business and my business model is a pound business. That's weird that delete. Okay. Boy D, my hands smell of weed. Oh my dick hurts. How do I fix it? Rest it. Just rest it. Don't cross your legs. What's your thoughts on the vaccine getting approved? Will you be taking it when you can? No, I won't. I won't be taking that at all. The side effects. The guy even said when they first talked about it about a week ago, he said that well, all medication, all vaccines have side effects. And he said that, and I ain't taking no vaccine that they got ready in that amount of time. They couldn't even work out how to do the lockdowns correctly. The government are rubbish at making decisions. How can you trust the scientists to come up with a vaccine in that amount of time? It's just not right. It's just what's this? Don't take the vaccine. Right? Bill Gates is a phony. I'm saying this as I'm using his software. Love. There go milk. Love. Moo moo. I ripped my foreskin. You ripped it. Well, is it? How ripped is it? I mean, is it just like a little tear? Because if it's a little tear, it was heal up, wouldn't it? Is it really the foreskin, or is it, or is it like the linking part of the helmet to the foreskin sort of thing? Is that what it is? You could see a doctor, but it depends really because, well, Tough Gong Television says drink a herbal drink. You can do that. But really, these sort of things do happen sometimes. And you just got to rest it and just don't have sex for a while. And that's it really, isn't it? I mean, do you need stitches, do you think? Do you think you need stitches? It will heal naturally, I think, anyway. I think it will. Won't be hard for him. Well, maybe he's got to keep it out in the air. Maybe he wouldn't be able to wear. Maybe he won't be able to go out for a while. Maybe you got to keep it in the air or something to heal it up. I don't know, maybe you could bandage it up if you've got to go out or something. I don't know. I mean. Well, my East Life's it isn't really to do with America, it's to do with the West Side and the East Coast. It's to do with East Life as in like Far East. None of my balls fell out of my sack. Well, is the sack cut or something? You being serious? Do we need to time him out? Yeah. Time him out, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, boy. From who I've actually met in the world, and the funny thing is, YouTube is actually meeting people, and you can tell what they're like when you meet them on here. And from what I've met of people in the world, the person that I would trust the most with the UK would be Jazzy B. He's older than me. He's wiser than me. He was doing Back to Life, Back to Reality long before me. I mean, I'd say Jazzy B as Prime Minister for the UK. That's what I would say. And Just Gone Television says Benjamin Zephaniah. All right. Is that Jazzy B's name? All right, no. Someone else. All right. But I think Jazzy B would make a great. I think Jazzy B would make a great. All right. I really forget, to be honest. You have to email me stuff if you want me to remember. If you want me to look it up. Otherwise, I just forget in the stream. It just goes past. Should I sell both my lungs? I don't know if Dust Off Gong's going to time you out in a minute. Should I sell both my lungs? Both your lungs? I wouldn't sell any part of your body. Rastafari wouldn't agree with that. We don't agree with Babylon stuff like that. That is Babylon to us, NHS. And the way the NHS treats their patients. They're practicing all the time and we don't like it. We don't like the way they practice on people. We don't think it's a quality way of living. We would rather live. We would rather live. Like, even if we know there's something wrong with us, we would rather live while we're living. And then The day that our day is up, our day is up. But we're living while we're alive. We're not in, you know, we might think there's something wrong with us or whatever, but I've met loads of wrestlers that have had little problems and stuff, and we just live with our problems. I mean, or you take herbal remedies to try and sort it out. That's one thing you can do. There is herbal remedies. Herbs do work. I mean, do you think we went to the moon? Well, when I look at them 1960s pictures of the moon landing, to me, the shadows that they've created don't seem to make sense. To me, it seems like the shadows are a studio set. But that's just my opinion. That's my opinion. You should have a look yourself and see what you think of the shadows. Because if you're on the moon, why would there be shadows like that going towards the ground? From I don't know. I mean, it seemed like there's too many shadows. It was like there's a light at that side, a light at that side. Too many shadows going on or something. I don't know. It just didn't seem right. Challenger crash, 1980s. I don't know about that. I can't remember. I was a bit young then. I was only 4. Johnny, has anyone ever told you you look like B.A. Baracus from the A-Team? I pity the fool. Yeah. Well, I say that's one of my sayings, isn't it? I ain't getting in no plane. I pity the fool. I say it all. I do say it to my friends. I say it to them sometimes. I do speak like that. I ain't getting in no plane, and I ain't getting in no plane. And I do pity the fool. I do pity them. I do pity them. I pity them very much. Even if I know them, I mean, I still pity them. Yellow Man and Mr. Chin. Yellow Man, Mr. Chin. Mr. Chin, Mr. T. Do I really not be Baracus from the 18? I don't believe I look like him. When my beard looks like him or something. I look like B.A. Baracus now. That's crazy. Does he really look like me? I can't even remember what he looks like now, to be honest. He was an image that we saw so much of in the 80s. He looked like Yellow Man. Do I look like Yellow Man? Really? Oh, Mr. Chin. Nobody move. All right. Nobody get hurt, man. Right. What's the Dre sample? Yellow Man? Probably, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not into sampling other artists anymore. I'm not into that at all. Now it has to be my creation. It has to be my music. It has to be now. If I make a sample, I make the sample. I don't sample anyone else anymore. He did it on Easy album, all right. Yeah, I used to sample other people, but I couldn't release music with samples in it anymore. I mean, I just don't feel right doing it. Easy E, Nobody Move. All right, yeah. I think sampling music's what you do when you start out, but when you really get going, when you really know what you're doing, when you're a producer, you no longer want to sample. You want to do your own music. That's what I believe, anyway. My first tracks were made with all samples. Everything was a sample. But I mean, now today, I don't do that. And if I am gonna have a sample, I have to make it myself, or I have to record it myself, or something. It's this way. I don't like to get a sample pack from a shop neither because they're expensive, and the other thing is everyone else has got them. So it kind of you can't really release that in a tune really. Sometimes you can, I mean, if you're there first or whatever, but I mean it's not. There were some good sample CDs like Jungle Warfares and that. They were good for making jungle music. But everyone had the same sounds. I mean, easiest way. Okay, I love the old stuff. Yeah, old stuff is good. I like the new stuff better though, the dub funk. I know no one's into it yet. No one's even bought it yet. I've reduced the price. I just emailed everybody. I got one more follower today. I noticed. It's growing slowly. At least it's growing, so yeah. Why you get so many carnal-minded viewers? Because we're living in England, and in England, carnal-mindedness, we've got the whole LGBT community, and the whole LGBT community is supported by carnal-minded people. So the carnal-minded people kind of, well, they're everywhere in the UK. Not everywhere, because there are Rastafarians. I don't know if the Muslims are carnal or not. I don't know, but I mean, I don't think they are. They don't seem to. They don't seem to talk about women in a carnal way. Not to me, anyway. They never do. So I wouldn't say that the Muslims are carnal. So these carnal viewers on here, I mean, well, this is London, so they're not just Harrow. They're not around here. I mean, 905 subs. Congrats. Oh, thanks, Tofcon. So, Retu message deleted by Tofcon going right. It was in by Tofcon going right. 95 more. Yeah. You have got to concentrate. You can learn a lot at the same time as well. Like you can learn a lot of facts and stuff. What do you think really happened with Jeffrey Epstein? You know what? I'm not a witness, so I can't comment. This is where some people fell out with me a while ago over what was his name again? The guy that was dead, Jimmy Savile. And I said, how can we be so sure that all them things were true when he's dead now? We can't really question him or find out if that's true. And I was just saying that, how do we know that's true? I think Jeffrey Epstein's dead as well now. I think he committed suicide as well. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm not the witness. And where I'm not the witness, I can't really pass judgment. Jimmy Savile is fit. What do you mean Jimmy Savile is fit? I don't know what you mean, but I don't know what you mean. Epstein didn't kill himself. He didn't, no. What do you think really happened with Jeffrey Epstein? That's still up there, right? Well, I don't know. It's the same as Jimmy Savile. It's the same as the Queen. It's the same as my mum and dad. I don't know what my mum and dad are doing. I mean, this is what I mean about being the witness of really, like, if I was a witness, then yes, I could pass a judgment. But as I'm not a witness, I can't say anything really. He was killed by the government because he knew too much. Really? What so you think of the government? What so you think of the government? Shame the cameras didn't work when he died in his prison cell. Right. I don't know. Maybe you know a different thing to me. I never know what people. This is why you can always learn different stuff from being on YouTube. Different people come up with different ideas, different agendas, different stuff. Daddy Wronghole. Cool. Did you spit or swallow? I don't spit or swallow. I swallow my food. I don't spit really. I do spit sometimes out the window, I suppose. I've got a big bit of phlegm. But I don't know if you're going to get a block by a Tough Gong television in a minute. I know the truth. You know the truth. Oh, right. You know the truth. Right. Interesting. What do you think of the LGBT community? Well, I don't know. I've got mixed feelings about it because one thing I know that is that as a species and as a race, as a species even, just as a species, for us to exist and for us to go forward, is male and female that is going to do that every single time. What I'm worried about is that the LGBT community have got it as their right to have a child. Now, I'm a single man. I wouldn't mind having a child. As a woman, I could. So women are always saying that it's a man's world, but as a woman, I could just go and get pregnant. But as a man, I can't just go and get pregnant. So the LGBT community are now doing test tube babies. And I just find this fucking weird, the whole thing. They get married, they have their civil partnership, and then they start having test tube babies. I find it odd. But rest of man don't kiss and tell. Is that what I'm doing? Am I kissing and telling? What's this? Well, so I find the LGBT community. I don't know. I mean, I don't wish any harm on them. But I hope that the Babylon TV system doesn't encourage people to make decisions about their sexuality or to have experiences in their of sexuality that could have been avoided by having different media programming. That's one thing that I wish, because I do think that sometimes I heard, and I haven't watched television for years, for so long, but someone told me that they're doing a homosexual programming in the media. They've been doing that for about 10 years now. So that's what worries me, that young boys will think, oh, it's okay to kiss a man and it's okay to do this and it's okay to do that. That's what worries me, that we end up regretting things and doing the wrong thing, and it leads to this bisexuality, doesn't it? I mean, is that what they want us all to be bisexual? I mean, well, that's, I don't know. I mean, and what's this dogging stuff? I've never known. I've always been a bit ignorant of all these sexual things that go on. I don't even know what dogging is really. I think it's something to do with having sex in a car or something, but I don't know. I mean, hey, what's up, man? Let's have another spliff. Right, what's this? Hey, what's up, man? No, don't do it, Johnny. What's that? Have another spliff? Your lungs? No, it's all right. It's only weed. Weed's not so harmful. Has it come to this? Dogging is the act of public sex regardless of people seeing you or not. All right. Has it come to this? Weed is beautiful, yeah. Weed is beautiful. It's beautiful to look at. It's, yeah, I mean. How can I live without my weed, man? Me and Tough gone all right into our weed. It's my it must be my my original DNA from my original grandfather, Adam. I don't know, or maybe I'm related to King Solomon. I thought he liked to spliff, or maybe even Haile Selassie. He liked to spliff, didn't he? I've seen Haile Selassie with weed plants. I've seen photos of him, definitely. He used to have loads of weed and lions and all sorts of stuff. I've seen loads of photos of Selassie. The Junglist Revolution, yeah, I agree, and I tried to help the Junglism movement, to be honest. I did try and help them by calling my movement Junglism. It was a bit like hijacking, but at the same time, it was helping them out as well. I know that I was part of the scene as well, so it's not completely hijacking. It's like I was part of it. I was probably one of the bigger players in it, like with my dancing and with my DJing. I got pictures of Selassie watering weed plants. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it too. Yeah. I used to follow the Rastafari movement page on Facebook, and yeah, I've seen pictures of Selassie watering weed plants. So it's in my DNA to smoke this stuff. I think my dad should be smoking it as well, but he drinks, and I can't get him into smoking because his dad died of lung cancer. So because his dad died of lung cancer, he won't smoke. I got a picture saying, right, big up Lee Perry, yeah. Tell him weed not bad, man. Yeah, weed not bad. Downey 2E, hello, mate. Hello, Downey 2E, how are you? Tough Gong, do you know that with your mod status, I think you can post links now if there's any interesting links that you think anyone should look at or anything. It's up to you, man. But I'm on the phone with Lee Perry. He say, big up, man. All right, thanks. Tell him I say hi back. Thanks, man. You enjoying the spliffs again? Yeah, I'm enjoying the spliffs. I'm enjoying the spliffs. I'm trying to get it out of my grinder. James Seller, how is Janet Jackson? I haven't heard from her for a while. Thanks, man. That's all right. You could put your own YouTube link up here if you wanted to. Give people a choice, isn't it? It's not about competition all the time. Sometimes it's about helping your brethren out to get what he wants to watch. Or there might be some people that are more interested in this and some people that are more interested in that. Right, so I said hi. What's that, Janet Jackson? Oh, do you know her then, do you? I tell Lee Perry you love the Disco Devil tune. I love a lot more that Lee Perry's done. I've heard a lot more of Lee Perry than that, and I think I like other stuff just as much, if not more, of what Lee Perry's done. I mean, Lee Perry is one of the absolute geniuses. I mean, I've heard him sing properly, and he's a proper genius in the studio. Lee Perry, the legend, yeah, he's a proper legend, yeah. That's what I wish to be, someone like Lee Perry. He produced for Bob, yeah. That's what I wish to be, someone like Lee Perry. That's what I wish to be, someone like that. And I saw the other day in the shops, Peppa Pig is fit. that timeout or is it hidden by tough content? You will reach that status, man. You will be big one day. Disco Devil. But Lee Scratch Perry's made so many songs, hasn't he? I mean, he must have made as many songs as me, if not more. I mean, he's older than me, isn't he? I mean, he's bound to have made more than me, I mean. And the way that they used to record in the 1960s, they could have made so many records. I mean, you've only got to know how to play your instrument, and then you can do it. Disco Johnny on the mic. Thousands. Hello, son. You got thousands, yeah. I've got about 2,000, I think. How much for a feature, son? A feature? What do you mean by a feature? I don't know what you mean by a feature. Johnny, have you taken the political compass test? I haven't, no. I don't know what I would do. But I like some things that the Labour government want to do, and I like some things that the Conservative government want to do. And I think that's why it's good that we have them alternating every now and again. Because the Labour government do have some good ideas, I think. I don't know if it's true or not, but I would just like to hope so. I would just like to hope that they do have some good ideas, basically. And I would like to hope that the Conservatives have as well. And I would like to hope that they complement each other. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we need one of them in power all the time to make it right. Who knows? But I know that righteous politics has no opposition. And when I write to the government and they do and they pass laws on my behalf, they have no opposition whatsoever. That's one thing that I do know. They have no opposition to my not arming rebels. There was no opposition to that. They just stopped doing it. And they just kept quiet about it. They didn't say Johnny Rankin wrote into... There wasn't a news story saying Johnny Rankin wrote into the government and said that we should stop arming rebels. No, David Davis came and said exactly what I said. David Davis came and said it. So... the truth. They want to hide the truth all the time. Well, that's up to them, isn't it? The truth can't be hid forever. The truth can't be hid forever because one of these days these guys are going to do something and then you'll see that I'll be emailing them and then you'll see that they're following what I'm saying. And if they don't, then sometimes they have to do what I say. You'll see it one day. And then you'll realise who controls the world. Well, not really, because Russia doesn't listen to me. Russia doesn't listen to me. But England does, and England influences America big time. The Americans can't really go to war without us, really. I mean, they did do it in Vietnam, but they can't really go invading countries without us, really. We kind of allow it. And if we're not going to allow it, then they can't really do it. So... no, the Americans affect us. No, you'd be surprised because I remember when Barack Obama was going to arm the Syrian rebels, and I just worked out in my mind. I just thought, what the fuck? They're going to arm rebels? Why are they arming rebels? I just worked it out. And I remember the King Solomon proverb that says that a wise man, now was it a fool rebels against his king? A wise man stays in allegiance to the king. And then I realised that if you're not emancipated, you're always going to hate your government. And it just made me think that why are you arming the rebels? If your kid is disobedient, you give him a gun. And that's what I said to the government. I wrote to them and said that. If your kid is disobedient, you give him a gun. And then they did a U-turn. They did a U-turn. They did a U-turn. Even Barack Obama U-turned. And that was from Great Britain. So Great Britain can influence America. It's not always about us following America. It's not always about that. And I'm sure of that. Because I know about that. So I know that Barack Obama U-turned. I know that another one that U-turned was the one that we just had. What was his name again? Donald Trump. He U-turned as well last Christmas. Last Christmas he was going to arm some rebels. And then the news changed and they dropped. After I wrote to the government and I said, you can't arm rebels again, then they changed the story and they said that he defeated some Islamic terrorist instead. He killed someone, but they said that he killed an Islamic terrorist and something like he's going to arm rebels. He was going to arm rebels though, so they both U-turned, and it's what I worry about. While I'm alive, I can keep an eye on them, but I mean, once I'm gone, bro, what's the name of that garage tune called 99 something? T99, I think. No, that's Anastasia. R.I.P. Groove 99, I think. R.I.P. Groove. I could be wrong, but R.I.P. Groove 99, I think. That's why the revolution will not be televised, but the revolution will be on YouTube. That's one thing I can guarantee you. Because I've got another 10 or 20 years left yet. And we'll see the government when they mess up next time, and I'll be emailing them, and you'll see it on here, and well, then you'll see what's going on. When you see what's going on, you'll see that all this news. I know people say that it's programming and that. I don't watch it to get programmed. I watch it to see what they're saying to program the masses. And I realise that they do this. Like, well, I started up on my YouTube a thing called Any Questions. I'm really glad that the BBC have done an Any Questions service as well. I don't know who's answering the questions, but at least they got a service of any questions. I mean, I don't know who's really answering. I mean, are the answers right? I mean, is it like what a Rasta man would write down, or is it Babylon? I mean, I don't know. Thanks, man. Yes, it's the one. So what other influence have you had? Influence? Well, influence is a tough thing to say because, I mean, the biggest influence on my life has got to be the teachings of Zen. The teachings of Zen have got to be the most influential thing on my life. They led me to the most creativity. They led me to the most peace, tranquility, joy, happiness. That's what led to it. So that's the best influence in my life. And you can read about it in Pathfinder, which I've got a book which teaches you about how to learn about that kind of stuff. I've got a book called Pathfinder. You can email me at eastlifetelevision@gmail.com. Put the word Pathfinder and we'll email you a copy. And yeah, I mean, that was the biggest influence. But musically, well, in the 80s, I'd say Bob Marley was probably the biggest influence, really, in the 1980s, kind of. Or Michael Jackson, Bob Marley. I don't know, I mean, they were the music that I liked the most, like the Thriller album. The Bad album, when I first heard it, I didn't like it too much. It grew on me, but I knew I had to like it because it was Michael Jackson, but I think the Thriller album I preferred, but, you know. I still haven't fallen asleep yet. Dangerous is better. Yeah, you're probably right, Tough Guy on Television. You're probably right. I did have a copy of Dangerous, and you're right. Dangerous was a good album by Teddy Riley. And now I've got some of the tracks that weren't really on it that they recorded. He's emailed them to me. I got 4 of them. So, yeah, incredible the amount of music they made for that album. Yeah, he's emailed me 4 tracks. One's got Ice Cube, one's got Tupac, one's got LL Cool J, and the other one's got Nas. Is it Nas? No, not Nas. LL Cool J. Ice Cube, yeah. He said he emailed them to me, and I played them, but these days I can't play anyone else's music because I keep getting copyrighted. It's a shame because I like listening to other people's music. It breaks mine up. It's annoying listening to all my own music. It is kind of annoying. I'd like to break it up with other people's music, but I keep getting copyright strikes, so I can't do it. It's annoying. It is really annoying. And a classic track can be heard again and again and again and again. Right, it's a bit of water. Right. I know what we could do. What we could do is do this.
European politicians of the past half century, the former president of France, Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, at the age of 94. Giscard was president from 1974 to 1981. His time in office included periods of economic crisis and industrial unrest. He was always
Surprised I haven't fallen asleep yet. Surprised. I haven't fallen asleep tonight. It's getting late now.
Celebrated artist Tracy Emin says her art has kept her alive after she was diagnosed with bladder cancer. 7-year-old who's had major surgery said that
1870, 1890, it wasn't really cool to be a man. So I said, I'm filled with rage and jealousy.
And with your painting, are you in a way, what do you do between work and
The work comes from an energy, and it's an energy that I can't hold within myself, that has to come out. And I think if it doesn't come out, I feel like I'm going to spontaneously combust.
Well, I've got to have Kaya now, yeah.
Everyone's rushing out to buy puppies and kittens because they need love and affection.
What would you do if you couldn't express yourself to Ron?
I would be dead within 10 days.
Do you make any of these works when you knew you were poorly?
No, because share it with the group. Because I had something wrong with my bladder. It was just
I love the Vermin music video. Vermin music video? There is no Vermin music video. That's a pirate. It's a pirate. That's someone nicking my music. There is no Vermin music video. I never made it. I never made one. That's someone nicking my music. That's someone nicking my music who's just depleting my sales again. Pirate. Pirate. Thief. Thief. That's why I can never make a penny. Some thief comes along and streams it. I never streamed it. I never did that. There's a thief who's fucked me up again.
All that I've lost, all the cancer, everything would be worth it. There's so much more enlightenment.
How are you now?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, every day I'm getting better.
Artist Christine sharing her thoughts with BBC's. Now, before we go, the news about the distribution of the coronavirus vaccine has prompted many questions from viewers, ranging from safety issues to the way the vaccine will be allocated. Our health correspondent Catherine Burness has been speaking to mother and daughter Stephanie and Ingrid in West London, and she put their questions to the former chair of the Royal College of GPs.
How can we be confident that this is safe for everyone?
With respect to this vaccine, it has been through exactly the same rigour, same scrutiny, same regulator as any other medicine that we might give you. We certainly know there has been no shortcuts to testing its safety.
So,
I hate thieves, man.
coming up soon. You're going to
Thieves.
be 80 in January, if you don't mind me saying.
Thieves. Gonna scare of talent out their own.
I don't know where I am in the queue. I shouldn't be that high up because lots of people are more vulnerable, older people. But on the other hand, the world would do without me, but it probably can't do without. I think English probably more use because she's a teacher.
Well, Stephanie, first, congratulations for your big birthday. The fact is, you will be way ahead of the queue, way ahead. And the reason is that you're more likely, if you get the virus, to be very unwell with it. I have to say you're more likely to die than your daughter. So, therefore, it's much more important that we give people who are more vulnerable than those who are less vulnerable, even though probably not having you as a teacher is going to leave an awful lot of kids in the lurch.
Quite happy to be in a queue. I would like the queue to move quite quickly because then we can start to get back to normal life.
I'll tell you what I really feel. I really feel a bit guilty.
I don't know how we can judge the side effects in such a short space of time.
So the side effects that we know, because bear in mind about 20,000 people have had this vaccine already, is slight redness around the injection site. And some people might feel just a little bit unwell, but not very unwell for a couple of days after, just like the flu vaccine. So the short-term side effects of this are very, very minimal.
What interests me is
how we're going to get all these doddery old people lined up and get out of their homes.
The logistics are very important. I mean, this is the biggest ever done, I think, in the history of mankind. We're going to have to do it twice because we're going to have to do it a few weeks apart. This is not just going to be GPs doing jabs, it's going to be nurses, pharmacists. We may even find that lay people will be taught how to give the vaccine. So this is going to be an enormous operational task, but rest assured it will be done.
So hearing all of the questions, how does this make you feel today?
Relieved. We can see that the end is in sight now. 2021. It's can't come soon enough, really.
I don't know who stole it. I don't know. Let's find out the name of the person of the channel. Let's find out the name of the channel. It's on YouTube. Is it on YouTube? That's the name of the channel, isn't it? The channel that nicked it. That's the channel that nicked it. That's the channel.
Look ahead to what the papers will be bringing us tomorrow. This Wednesday evening, we're joined by Christopher Hope.
You can leave a comment saying that you are a thief.
The Telegraph.
They're creative, are they?
Economist at the Standard and a Times radio presenter. As always, lovely to have you both with us.
Well, they're not paying me.
We can now reclaim our lives.
Yeah.
Focusing on today's news that the UK has become the first Western country to approve a coronavirus vaccine. A historic moments on the war against coronavirus, says the Metro. It says those 800,000 doses of the Pfizer vaccine were shipped.
Well, I don't pay him to make the videos because at the end of the day, I don't get paid to make the music. So why should he get paid to make the video when he's going to get the royalties? If he had approached me, I could have given him the royalties for it, but he hasn't approached me, so I can't give him the royalties for it. So that's where he's fucking shot himself in the foot. If he had approached me, we could have done it properly. I could have given him the royalties for it, but he didn't do that. So now he's not getting paid. He's not getting the royalties.
Aisha, let's start with you because it's just lovely to be able to speak about something that's positive. The Daily Telegraph is starting off with "We can now reclaim our lives." Following that press conference that we had earlier on today, Boris Johnson, there, the Prime Minister, talking about what will happen next when it comes to this first start of the vaccination program.
Well, you're absolutely right. It's been a rare bright spot in such a dark year, and I think we were all actually feeling incredibly miserable just in the weekend before coming out of lockdown, but going into
what is hate?
Tears. There was been a lot of political.
If you're a victim of hate, what is it? What is hate?
Treated optimism at a time of new darkness, and it was actually really interesting to watch
me don't jar black or white me. But what I'm saying is, what is hate? Is it toxic people? Is it like
but I think the Prime Minister is
a perception that it's not really there? You think people hate you, but they don't really.
Demand for this, which the supply just won't be able to meet demand for the time being, for obvious reasons. So the scientists have done their bit. It's now over to the government and agencies to try and do this the logistical side of things, and that is going to be huge. And also, who is going to get the vaccine, how it's going to be rolled out, and the people who are desperately waiting for it will now be the story.
And then when you talk about the logistics, it is absolutely monumental, especially with this particular vaccine, Christopher. The way that it can be stored is something that is really, really very sensitive. As Jonathan Van Zandt himself said, and I'm surprised none of the papers picked up on this, it's
it's not something that just can be put into the fridge, taken out of the fridge. So you'll be very much focusing on the positivity.
We're clear that this is 7 degrees. Which you are then have the vaccine, you are inoculated against the coronavirus. 2 or 3 papers in this initial round of the papers on the BBC, but later on, I'm sure we'll see some of the tabloids where they're more the red raw of relief as we approach.
Well, yeah, and they're very right to point out it's early days yet. The other papers are coming through, and so I'm expecting to hear a few more of those. What else was Jonathan Van She was describing it as a train journey as well. People needing to be taken on the journey, getting off the station. Ultimately, we need people to use and uptake this vaccine.
Yes, I've seen surveys today saying that maybe as many as a third may not take it. I think the big issue for the government, and I'm sorry to cut across Aisha there, but the big issue for the government will be making sure people are comfortable with taking this vaccination. They've got to take it. We all need it to stop walking around in masks for the rest of our lives. I mean, Jonathan Van Dam hinted that may be required, even after next summer, we are required to wear masks, and I'm hoping that if enough people can take it, that may not be required. But certainly there's a massive public information campaign on the safety of this virus to be done by the government.
And no problem about cutting across. Won't it be lovely to have you guys in the studio so we can actually see? We can have a discussion.
You would absolutely love that.
Exactly. I mean, I tell you
He enjoys the jams. He enjoys the jams.
Very nice to have them remotely as well. I'm not complaining. Let's look at the eye, also focusing on the vaccine as all the papers are. Picture of the Scotch egg there, but we won't focus on that yesterday. One of the points that they're making is that care home residents will be among the first people to access this vaccine. Of course, we're always focusing on the most vulnerable. Care home residents are, but the way that this vaccine, the way that the doses are packed, it's not that straightforward. Care home residents in care homes won't necessarily be the first to get it.
Yeah, that was one of the really interesting points that emerged. As you said, as soon as that
I can do both of those things. I can do drumming or bass. Look at that.
I do think every
come back.
To get this vaccine, not just for residents, but actually care home workers are really, really important as well. And because they're part of that, essential kind of NHS frontline, as if you call it that.
So I was talking tonight to some MPs in the House of Commons, and one of their big debates is how soon do they get their vaccine, because they can't get the front of the queue. That'd be a bad look.
What cigars you got, Johnny Boy? I haven't got any. I haven't got any. I could go and buy some if I wanted to.
Yeah, there's this quite frightening film called Contagion.
I've been smoking weed for the last couple of hours.
Crazy at the beginning when this kind
I've been smoking weed.
But then people go crazy when the vaccine comes along, because everybody wants
I ran out of cigars at about 9 o'clock.
Something to really watch for. And people will be really keeping an eye out for any evidence of people using their privilege, their power.
Maybe earlier than that, maybe about 8:30. 1:45 or something.
or family.
We've got a girl named Sally, and she ain't sport or eat or with a spoon or fork.
But they've always said that it's not going to go to those people who can afford it. It's got to be egalitarian. It just has to be. And Contagion, I tell you what, it was on my list of films to watch. It certainly is not now. No chance. No chance. The Guardian, Christopher, has, you touched upon the ability to get across.
Is that LBC? No, it's not. Do I listen to LBC? Do I listen to LBC Emancipation? We can change it if you want. Listen to the viewers and the callers. Some people don't like the way. What's that? Don't what you're watching. This is BBC. This is the papers. But I'm not paying attention. So if Emancipation wants to put LBC on, we can do that. I'm not listening to the TV anyway. It's just on. I'm not listening to it at all. I'm going to call LBC. All right, let me put it on then. Let me put it on.
An EU agency last month, it meant that we could then
itself. That will then be followed in the subsequent.
Right, Emancipation is going to call in. Tom Swarbrick, yeah.
To operate vaccination centres to over 1,000 places.
That's about the vaccination, isn't it?
GPs will be in touch with their at-risk patients.
It's really interesting. You can be an anti-vaxxer.
An excellent response from GPs across the NHS wanting to participate in this programme, and as the extra vaccine comes available, we'll be able to turn on more of those GP-led clinics. And then if the MHRA, the independent regulator, as we expect they will, give approval for a safe way of splitting these packs of 975 doses, then the good news is that we will be able to start distributing those to care homes. And then, as even more vaccine becomes available, finally, we will be able to...
He's talking about the vaccine, Emancipation.
Across the country.
He's talking about the vaccine. You're a bit behind, aren't you? You can't call him. Listen, and you'll see. You've got to listen until you've got a viewpoint. You need to listen until you understand it.
To be able to pop to your local pharmacy and get vaccinated.
You can't hear because I'm talking, that's why.
Well, I'll tell you in just a moment. Bill's in Wandsworth first. Hi there, Bill.
Hi, Bill. Sorry.
No worries. Tell us about how the NHS rollout of this is going from your perspective.
Well, I'm an NHS volunteer. I go and collect shopping for people and do general errands I'm running about. And I've got a text today from the volunteer service asking if I want to become an NHS vaccine volunteer. So basically administering the vaccines to people.
Are you medically trained before you became an NHS volunteer?
Not so whatsoever. I've got a hospitality service all my life.
Right. So this would require obviously a bit of training before you did it. Would you be up for doing it?
No, it's not something I like to do. No. I've actually got a fear of needles, to be fair.
Well, you don't want the person administering the vaccine to be scared of the needle, Bill. That's for the person to be getting it to be scared of it. But you are what? Aghast that you're being asked to do this, or sign up to volunteer to do this, or that anybody who's being asked to do this who doesn't have any medical training?
We can, presumably, to administer needles and medicine, you've got to be obviously medically trained to a certain extent, I would imagine.
But what's to say they wouldn't give you that training?
Well, I would have thought that would take months and years. I've obviously nurses study for years to be able to do things like that. And doctors and healthcare service. They're going to give me some training in a couple of weeks.
Yeah. So the idea of relying on volunteers to be part of the system that helps roll this out, whether it's in the care homes or in the 1,000 local vaccination centres across England that are hoping to start up, you think? Thank you.
It's definitely on Insta. It's definitely on there. Johnny Rankin. I don't know if you found Johnny Rankin. Did he recognise me on there? It's definitely on there.
Our lives to reclaim this country and the planet. I don't know about it. It does make me go a bit doughy, I have to say. It does make me think we're so close. And God, I hope this rollout works well. There's lumps and bumps in it, of course. You know, the idea of having to do this very quickly in the coming weeks is a massive, massive undertaking. But the coming together of whether it's volunteers to a certain degree or the military and the NHS and the private sector who have been able to create this, the scientists who have been able to do it, and yes, to an extent, you're going to hate me for saying it, but yes, to an extent, the politicians for trying to manage the rollout of this thing. If we get this right, we're back. Aren't we? In just a moment, a senior MP has today warned that the biggest threat to us all in getting this pandemic over and done with is disinformation about vaccines. Damien Collins' words follow the news that the Army is using its information warfare unit to tackle disinformation about COVID vaccines. We'll get more on how it does this in just a moment. 10:47. This is
Preferred to Johnny, mate. All right. No problem.
Holiday with Galliard and save up to £15,000. We have extended the stamp duty.
You follow me back on Insta.
Right across the capital.
All right. I've done it already, have I? I'm quite quick on my mobile phone.
With just a 5% deposit. Free of charge. If you're registered, you can securely view and order your repeat prescription online. Your medication is delivered to you free of charge and at no extra cost to the NHS. There's no need to visit a pharmacy unless you want to. Search Co-op Health to download the app or register online. Co-op, it's what we do.
Alright, if you just send me a message on Instagram.
Services. Full terms and conditions available at co-op.co.uk/health. I know some people who still don't wear a face mask on public transport. They don't think corona's going to hurt them. They think they're strong enough already. It's not about them. It's about who they might pass it on to. Their mums and dads, their grandparents. What if they end up in hospital? They wouldn't feel so strong then.
Wear a face covering over your nose and mouth at all times on public transport, unless you are exempt, for everyone's sake. For the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Heroes. They're the ones we look up to, or sometimes down at. If they're under your sink mending a broken pipe, from plumbing to plastering, heating to electrics, at Local Heroes, every job completed by an expert tradesperson comes with a 12-month British Gas guarantee. When you
as you roll a spliff, well, you got to practice, you just got to work it out. You know, it's sort of like you don't put too much weed in, you don't put too much in, because if you put too much in, then you'll cough. The more you put in, the more you'll cough. So you just want a thin little bit of weed going along. The Rizzler. And then you roll the Rizzler up and down until it rolls, until it's round. And then you take this down right to the bottom. And then you roll it in with your thumbs. And start to roll it up. And then that's as it rolls it up. That's what it meant, it rolls up. And it rolls up, and then you lick the gum and slap it down. IDLBC phone lines. I don't know about that.
I make space to protect you.
But I might say that
Space.
there are measurements and things that have to be taken into consideration. And these guys should be professional, really. That's what I might say. Because I've had depots myself. And I know that, well, with this, there is only one medication and one measurement, probably. But, I mean, with depots, They're always changing medication all the time and giving them amounts and stuff.
What makes you think the rollout of the vaccine will be?
I always high, Johnny. Well, you can say that. I have a spliff in the morning. I always have a spliff in the morning. So you can say that I'm always high, maybe. Maybe you can say that.
DCMS Select Committee Chair Damien Collins, who has said that those spreading falsehoods about the vaccine represent one of the clearest examples of real-world harms that fake news can cause.
Wish I could smoke more weed. Wish I made more money.
By the British military, the 77th Brigade, a division of the British Army, is being set up to push back some of the fake news that is underway. Colonel Philip Ingram is a former British Army intelligence officer, joins me live on the programme tonight. Thank you for being there for us, Colonel. Tell us a bit about the 77th Brigade and what they're charged with doing.
Yeah, good evening. 77th Brigade is a mixed organisation that provides sort of professional support as elements of what the British military do. And one of the elements is in the information operations domain. And that's where they work in. And information operations is critical in making sure that the messages in a wartime or a battle.
Johnny, you have an Xbox or PlayStation? No, I don't. I have no games machines. No games machines. Only the studio.
I think, unfortunately,
Studio's the only thing we can play on in here.
It's interesting, isn't it, how
The drum kit.
the change
The bass guitar.
war to be.
The lead guitar, the acoustic guitar.
Even into information, we are now fighting a war, but just on the way in which information is distributed.
Microphones for vocals.
Again, this is a misnomer.
I need to get more microphones, really. I don't know if I should get them ready for. I think we'll be alright this year. If you bought one, you could play it and stream it.
Was due to deception and
if you bought one, you could stream it.
So,
nah, it's alright. YouTube gaming, nah, it's alright. And you can get your place in. It's alright, don't worry.
Europe through the Pas de Calais rather than through Normandy, and therefore it's all part of.
I'm old school. I can't deal with too much technology. And this is what I have to do for now. And this is where I pay my advert money.
And at scale. Certainly, when I was in government, there was a lot of worry about the way in which Russian-backed troll farms were manipulating people's opinions, and in particular, and I guess the worry is about the vaccine.
Well,
I could do gaming on this channel, I suppose. I don't want to get into gaming anyway, really.
Who turn around and say,
I can't be bothered, really.
That's their personal belief. There are organisations out there that disagree and find that's their organisational belief. But then you get the state-backed organisations that are there.
It's just like the real game for me is to try and earn money. And that's the real game. That's why really I should be playing my music, really. Trying to promote my music. That's what I should be doing.
I've got that. And that Maskarovka we saw with the Salisbury poisonings, where the Russians turned around and said it wasn't us.
I can't do that. I play my own music. I play my own music that I'm promoting.
That's where they come from. And that's where a lot of these anti-vaxxer organisations get their solace. And it's their design to try and create dissension, division within societies where real
there wasn't help. There was an LCJ booking track at 007 James Bond, I think.
To stir people up. It's really, really incredible.
I remember rightly.
What they're doing to promote this kind of disinformation, and clearly it is I'm afraid it is a form of warfare. Let's come to your call. Here's Alan in Broxbourne tonight. Hi, Alan.
Hello, Tom. Yes, if there was a chance for tomorrow to go and have that vaccine, I'd be first in the queue. I'm over 90. I'm 91 in March, and I went to school in the 1935 when I started school.
Wow.
And I saw children die when I in reception. Throughout my schooling, other children died from diphtheria, scarlet fever, and polio. And thankfully, all these injections cured it. And the sanatoriums, there was a Chingford sanatorium for TV. My mother was a ward maid there. My aunt done a lifetime career there. Thankfully, vaccine had cured it.
It's called Charisma, spelled with a K and a Z, and it's by BioWire. BioWire.
And having seen these vaccines come round,
Charisma with a K and a Z.
Change the lives of for you and your kids.
That's true. I'm really sure I do think of ever bad. I can remember Mother saying I used to go get out of bed and hang over the bottom of the bed as a young child.
Damn, it's not on Tidal. What do you mean it's not on Tidal? What's Tidal?
There we now children can die with whooping cough and that. So thankfully, the vaccination.
A music streaming service. No, it won't be on that. Not this sort of record. No.
I mean, polio in particular. When
Yeah.
known for polio, terrible. All done away with, thankfully.
It's a miracle, isn't it? Yeah, it's a complete miracle. And listen, I'm grateful to you. When it becomes clear where these hospital hubs actually are, there are going to be 50 of them. We'll let you know, because if you want to go and get that.
Do you have it on 12? Yeah, I do. Yeah.
And in theory,
I do.
in a
Yeah.
month's time, once you've waited the 3 weeks to have the next jab, you're done. That's it. Christine's in Swanage. Hi, Christine.
Oh, hello.
Sit like a man. Yeah.
Well, I
President, yeah. It's not my original. My original got nicked. It's one that a friend of mine gave me. The one that you want to clash. He gave me his copy. He said, you should have this, really. He was very generous and gave me a copy.
I don't think I could cope with anything else doing wrong.
Yes, you don't need the virus at the best of times, let alone in circumstances where you're.
You need track is brilliant. Oh, thank you. I was only joking. What do you mean? Are you only joking? You got Lindsay.
But I think I'm I've got so many things wrong with me. My neck's got arthritis. I don't have a life.
No.
I can't walk.
Well, DJ uses vinyl. He uses vinyl. He uses vinyl. And that's final. What do you mean? And that's final. And that's that machine. That's machine. That machine.
The vaccine would do me any good, or would it make me worse?
The scientists are all saying that it has a 90% efficacy rate.
You're not going back to that machine, are you? We're recording computers now. Make MP3s. Oh, that's right. That's right. Johnny, could you give shout out to my boy James? Yeah, big shout out to James. Yeah. Malik, Johnny. Hi, Malik. Not that machine, bro. This is audio tapes. Yeah. We bought one when they were obsolete. My crew was so stupid they bought one when they were obsolete. When you didn't need one. It's so stupid. So silly. He's recording on a computer. I needed that machine.
What is it about the vaccine that makes you think that you?
My crew was so stupid. They wasted all the money. £700 on that machine.
I understand that. I really do. You don't want anything else to go wrong. It must be incredibly worrying, and I feel great sympathy for you to be in that position. It's awful.
You don't need that machine, emancipation. To make RAW files, convert them to MP3. That's all right, man. That's the way it is. That's the way it is.
On Global Player and
Play LBC.
You don't need that machine anymore. That machine and tapes and all this. Let's have it all in the computer.
Logistical difficulties in rolling out the newly approved coronavirus vaccine. The Pfizer-BioNTech jab has
You
been
love your
stored and
tapes,
then
tape
transported
pick.
at low
I
temperatures.
need some raid
It comes in
tapes
large
now, right?
packs that can't easily be
I've got
split.
a cold got
Care
as
home
well.
residents and staff are top of the
Dance
priority
trance.
for the injections. The first
Capital
of which will be
punishment, it's called.
administered next week. Professor of social psychology and member of the SAGE subcommittee.
That's cold
advising on
cuts, but
behavioural science.
I did have Groove Rider tapes, but I haven't got them anymore.
To convince the skeptics.
I haven't got them
We need
anymore.
systematic, open information. We need transparency. We need a lack of
Capital management is sick, yeah. I need you.
absolutely superb news. Nothing is perfect. And there are going to be some side effects. Hopefully they won't be major. And there will be some adverse effects. Treat us like grown-ups and treat us with respect.
Officials say they're working to overcome those challenges in its distribution. Labour peer Baroness Joan Bakewell and Britain's former voice of older people told LBC it's not surprising, though, that people are sometimes disbelieving.
There are so many people who don't tell you the truth and they don't keep their word. You know, people may go off to Durham to escape. So I think they discuss politics. I don't think they should discuss science, because science is absolute. And if a scientist tells you that the experiments have been done and that the clearance has been given, I think we should trust them. It's also now possible for care home residents in all tiers in England to see their families again. The government's sending out more than 1 million COVID-19 test kits to homes across the country. Being allowed in, though, a visitor must get
Well, I've got just sort of an idea.
Co-founder of Rights for Residents, Diane Mayhew, told LBC that having visitors isn't as positive as has been anticipated, since many staff members have concerns.
Saying that they've been in touch with the care providers and
Right.
basically saying they are not.
When scientists wrote the Bible, they thought the earth was flat. Now scientists think they have a vaccine, no side effects, in less than 8 months or whatever. Well, it could make us all infertile slowly as each generation goes on until we become extinct. It could extinct us. It could make you have brewer's droop without even drinking alcohol. You know, I mean, it's dangerous, man. No to the vaccine.
BBC weather, the heaviest rain in the northern and western parts of the UK tonight. Some snow in Scotland and North Wales with a low of -1 degree. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Selena Farrell.
When scientists wrote the Bible, they thought the earth was flat. Now scientists think they have a vaccine, no side effects, in less than 8 months or whatever. Well, it can make us all infertile slowly as each generation goes on until we become extinct. It could extinct us. It could make you have brewer's droop without even drinking alcohol. You know what I mean?
You've been listening to Simon Stevens, the boss of the NHS, who gave me great, well,
no
more confidence than I thought I would have in the government, the NHS's, the military's plans to start rolling this thing out. 50 hospital hubs to start with. Then within the coming weeks, GP practices will start to call people to give the vaccine. There will be local vaccine centres. They reckon around 1,000 across England. Once they have the regulatory approval to split up the packs of the 975 doses that this particular vaccine comes in, bearing in mind it has to be stored at very, very low temperatures, so it's a bit tricky. Once that happens, then they can start going into care homes and start giving out the vaccine there. And then by January, you could have large vaccine centres across the country to start administering this.
I'm recording a movie on my mobile phone.
And if we get out of this and
Nice jumper, by the way. Is it new? Where's the other one? The other one's over there. I wear it in the winter when it gets cold. It hasn't got cold yet.
Imagine life without the constant fear and degradation brought about by this damn thing. That we could get past this and get over it and move on. How much we could move on, we'll talk about in a minute, given the comments of Professor Jonathan Van Tant. But I want to start this hour in the way that we finished the last.
Eventually it'll go winter, and when it goes winter, When they say it's winter time, they haven't said that yet. They haven't said it's winter time yet. For some reason.
Broxbourne tonight, Sylvia.
When they say that.
Yes, hello. Well, I lost my beloved son.
It can make you have without even drinking alcohol. You know what I mean? It's dangerous, man. No to the vaccine. Right. When scientists wrote the Bible, they thought the earth was flat. Now scientists think they have a vaccine with no side effects in less than 8 months or whatever. Well, it can make us all infertile slowly as each generation goes on until we become extinct. It can extinct us. It can make you have brewers drink without even drinking alcohol.
How have you been since you lost your son?
It's dangerous, man. No to the vaccine.
I mean, he was a wonderful singer, and I know anyone would say this, but he really wasn't. I don't have to justify it because so many other people that knew him, some people that hardly knew him, have also told him.
And he's got kids. You've got grandkids.
When scientists.
End of March, he died on 3rd of May. April, 2 days before his 52nd birthday. So he was quite young to get it. And,
way too young. I'm so sorry for your loss. I just can't. It must just be absolutely horrendous to have gone through that.
I feel more for my daughter-in-law and my 2 little grandsons that he left behind.
Do you mind me asking how old they are?
Well, one was 11, and he's now become type 1 diabetic, which may have been triggered by the shock of his dad's death. And the other one was 14, about 5 weeks before his dad died. So they're being
now scientists
the 14-year-old will say he's getting on for 15 by now. But,
when scientists wrote the Bible, they thought the earth was flat. Now scientists think they have a vaccine with no side effects in less than 8 months or whatever. Well, it can make us all infertile slowly as each generation goes on until we become extinct. It can extinct us. It can make you have brewers drink without even drinking alcohol. You know what I mean?
I would imagine.
It's dangerous, man.
The loss of their dad is such a horrific thing for those boys. The loss of is such a horrific thing for your daughter-in-law. And then almost, it sounds like from what you're saying, almost the last person that people think about is so worried about the well-being of those is your good self. And to lose a child.
The one was in total denial at first, and he was quite an extrovert, but he's become very isolated now. He whenever anyone is there apart from his mum, he stays in his room. He's become very withdrawn. So it has a terrible effect on him at such a young age.
So in order to prevent?
As I say, this vaccine works, and then it saves my daughter-in-law or my daughter or me and my family getting it. You know, that's all I want.
I sometimes think, Sylvia, and listening to you is just absolutely heartbreaking to think of just how awful this year has been for people.
Oh, it has been a terrible year for us, yeah.
And to have that prolonged on the basis that, you know, maybe the rollout doesn't work so well, or maybe there's a problem with it, you know, getting all the vaccines that need to be in. The idea of that having the horrible year prolonged to become a year and a half or 2 years or however long, because people don't want to take it or can't be persuaded to take it. It's so unnecessary.
As I say, it becomes sort of worse as Christmas approaches, because of course the boys will have to contend with Christmas. We're going to respect their wishes as to what they want to do in this regard. And we're just doing our best for them.
Yeah.
Is one for ourselves, of course.
Well, listen, look after yourself as well.
Thank
because
you,
as much as you will be there for the rest of the family, you'll need to
Well,
look after
I'm
yourself.
just trying to stay strong and healthy to support them as much as I can. I mean, I'm registered blind, so I can't help in a lot of ways, but at least I can sometimes sit with the boys if my daughter-in-law wants to go out at all. Not that she goes out much, she hardly ever leaves them, but that's about all I can do now. And whatever I can do for any of them, I will, but I am limited because of the loss of sight.
Well, Sylvia, you sound like a wonderful woman who has just gone through a horrific 9-10 months. I mean, losing a child is just awful at any stage. And I take my hat off to you, and I'm just so sorry that it's happened. And I'm afraid there are too many people for whom this is the reality of the last 12 months. And to have it prolonged by not enough people taking a vaccine that everybody says works, that all the scientists are lining up saying it is 90% plus effective. The regulator said it works, it's safe. Seems unfair on families like Sylvia's, doesn't it? Here's Margaret, new caller tonight in Swanage. Hi there, Margaret.
Is Tom?
It is.
Yeah. I always listen to you anyway every night. My sister phoned earlier.
Christine.
Christine Mason. My condition is CIDP, chronic inflammatory demyelinating polyneuropathy. It's very rare to
That's good, man. It's good. You guys, please give me money. I'm gonna give you money. I like, mate. It's good. One fact. Now what?
You're ready to go.
I was just looking on Twitter. Sorry.
Because
I can stop looking at it.
It affects my walking and Lilyband, but I can read Braille, so that's good. I can read books, and I see my sister every day, and I've got 2 lovely daughters and grandsons.
Those people, Margaret, who say, and they're people in your age bracket, they say, we don't want to be experimented on, we're not guinea pigs, why should we do this? What would you say to them?
Oh, I'd say, if they lived when we were children, I remember getting whooping cough and things like that, and they were terrible. But now there's a vaccine, isn't there? So I would say to people, have it, take the risk. I don't think there's much risk anyway. I'm 88 now, so I would definitely have it. I've got a hospital appointment next week, so whether they'll get it as quick as that, I don't know.
Is there a nice space in there? Is there a nice space in calling in or what? I don't know, I'm paying attention. What's he going to use the name? Congo?
I have to go every 4 weeks for 2 days for an infusion. To help with my walking.
Well, when you're out, I hope that goes well. When you're out, would you give us a ring and let us know if you've had the first vaccine, if they've offered it?
I certainly will.
You're very kind. Thank you very much for your call. Gillian's in Islington tonight. Hi, Gillian.
Hello, Tom. Oh dear, so sorry.
Oh, don't worry.
Sorry. Just a query. I'm wondering what will happen to somebody like me. I've been in lockdown since the 16th of March because I've got a weak immune system, and I've just been forbidden by the NHS to go out, put my nose outside the front door. Now, if they're opening these centres, how am I going to get
Absolutely, it's one of my 6 points.
I've got no family.
These parliaments has been very important. It's been absolutely fantastic being here this morning with Matt Hancock. My second visit this week, actually, seeing some of the amazing work that the staff are doing here at the hospital in quite incredible circumstances, really. We've talked a little bit about the raising capacity, etc.
Well, it's very good, hasn't it, to see the increase in space that there is because of the investment that we put in, and also talk to the staff and some of the patients about what more is needed. I just really hope that you can be that strong voicing warranty in Parliament, making the case for the hospital and for everything else that's needed in warranty.
Absolutely, it's one of my 6-point plans along with Andy Carter in Warrington Town to carry on going forward for a new hospital for Warrington. So vote Wednesday, Warrington North on the 12th of December for the Conservatives.
I'm sure would be to transport you to and from.
I would do. I'm sorry to interrupt. I think what I would do, I'd ask my doctors if that was all right, to do that. As I say, they administered my flu jab and another one called Pneumovax a few weeks ago. The doctors, they came. Well, no, they sent the pharmacy. The pharmacist came and did it in my hallway. But I was just wondering,
It is the logistics of making it happen are going to be a challenge. But Gillian, this should not be something that that mankind struggles too hard over. The ability to get you to the vaccine should not be something that stops you from getting it if you can't get there under your own steam. If you're willing to do it,
and if I did, I'm at such danger from the virus. This is the trouble with me, because of having a very weak. I had a road accident and ruptured my spleen, some years ago. I had to have it removed, and of course that leaves you with a very low immune system.
You don't want to be locked down in your flat for any longer, by the sound of it. I mean, since March, it's been months and months.
Well, I've got hundreds of books. I've got 8 bookcases, let's put it like that, and I can't get another book in it. I've got my cats and various, because I ran a cat sitting business for 30 years, so various customers of mine, usually the men, they've been very good, ring me up, say, do you want any shopping? I'm going to Morrison's or I'm going to Waitrose.
See, that's the spirit we need. That's the spirit that's going to get you to get you to the hospital hub, to get you the vaccine sorted. That's what we can do in order to make sure that you can get this thing so that you don't have to spend the rest of your life stuck in your flat, because that would be horrific. Gillian, thank you so much. 0345 6060 973 84850 to text. Loads of you want to come on tonight. We'll come to more of your calls in just a tick. It's 11:17.
This is LBC.
At Blackpool Transport, we're here when you need us. With extra cleaning regimes on all of your buses and trams, measures in place to help with social distancing, and regular signage and communication updates. We're sure you'll have a relaxing ride. We've even introduced simple, better value single fares and reductions on saver and young person tickets. Our single fares are split into just 2 zones. Travel safely with us when you need to. We care about you. Find out about our value tickets at blackpooltransport.com.
If you're not working at the moment or your income has reduced, Universal Credit and other benefits could provide financial support. You can also get government-funded independent advice on whether Universal Credit is right for you from Citizens Advice Help to Claim Advisors. It's free and confidential and will help you work out what support you could get. Visit gov.uk/help to claim or call 0800 144 844.
Yes, hey Johnny, hey.
Criteria apply.
I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to sleep now, I think.
Because you want to be able to pop
I think I'm going to sleep.
For those everyday
I think I'm going to switch off tonight.
back again.
I think that's what I'm going to do.
The milk. You want Halfords. We fit over 800,000 tyres every year. So let us find it, fix it or fit it at over 350 garages nationwide. Or we'll come to you with our mobile experts. Because if you want to keep moving this winter, you want Halfords. Excludes Northern Ireland. Picture this. You're on a bike. A nice bike. Suddenly you see a helpful sign. Pothole ahead. So you speed up and bunny hop majestically over the pothole. You land perfectly. Wow. Not today, pothole. Not today. It's just like Quick Check from Capital One. You know exactly what's coming. We let you know if you'll be accepted for a credit card before you apply. Capital One. That's credit done right.
I wash my hands to protect my family.
I wear a face covering to protect my mates.
I make space to protect my colleagues. Hands.
Face.
space.
I wash my hands to protect strangers.
I wear a face covering to protect other passengers.
I make space to protect you. Hands.
Face.
Space. As we spend more time indoors, we need to do whatever we can to help protect each other from coronavirus. So please, wash hands, cover face, make space.
Listen up. 2020 was a shake-up, but on TikTok, you stepped up and gave it the swagger. You cheered up.
But I think I'll go to the shops. I think I'm going to spend money.
To give up.
I think
2021 is starts.
Yeah, I think it'll be a wise move to buy a bit of chocolate. Maybe I could buy some cigars to stay up with a bit later on. Not going to sleep just yet. We could do maybe. I don't know.
You get a free bet up to £10.
Not sure. I feel like buying some chocolate. I think.
From Carl.
18 plus online and mobile applies the first real money single win of each bet £1 plus
Hey Johnny, what's good, man? I'm good. Okay, man. Yeah, I might switch this off now. I might call it the end of the night, and I feel a bit tired now. And yeah, I'm gonna call it a night. Right, I'll see you later. Bye.
Well, if you're still at the point of thinking